The Letter Box by Cindy Kirk. Chapter 1. Landry Fisher watched her boss, Vern Washburn, and the burly Ted wrestle the vintage letterbox through the doorway of City Hall Coffee Company. The gold-colored metal gleamed under the entryway lights, dulled only slightly by the patina of time. The cast-iron base scraped against the tile as they carefully set it down with a muffled thud, the weight of history settling into place. "Thanks, Ted." Vern clapped the young man on the shoulder, his palm landing with a solid whap. "I got it from here." Ted, ever the quiet workhorse, gave a short nod before disappearing to where the hum of the dishwasher awaited him. Landry casually walked over to where Vern stood, gazing at the gold box with the kind of reverence usually reserved for priceless relics in a museum. His tortoiseshell glasses slid down his nose as he examined the details, and he absently pushed them back up, his fingers lingering as though steadying his thoughts. "It sure is pretty," she remarked, tilting her head. Vern's gaze flicked to her, his smile slow and knowing. "They don't make 'em like this anymore." There was something almost wistful in his voice, and Landry had seen that look before. The look of a man standing at the edge of nostalgia, peering in. Landry studied the cast-iron base. The metal had been painted to match the gold exterior, but something about it looked too new. She narrowed her gaze. "That base doesn't look original." "It's not." Vern put his hands on either side of the letterbox and attempted to rock it back and forth. A pleased smile lifted his lips when the box didn't budge. Sturdy. It stood in front of the cottage on Hill Avenue until the place was torn down. Vern slapped his hands together, a triumphant gleam in his eyes. "I got it for a steal. This is a piece of GraceTown history, one that ties directly to this building." Landry's gaze flicked between Vern and the old mailbox, its once pristine metal dulled by rust and age. The coffee shop occupied the corner of what had been GraceTown's old city hall. She was familiar with most of the memorabilia on display: old council meeting ledgers, faded photographs, even a salvaged piece of the original stone facade. But a residential mailbox? That didn't fit. She opened her mouth to ask, but Vern, ever the storyteller, was already diving in. His enthusiasm was unstoppable, rolling forward like a steam engine. "Caroline Charles," he said reverently, "designed this building and the old post office." His voice dipped slightly as if he was sharing a secret. "Since you grew up here, you probably know that the old post office building is now part of Collister College." "I didn't realize the same person designed both," she admitted, tilting her head in thought. "But now that you mention it, the similarities are obvious." "Art Deco with clean lines and geometric patterns," Vern nodded approvingly. "Even the terrazzo floors, practically identical." Were female architects common back then? "Not even close," Vern scoffed. "Architecture was a boys' club through and through. But Caroline Charles? She was a trailblazer." Despite the admiration in Vern's voice, Landry remained focused on the mailbox. She tapped her fingers against its metal side, the sound hollow and soft. "I'm still not seeing the connection. This was for a house." She pushed up the metal flap, revealing the slot beneath. The word "letters" was embossed in bold, capitalized letters, as if giving orders to an era long past. Experimentally, she slipped her fingers into the opening, only to jerk them back when she caught the flicker of steel in Vern's narrowed eyes. The flap dropped with a quiet clang. "This," he said, his voice dropping to just above a whisper. "Valuable antique stood in front of the home Caroline Charles rented when she lived in GraceTown." A shiver crawled up Landry's spine. It was one thing to know history. It was another to touch it. Mila Horton, Landry's friend and co-worker, suddenly appeared at her side, her dark eyes gleaming. "Is this the magical letterbox?" Landry's pulse kicked up a notch. magical. Then she smiled as a memory surfaced. Are you referring to the fact that the mailbox leads your heart to wherever it needs to go? Vern smiled. Not exactly a fact, and it's kind of sappy, but that's what some believe. Mila, all serious now, nodded sagely. Well, GraceTown is known for the unexplainable. Her voice lowered as if she were about to reveal something profound. Caroline Charles had this boyfriend. Fiancé, Vern corrected. Mila shot him a quick look but continued. He was a pilot in World War II. He was from GraceTown, which is how she ended up here. While she was here, designing City Hall and the post office, she wrote to him. She mailed her letters to him via this very box. Mila gestured with her head toward the letterbox. Then his plane crashed, or something bad happened. He was presumed dead. That part always makes me sad, Landry murmured. She was a sucker for happy endings, and this one always felt unfinished. Even after his parents were notified that he was MIA, Caroline kept writing him letters. Mila hesitated, looking to Landry for assistance on the story. I can't remember what happened next. Vern opened his mouth, but Landry beat him to it. His body was never found, she said softly. After the war, Caroline left GraceTown. She traveled to France, to the area where his plane was shot down, hoping to find answers. She didn't get any, Vern finished. His voice was quieter now, the weight of the story settling around them. Some say putting a letter in the box will lead you to your true love, or, as Landry said, it will lead your heart where it needs to go. His lips twitched slightly as if the words were too sentimental to take seriously. Others say your wish will come true if you write it on paper and put it in the box. Landry exhaled. What I've never understood is how any of that ties into what happened to Caroline and her fiancé. I mean, I could see if they reunited, but... It doesn't make sense, Vern agreed. That doesn't change the fact that this is a piece of GraceTown history. It's a beautiful antique. His gaze softened as he looked at it one more time. And now it's right where it belongs. The next day, Landry returned to City Hall Coffee for another shift. Home away from home. The thought brought a smile to her lips as the familiar scent of espresso and freshly baked croissants wrapped around her like a favorite sweater. The hum of conversation hit her first, a low murmur punctuated by bursts of laughter, followed by the occasional scrape of a chair against the wooden floor and the steady hiss of the espresso machine. For a Wednesday morning, the shop was slammed. The usual mid-morning lull between the early rush and the lunch crowd was nowhere in sight. Instead, a line snaked from the counter, customers clustered near tables, and the air carried that electric energy of a weekend surge. Landry barely paused before slipping behind the counter, rolling up the sleeves of her light-knit sweater. She liked this, the controlled chaos of a busy shift, the rhythm of taking orders, crafting drinks, and making each customer feel like they belonged. Her parents didn't get it. They thought she was wasting her business degree, playing barista instead of chasing a steady paycheck in an office with fluorescent lights and a desk she'd be chained to for the next 40 years. They kept emailing her job postings, forwarding contacts of so-and-so's cousin who works in finance, as if she hadn't already explained 100 times that this job paid as much as most entry-level corporate positions. More than that, the flexible hours gave her time to write. Her mystery novel wasn't real to them, just a pastime, something to fiddle with in the evenings, like knitting or scrapbooking. Landry gritted her teeth, shoving the thought aside. "Medium vanilla latte, extra shot!" a voice called out, snapping her back to reality. Landry refocused and threw herself into work, her movements precise, automatic. Smile, take the order, ring it up, move on. She barely noticed the door chime, barely registered the next customer stepping forward, until she heard his voice. "You're bright and chipper this morning." Deep and smooth with the faintest hint of a British accent, the voice sent a flicker of awareness down her spine. Landry looked up. He stood on the other side of the counter, watching her with a quiet intensity that made her pulse skip a beat. Sandy-colored hair, just unruly enough to be interesting. Hazel eyes that weren't just hazel. When the light hit just right, flecks of gold burned through. Sharp cheekbones, the kind that made him look effortlessly distinguished, like someone used to deep conversations over whiskey in dimly lit rooms. She'd seen him before, usually with a group from Collister College, laughing over some intellectual debate. But today, he was alone. For some reason, that made this moment feel different. Coffee. Black, she said before he could. His lips quirked, slow and deliberate, like he was pleased she'd remembered. That's right. Her stomach did an odd little flip. Heat crept up her neck, and she cursed her tendency to blush. She could already feel Mila watching from the espresso machine, practically vibrating with interest. Without a word, Mila slid the coffee across the counter before the man even had a chance to reach for his wallet. On the house! The man lifted it in acknowledgement. Thank you. Then, just like that, he was gone, sauntering toward a corner table, setting down his leather messenger bag with practiced ease. Landry caught the gleam of a silver watch on his wrist, the way his fingers moved with precision as he flipped open his laptop. You're staring, Mila murmured. I'm not, Landry shot back, turning just a little too quickly. Mila leaned in, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. He's a hunk. A single hunk. Landry snorted, wiping down the counter with quick, sharp movements. How do you know that? Mila wiggled the fingers of her left hand. No ring. That's why I delivered his coffee, so I could check. Landry shook her head, but she couldn't stifle the small laugh that escaped. You're ridiculous. You're ridiculous, Mila countered, then shot a glance toward the corner table. You have to admit, he is cute. Ridiculously cute. Landry sighed. Fine. Yes. I have eyes. And he has the dreamiest accent, Landry admitted before she could stop herself. I know. Mila practically swooned. Then, after a beat, her expression turned serious. Who is he? Any idea? Landry tapped the damp cloth against the counter, thinking. Last time, he came in with a group from Collister. I'm betting he's a professor there. You're probably right. Mila tugged at one of her braids. He's too old to be a student, and he's just so sophisticated. It's the accent, Landry smirked, and those tiger eyes. Mila blinked. Tiger eyes? Landry stole another glance in his direction, but this time she was caught. For just a second, barely a heartbeat, his gaze flickered up from his laptop and met hers. The breath hitched in her throat. For a moment, she swore he knew she'd been watching. That tiny smirk of his deepened, just enough to make her stomach twist. Then, as quickly as it had happened, he looked back at his screen as if it were nothing, as if he hadn't just wrecked her composure with a single glance. Landry turned back to Mila, heart hammering. She needed to pull herself together. Most of the time, they're hazel, she murmured, her voice lower now. But when the light hits just right, they're gold. Super sexy. Mila's expression turned sly. Sexier than Chad's baby blues? The question hit harder than it should have. Landry's grip on the rag tightened. She didn't answer right away. She wouldn't compare them. That wasn't fair. Chad was her boyfriend. This guy, this enigmatic, subtly British, golden-eyed professor, was just a customer. Just a harmless crush. Just a guy who probably didn't even notice her. A guy who... She caught herself looking again. Landry exhaled sharply and tossed the rag onto the counter. Nope, absolutely not. She wasn't even going there. Chapter 2. Friday evening, Landry slid into the front seat of Chad's fully restored 1969 Chevy Camaro, the familiar scent of leather and motor oil wrapping around her. Though they hadn't discussed where they would have dinner, she bet it would be Chowtown. It was one of his favorites. Good food, no frills, and a place where he never had to be anything but himself. Chad worked as a diesel mechanic at Hart Brothers, a truck stop on the north side of GraceTown. He often joked that it was a dirty job, but someone had to do it. Then he'd give her that smile that had her heart flip-flopping, or at least it used to. She glanced at him, taking in the neatly pressed khakis and plaid shirt that brought out the sharp blue of his eyes. A flicker of something tightened in her chest. Nostalgia, maybe, or a longing for the way her heart used to skip when he smiled at her like that. Had it really been that long since she'd felt that rush? That breathless excitement? "You look nice this evening," she murmured, then sniffed the air. "You smell good, too." He grinned, the ease in his expression something that used to tilt her world. "I aim to please." Landry tried to match his warmth, but the smile felt like something she had to put on, rather than something that came naturally. She hated that. Chad was tall and broad-shouldered, with a mass of blonde hair and a smile that nearly always reached his eyes. He was also a hard worker, and everybody liked him. His love of cars and trucks, really anything with a motor, was as much a part of him as his easy laughter. "Looks like Zesty Z got a bath today." Landry had been the one to give the orange Z28 the nickname, and somehow it had stuck. "Couldn't have her not looking her best for you." Chad patted the steering wheel. When they'd started dating, Landry had thought his love of cars would translate into a love of road trips, but she'd discovered it was quite the opposite. Chad had grown up in a military family. He'd confided he'd moved so much growing up that he couldn't say where home was. When she tried to get him to talk about all the places he lived and the things he'd seen, he would shrug and say one military base was pretty much like another. It couldn't be true. Unlike her, who'd lived in GraceTown all her life, he'd lived all over the world. Surely he'd gotten to see some sights where he'd lived. GraceTown had become his home when he was 18. He'd told her he'd come here to live with his grandmother when his father wouldn't quit pushing him to join the military. The drive was peaceful, the scent of mimosa trees drifting through the open windows. Chad rested an arm on the door frame, inhaling deeply. "I love this time of year. Everything smells so good. Honey, vanilla, and a touch of almond." Chad turned to her, brow furrowed in confusion. Landry gestured with one hand. "That's what my mom says mimosa trees smell like." He sniffed the air, nodding in agreement. "I can see that." A comfortable silence settled between them, but Landry sensed something simmering beneath Chad's calm exterior. Excitement? Frustration? There was an energy to him tonight, an undercurrent that she couldn't quite place. He started talking about work, a tricky oil leak that had taken time and patience to diagnose. This long-haul trucker pulled in today, super frustrated. His Peterbilt was leaking oil, but no matter how often it's been looked at, no one can find the source. "I can see why that would be frustrating," she murmured, part of her waiting, wondering if he would acknowledge the shift she felt between them. Instead, he reached over and took her hand, lacing her fingers with his. A gesture so familiar it should have felt intimate, but instead it made her stomach knot. "He swears it only happens when the rig is moving, so I tell him, 'Let's take it for a ride.'" "Can you do that?" "I did." Chad smiled. "As we cruise down the highway, I'm watching the engine temperature and oil pressure. Suddenly I smell burning oil. I say pull over so I can investigate." "What did you discover?" "I spot a small crack in a valve cover that only leaks under the vibration and heat of high speed." Chad sat back in triumph. The problem was so elusive that it took just the right conditions to reveal itself. I patched it up and ordered the replacement part. "Congrats on a job well done." "Thank you." When Chad paused, Landry knew this was her chance to steer the conversation. If she didn't, Chad might have another story to tell. If not one that involved him, then one involving another mechanic. "Vern brought in a new piece of memorabilia today. The mailbox—" "Oh, I forgot the biggest news of all," Chad interrupted. His excitement bubbled over, his words rolling right over hers. Landry frowned and held up a hand. I believe I was speaking. He barely seemed to hear her. His eyes danced like he was a little boy who had a delicious secret to share. Jake promoted me to shop foreman. The pride in his voice was undeniable, and Landry knew this was a moment she should celebrate with him. She gently squeezed his hand. That's wonderful news. You know what this means, don't you? What? It means I'll have enough for a down payment on a house soon. There it was. The dream Chad had spoken of since they'd met. A home. Roots. A future built right here in GraceTown. Her parents had apparently been thrilled when he'd told them, insisting on a celebratory dinner tonight. So a short time later, instead of sitting in their usual booth at Chowtown, Landry sat at her parents' dining room table as her father praised Chad's work ethic, beaming like Chad was the son he never had. Then the conversation shifted. You need to convince Landry to get as serious about her future as you are, her father said, nodding toward Chad. Landry tensed, her fork pausing over her plate. Dad, let's not do this tonight. Chad has it all figured out, degree, job, promotion. And you're making fancy, overpriced drinks. She swallowed, the sting of his words cutting deep. City coffee is a job you have in college, not a real one, he added. Landry knew her father wanted only the best for her, but he had never understood her. Never understood why she longed to see more than the same streets she had walked since childhood. Never understood that she wanted to write, to create, to chase something more. Chad shifted beside her. Landry works hard, he said, his voice steady, but she could hear the undercurrent of agreement beneath it. Later, as they stepped outside, the night air wrapped around them, heavy with the scent of freshly cut grass and night-blooming jasmine. The quiet hum of crickets filled the spaces between their footsteps on the sidewalk. Chad reached for her arm, his touch warm and familiar. Thank you for standing up for me, she said softly. He hesitated, exhaling before he spoke. Your parents can be opinionated, but it's only because they care. Trust me, it's better than the alternative. She glanced up at him, searching his face, but he wasn't quite meeting her eyes. When she stayed silent, he added, They love you, Landry. They just want what's best for you. She stopped walking. The weight in her chest grew heavier as she turned to face him. Do you agree with them? Chad held her gaze for a long moment. Then, with deliberate tenderness, he cupped her face in his hands. I just want you to be happy, he murmured. His lips brushed hers, soft and sweet, but as he pulled back, Landry realized something with startling clarity. Chad's dream, her parents' expectations, the life laid out before her in GraceTown. None of that was hers, and if she wasn't careful, she might wake up one day and find herself living a life she had never truly chosen. Landry found herself watching the door the next Wednesday morning, anticipation curling in her stomach despite her best efforts to tamp it down. Would the handsome hunk with the cute accent make an appearance today? She told herself it didn't matter. It shouldn't matter. Mila leaned in, a knowing smile playing on her lips. No sign yet? Shoving aside her disappointment, Landry shook her head. Something probably came up. Maybe he had to fly to London for a meeting with the king? Mila's dark eyes twinkled. Or with the head of MI6? Landry chuckled. You've been reading too many spy novels. Still, she found the thought intriguing. Can you ever read too many of any kind of novels? Mila asked, and they both laughed. The bell over the door jingled. No trip to London today, Landry murmured, schooling her expression into its usual bright friendliness as two men approached the counter. Perhaps the phrase two men was stretching it. One was more boy than man. If Landry had to guess, she'd say the one with the mop of reddish hair was a college freshman, maybe a sophomore. Happy Wednesday. Landry was grateful she was at the counter rather than clearing tables. It gave her an excuse to linger a little longer. What can I get you two gentlemen? "I'll have a Coke," the boy said. "And I'll have," the man began. "Black coffee," Landry and Mila said in unison. At the boy's surprised look, Landry smiled. "He's a regular, even though I don't know his name." A dimple in the man's left cheek flashed. Peter Elliott. Peter Elliott. Landry rolled the name around on her tongue, liking the taste of it. "Landry Fisher," she said, even though he hadn't asked. Mila crowded in. "I'm Mila Horton." All eyes shifted to the boy, Alex Todd. After getting their drinks, the two settled at one of the few clean tables. Mila nudged her. "Alex is adorable, but way too young for us." Her eyes sparkled mischievously. Now, hunky Peter, on the other hand. "I have a boyfriend, remember?" "For now." Landry sputtered, but Mila only grinned. "One of us should bus those tables." Since Mila had done it last, Landry knew that someone was her. She didn't mind. So many tables near Peter and Alex needed clearing, and if she was honest, she was curious about their conversation. She started farther away, working her way closer, moving deliberately, slow enough to overhear, fast enough not to seem obvious. Landry wrinkled her nose at the half-empty cups with packets of sugar swimming in them. Some people were pigs. Today, the pigs, people, had streamed into the cafe as if it were feeding time at the trough. From the conversations buzzing in the air, Landry had discovered freshman orientation was taking place at Collister today. Parents and their children had swung by the shop early to fuel up for the day ahead. As the 9 o'clock hour neared, they'd all risen at once and left. Landry set the gray bus tub on a chair and cleared the cups, plates and silverware scattered across the tabletop. She continued to move in slow motion, keeping her ear cocked toward the men. She wasn't nosy, Landry told herself, merely interested. A writer should always be interested in what went on around her. "I have so many interests: philosophy, folklore, your class." The boy's intense blue eyes remained focused on Peter. "My dad keeps pushing me to pick a major, with a strong preference toward pre-law or pre-med. He did tell me he'd be okay if I wanted to go the engineering route." Peter took a long sip of coffee, his expression unreadable. "You've got another semester or two before you need to worry about picking a major, but it doesn't hurt to start thinking about options now. What is it you want to do?" Alex let out a sigh. "Let me tell you what's off the table. No law, no medicine, no engineering, for sure, no accounting." Peter smiled. "Sounds as if you know more what you don't want than what you do." The boy's expression turned morose. "That's the truth." "Why come to me, Alex?" Peter's tone remained offhand, conversational. "Rather than your advisor." "Mr. Bellamy, he's my advisor, is just like my dad. He keeps pushing me toward careers that I don't care about." Alex stared down into his cola for several seconds before lifting his gaze. "You're cool. I can tell by how you talk about things in class. You don't judge. I just thought maybe you could help me somehow." Peter's gaze turned thoughtful as he took another sip of coffee. Since all the dishes were now in the bus tub, Landry wiped down the table as if it were to be used for an upcoming surgery, even going another round with the disinfectant spray. Anything to justify staying close. "How about you give me a list of all the courses you've enjoyed? Once I have that, I'll give you the names of professors in those departments you can meet with. The men and women I'm thinking of will be happy to sit down with you and discuss all the opportunities in those particular fields, even ones you may not have thought of." Alex blinked. "You'd do that for me?" "Of course. If you have time now, I could—" A buzzer sounded on Alex's phone. He silenced it and then offered a rueful smile. "I have a class in 15 minutes. "You get me the information I asked for and I'll get you those names." Peter smiled. "Will do." Alex pushed back his chair with a clatter and stood. "Thanks so much, Dr. Elliott. Really, thanks." Peter, who'd risen to his feet, sat back down at the table as Alex hurried off. Landry hesitated before stepping up to his table. "Can I warm up your coffee?" Peter blinked as if pulling himself from deep thoughts. "I'd like that." Coming right up. Landry scooped up Alex's empty glass and put it in the bus tub, then headed to the front to get the coffee pot. "I didn't mean to overhear," she said when she returned to pour steaming coffee into his cup, "but it was nice of you to help him out like that." Surprise flickered across Peter's face. "I'm not sure I did anything." "You listened to him. You heard what he was saying, and you didn't judge." Landry smiled. "In my mind, that's everything." Peter held her gaze for a long moment, something unreadable flickering in his golden depths. Landry's heart gave an unexpected jolt. She had a boyfriend. She wasn't supposed to feel this pull. But as Peter gave her a small, thoughtful smile and lifted his cup, warmth unfurled in her chest as if something had settled into place. And deep down, a quiet, persistent whisper suggested that maybe, just maybe, she had been waiting for him to walk through that door all along. Chapter 3. Landry lingered beside his table, pretending to adjust a napkin dispenser. Peter didn't mind her presence. He'd set aside an hour to speak with Alex, and they'd barely taken 30 minutes. Now he found himself watching Landry, drawn in by her easy charm. She had that girl-next-door appeal. Warm brown hair, striking green eyes, and a dusting of freckles that made her look like she belonged in a sunlit field rather than behind a cafe counter. "What kind of professor are you?" she asked, curiosity sparking in her eyes. "A temporary one. I'm a visiting historian at Collister College. I specialize in art and design history. I've come to teach and to immerse myself in Caroline Charles, who lived in GraceTown from 1941 to 1946. This was usually where people's eyes glazed over, where they nodded politely and changed the subject. But not Landry. Her interest ignited, burning bright. "I know all about Caroline Charles." Peter arched a brow, unable to hide his surprise. "You do?" "I do." She gestured with one hand, a challenge in her expression. "Come with me. I have something I think you'll find interesting." Peter pushed to his feet. Not knowing how far they were going, he grabbed his messenger bag and slung it over his shoulder before following her to the cafe's entryway. She stopped beside an ornate mailbox, resting her hand lightly on the top as if in reverence. "Vern, the owner, collects memorabilia related to the old city hall," she explained. "This building is one of the 2 in GraceTown that Miss Charles designed. But then, I'm sure you knew that." He glanced around, studying the craftsmanship of the structure with fresh appreciation. "This beauty," Landry gave the mailbox a light tap and drew his attention back to the box, "is from the cottage Caroline Charles rented while she was here." Peter examined the box, intrigued but uncertain of its deeper significance. As if sensing his hesitation, Landry gave him a knowing smile. "Since you've done all this research on her, you know of her ill-fated romance." "I've made it my mission to dissect her life and works," Peter admitted, a modest smile tugging at his lips. "I'm considered an expert on all things Caroline Charles." Landry's fingers traced the edge of the metal box. "Have you heard about the magical letterbox?" Magical? The word sent a flicker of intrigue through him. "I haven't. Please, tell me more." Caroline had a fighter pilot fiancé. He served in World War II but was lost when his plane crashed. "This part I know." Peter nodded. She traveled to France in an attempt to find him, but sadly, her search didn't end well. A dreamy look settled into Landry's eyes. For years, before he was lost and she went to find him, Caroline wrote love letters to her fiancé and mailed them from this box. Peter smiled. "Is that magic or just good postal service?" Landry bumped his shoulder with her own, and Peter found the familiarity of the gesture charming. "It's said that if you send a letter through this mailbox, it can lead your heart where it needs to go." Peter tilted his head, skepticism warring with curiosity. "This isn't even a working letterbox." This time, Landry rolled her eyes. "Exactly. Magic." When Peter remained silent, she lifted her hands and let them drop with a half smile. What can I say? GraceTown is known for the unexplainable. His colleague, folklore professor Dr. Joe Wexman, had mentioned Gracetown's peculiar reputation. While Joe seemed convinced of its mysteries, Peter had yet to make up his own mind. Anyway, when Vern heard the house where Caroline lived was to be torn down, he approached the owners and purchased the mailbox. Landry's tone turned matter-of-fact. Instead of setting it up outside somewhere, he had a base made and brought it here. Peter scanned the cafe, noting the vintage photographs and old-town relics scattered throughout. There's a lot of Gracetown memorabilia in here. It's Vern's thing. Landry shrugged. I like it. Seems fitting since we're in the old City Hall building. This is a gorgeous building. Peter's lips curved slightly. I love the Art Deco style. Its clean, modern lines, its quiet confidence. Landry's gaze flickered over him, something unreadable passing through her expression. Well, I better get back to work. Peter hesitated, then met her eyes. Thanks for showing me this. I appreciate it. Happy to help? He took a picture of the letterbox with his phone. Landry turned to leave, then pivoted back to him. You're not from around here. He grinned. What gave me away? The accent, for one. I've tried to get rid of it, he admitted, but it's not that easy. A hint of something, wistfulness perhaps, crossed her face. If it were me, I'd hold on to it with both hands. Peter leaned in slightly, intrigued. Why is that? For one thing, it sounds cool. Her voice softened as if she were speaking more to herself now. And for another, it would remind me that I hadn't been stuck in the same town forever, that there was a time when I traveled the world. Her words hung between them, carrying an unspoken longing. Peter felt something shift, a pull, a whisper of understanding. And though he didn't say it, he understood exactly what she meant. Before he'd temporarily relocated to Gracetown, Peter could count on one hand the number of weddings he'd attended. Once he and bridal shop owner Hope Calloway became friends, every few weeks he found himself strolling into a church or reception hall as her plus one. They had dated briefly after he'd arrived in town, but quickly realized they were better off as friends. Still, he liked Hope. Her mass of espresso-colored hair, big brown eyes, and easy laughter made her one of the most approachable people he'd met. Like him, she wasn't a native of Gracetown, but she had carved out a space for herself, building Hope's Bridal into a thriving business with sheer determination and savvy. It blows my mind that all these brides invite you to their weddings. The ceremony had been a family-only affair, but Hope and her plus one had been invited to the massive reception at a renovated warehouse. This bride invited everyone she's ever met. Hope smiled as he parked in the large lot. Darcy is young, 23 or 24. She and her fiancé are at that age, where an open bar and loud music equal a perfect reception. The ceremony was simple, except for the dress, of course, but the real money went into this party. When Peter only smirked, Hope nudged him playfully. And that's probably more information than you wanted to know. She looked effortlessly elegant in a royal blue linen sheath dress, cinched at the waist with a gold belt, her strappy sandals accentuating her long legs. He was glad he'd taken her advice about not overdressing. His navy chinos and pinstripe shirt, left casually unbuttoned at the throat, fit right among the crowd of men wearing variations of the same, with a handful in jeans or even shorts. We don't have to stay long, Hope confided as they neared the entrance. I just need to make an appearance. Darcy bought her dress from me and sent several friends my way. I understand. He offered her a reassuring smile. But don't rush. I like parties. You'll probably be ready to leave before I am. Good sport. She looped her arm through his as they stepped inside. The noise hit Peter first, a wall of sound reverberating through the vast space. Whoever had renovated the warehouse hadn't bothered with sound baffles, making the live band's energetic playing nearly deafening. The place was packed, the energy infectious. Hope, ever the optimist, simply took it all in with a delighted smile. Darcy did a stellar job with the decorations. The string lights draped along the walls and hanging from the ceiling softened the industrial edges of the space, while sheer curtains and vintage furniture created intimate seating areas. Instead of traditional floral arrangements, clusters of potted plants gave the place a lush, almost magical ambience. "It's nice," Peter admitted. Not the stiff black tie events he'd attended in the past, but there was something undeniably charming about it. "Shall we get a drink?" "It's practically required." She grinned. "Choices are beer, wine, or soda. I'd love a glass of red, but I'm going to play it safe and go with white." "What's the fun in that?" He wiggled his eyebrows, making her laugh. They skirted the dance floor where a few early bird couples swayed to the music and made their way toward the drink stations. Along the way, they passed a buffet table laden with pizza, Caesar salad, and breadsticks. "I've never been to a wedding reception that served pizza," Peter mused, inhaling the mouth-watering scent of melted cheese and spicy pepperoni. "This is what Jason and Darcy ate on their first date," Hope explained, her expression warm with approval. "I love that they made it personal." "It really does smell amazing," he agreed, grinning, "though it might get a little messy." Before she could reply, a young woman with nearly black hair and bright blue eyes stepped into Hope's path, flashing a small diamond ring. "You're Hope Calloway, right?" "I am." Hope's smile was immediate. "Have we met?" "No, but I'm a friend of Darcy's, and she mentioned she got her wedding dress from your shop." The young woman hesitated, biting her lip. "I don't have a lot of money, but—" "Excuse me a second." Peter squeezed Hope's arm. "While you two talk business, I'll get us some wine." Peter had barely reached the line when Hope appeared at his side. "Done already?" he asked, surprised. "I gave her my card and told her to call me." Hope placed a hand on his arm. "I'm afraid, though, that you're on your own for a little longer. I have to help the bride with her dress. But when I come back, tell me which bridesmaid you want to meet and I'll hook you up." Peter laughed. "Stop it. I don't want to meet anyone. I'm a visiting professor. I won't be here long." As Peter took his place at the end of the line for drinks, he idly scanned the crowd. He wondered if he'd run into any colleagues from Collister. Though he was slowly getting to know people in GraceTown, he was still very much the outsider. Hope had helped widen his social circle, but the feeling of being a temporary guest lingered. He pulled out his phone, scrolling aimlessly until a voice cut through the din. "I believe it's bad form to be on your phone at a reception." Lowering his device, Peter turned and found himself face to face with Landry. Dressed for a night out, she looked different from the barista he'd met before. The red jersey dress hugged her in all the right places, her brown hair falling in soft curls over her shoulders. Silver hoops caught the light as she tilted her head. "Landry," he said, surprised. "Didn't expect to see you here." As soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted them. What a stupid thing to say. If anything, this crowd was more her demographic than his. She smiled, unbothered. "Friend of the bride or the groom?" "Neither," he admitted. Interest flared in her green eyes. "You crashed the reception?" Though he was tempted to play along, honesty won out. "I came with Hope Calloway." "The bridal shop owner?" "That's right." She gestured vaguely toward a broad-shouldered blond man across the room. "I'm here with Chad." Before he could respond, a familiar hand clapped his back. "Elliot, you're the last person I expected to see here." Peter turned to find Joe Wexman grinning at him. The folklore professor had been one of the first people to befriend him at Collister. "I could say the same," Peter replied. Joe turned to Landry. "I don't believe we've met. I'm Joe, and this is my wife, Sophie." "Landry Fisher." "You look familiar." Joe studied her. Did you attend Collister? Graduated with a business degree a few years ago. She lifted her chin slightly. I work at City Hall Coffee, and I'm writing a novel. How wonderful, Sophie said, sounding sincere. Coffee and books are two of my favorite things. What kind of novel are you writing? Joe asked. It's a mystery set in London. Landry felt heat creep up her neck. Before you ask, no, I've never been there. But I have done extensive research. A trip to see the city firsthand would be a nice plus, Peter said, but I don't see it as an absolute necessity. I agree. Sophie gave a solid nod. I know you always hear that you should write what you know, but if authors only wrote about places they visited, it would severely cut back on all the wonderful books out there. Their conversation flowed until they reached the bar and ordered drinks. Then Joe and Sophie went on their way. Peter lingered, glancing at Landry and then searching the crowd for the blonde guy. Where's your date? He's around. She shrugged, setting Chad's beer on a nearby table. I could text him, but it's so loud he probably wouldn't hear it. Peter hesitated. I can help you find him. She waved him off with a small smile. Thanks, but I'll track him down. As she walked away, Peter watched her go, an unfamiliar tightening in his chest. Hope appeared, watching him closely. Well, that girl is cute. Who is she? A barista I know. You going to ask her out? She's here with her boyfriend. But if she hadn't been, Peter would be tempted. Chapter 4. I don't see why we had to leave so early, Chad grumbled, slumping against the passenger seat. His voice carried the sluggish weight of too many drinks, his head lolling slightly as he turned to glare at the road ahead. Landry tightened her grip on the steering wheel, resisting the urge to sigh. The hum of the tires against the asphalt was the only sound between them for a long moment. It's nearly midnight, she reminded him, her tone carefully even. And I told you before we left that I have to be at work by 7. Chad let out a heavy breath, slumping some more into the seat. When she'd offered to be the designated driver, he'd been more than happy to take her up on it. She wasn't much of a drinker, 1 glass, maybe 2, and she was done. But Chad liked to cut loose, as he often put it, and tonight he'd certainly done that. His glassy eyes and the slight slur of his words told her he'd taken full advantage of the open bar. Still, even in his inebriated state, he wasn't too out of it to bring up a familiar argument. If you had an office job, you'd work during the week and have weekends off. His voice was thick, but the words carried weight, sinking into the silence between them. Landry forced a small, playful smile. Maybe. But then I'd have to cram all my writing into nights and weekends. And you wouldn't want that, would you? Damn right I wouldn't. He grinned, but there was an edge to it, something almost possessive in the way his gaze lingered on her. After we're married, we'll be each other's priority. You can work on your little hobby when there's time. Landry's stomach clenched. After we're married, not if, not someday, but as if it were already decided, set in stone, an inevitability she had no say in. The realization sent a sharp pulse of unease through her. Sure, there had been hints before, offhand comments about their future, the way he assumed certain things, like where they'd live and what kind of house they'd buy. But she'd brushed them aside, telling herself not to read too much into it, not to make something out of nothing, except now there was no mistaking it. To Chad, their future was already mapped out, and suddenly she could see it as clearly as if it were playing out on a movie screen in front of her. A small house in GraceTown, the same familiar streets, the same predictable routines, a life of settled comfort, safe and stagnant. It wasn't a bad future, but it wasn't her future, and that was her fault, wasn't it? She had let it get to this point. She had smiled, nodded, and gone along with it, never once making her own feelings clear. Her hands tensed on the wheel as she pulled onto the quiet road leading to his apartment. Now wasn't the time for this conversation. Not when he was drunk, not when the night already felt stretched thin with unspoken words. So she changed the subject. It was fun seeing so many people from high school tonight. Chad grunted, shifting in his seat. Most of them are married now. Some even have kids. She could hear the meaning beneath the words. We're falling behind. Landry bit the inside of her cheek. The thing about settling down so young, she said carefully, is that we're still figuring things out. Who we are. What we want. Chad frowned, confusion flickering in his bleary eyes. Figuring out what? What's to figure? Why settle down before... She hesitated, trying to put words to the restlessness she'd been feeling lately, the way her dreams always seemed to stretch past the horizon of this town. Before you've had a chance to see the world? To experience everything life has to offer? Chad let out a scoffing laugh. Says the person who went to college in the same town she grew up in. Her jaw tightened. That was for practical reasons. My mom works at Collister. I got free tuition. Fair enough. He leaned his head back against the seat, then turned to look at her again, his blue eyes sharp with something she couldn't quite name. But you've been out of college for 3 years, Landry. You always talk about seeing the world, but you never actually do it. You spend every vacation right here in GraceTown. The words hit a little too close to home, and she swallowed against the knot forming in her throat. I don't have the money to travel. Face it, Landry. You don't really want to travel. You just say that. If you wanted to travel so bad, you would have by now. His voice was flat and dismissive. He gave a small half shrug, a smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. The fact that you haven't means you know, deep down, it's a waste of money and that there are more important things in life. Her stomach dropped. She sat there staring at him, trying to process what he'd just said. He didn't get it. It wasn't just what he'd said, it was how he'd said it. As if passion, fulfillment, and creative dreams didn't matter. Like the only thing that should matter to her was a steady paycheck and a predictable life. The only reason I haven't traveled yet is because I don't have the money right now. Her voice was tight, controlled. Chad exhaled sharply. Then get a better-paying job. She exhaled slowly, steadying herself. I like the flexibility of my job. It lets me focus on my writing. Chad shook his head, his expression one of weary exasperation. When will you figure out you can't have it all? His voice was quieter now, but the words cut deeper. Be grateful for what you do have, Landry. Look around you. Everything we both want is right here in GraceTown. The air in the car felt suddenly stifling, the weight of his words pressing down on her chest. She swallowed, staring straight ahead as the streetlights blurred past. Everything we both want. But what if she didn't want the same things? What if she never had? City Hall coffee was a madhouse. Landry and Mila had been stuck behind the bar all day, steaming milk and slinging shots, while Diane, Vern's sister, manned the register. Diane worked only when absolutely necessary and never touched the espresso machine. Taking orders and running the till were the limits of her involvement, but she was always game to step in when someone called out, which was exactly what had happened that morning. It wasn't until nearly 3 o'clock that the wave of customers finally receded, leaving behind a battlefield of crumpled napkins, sticky tables, and disorganized chairs. The 3 of them moved through the space, clearing and sweeping in a well-practiced rhythm. I can handle the counter for now, Diane announced, gesturing to the empty dining area. If I get a customer, I'll wave you over. Go take a break. You both earned it. You should take one too, Landry offered, but Diane was already shaking her head. I'm heading out after your break. You two can hold down the fort until the next crew gets here at 5. She flashed them a quick smile. You heard the woman. Mila waggled her brows. It's break time. Minutes later, Italian sodas in hand, Landry and Mila took the farthest table from the counter, out of Diane's earshot. While she was lovely to work with, she had a tendency to wedge herself into conversations without being invited. Mila leaned in, eyes bright with curiosity. "So, how was the party?" Landry swirled her straw through the ice, hesitating. "Do you think I'm boring?" Mila blinked. Then, as realization dawned, a knowing gleam lit her dark eyes. "Oh no, spill the tea." "It's not that big a deal." Landry waved a hand, but Mila crossed her arms. "Lies. If you're questioning your entire personality, it's a big deal. Now start talking." Landry sighed. "Chad and I had our usual argument last night. The thing is, he actually made some good points." She stared down at her drink. "Why haven't I done anything?" Mila groaned dramatically. "Oh, Chad." She rolled her eyes with such force, it was a miracle they stayed in her head. "All right, what did the man say this time?" Landry opened her mouth, but Mila held up a finger. "And don't you dare water it down. I want all the deets." "I'll skip the wedding reception stuff. We've been to enough of those to know, same song, different verse." "I still love them, though." Mila's expression softened. "All that love and hope in the air." Landry frowned. "Hope?" "For the future. The bride and groom aren't just in love, they're aligned. Their dreams fit together." "Well, Chad and I couldn't be further apart if we tried." Landry exhaled. "Okay, maybe that's a little dramatic, but still." "Details," Mila prodded. "I need details." "It started in the car. Chad was pissed we left early, and then he started in on me." Landry laid it all out. The office job, how he saw her writing as a hobby, the way he spoke about their marriage as if it were inevitable. Mila sipped her soda, then let out a low whistle. "He really was on a roll. What did you say?" "I realized I've let him assume too much. I should have shut it down the first time he acted like our future was set in stone." Landry rubbed her temple. "Why couldn't he be one of those guys who's afraid of commitment?" Mila's teasing smile faded. Her voice softened. "Tell me what's really bothering you, because so far, all I'm hearing is Chad being Chad." Landry hesitated. "When I asked why settle down before seeing the world, he pointed out that I graduated 3 years ago and still haven't gone anywhere." Mila winced. "When I said I don't have the money yet, he asked why I haven't gotten a better-paying job." The sting of his words still lingered. What if he's right? What if I am just all talk? Mila reached across the table, squeezing Landry's hand. "Okay, first of all, Chad is a dope. If he made a point, which I highly doubt, it was by accident. Second, you've done plenty. You graduated college. You support yourself, which, newsflash, is hard as hell. And you're writing a freaking book while also making the best flat white within a 90-mile radius." Landry opened her mouth, but Mila held up a finger. Let me finish listing all the ways Chad is wrong. It's deeply satisfying." Landry huffed a laugh. "So what if you haven't done everything yet? You're 24, not 90. You've got time. Just because Chad doesn't know how to dream big doesn't mean you shouldn't." Mila squeezed her hand once more, voice gentle but firm. "Don't give up on what you want. Give up the guy who doesn't want it for you." Landry had barely stepped inside her apartment when her phone buzzed. Vern. She already knew what he was going to ask before she answered. "Hey, Landry, I hate to do this, but—" "I got you, Vern." She toed off her shoes and sank onto the couch, already reaching for the coffee shop polo she'd tossed over the armrest earlier. "What time?" "Can you be here by 6? One of the closers called in sick, and Diane already put in her hours this morning, so—" "I'm happy to help." "Lifesaver." Relief flooded his voice. "I owe you one." By the time she ended the call, exhaustion tugged at her, but the idea of working another shift didn't bother her nearly as much as the alternative. Chad had mentioned meeting up with his boss, Stu, that afternoon to go over the responsibilities he'd soon take on at the truck stop. But she knew how the evening would play out. Even without concrete plans, he would expect to see her. She wasn't ready for another conversation about their future. Not yet. At 6, she found herself back behind the counter, this time with Martin, a quiet college student from Collister. Business was slow, painfully so. By 8, only a handful of customers had wandered in, and with most of the closing tasks already done, the shop felt eerily still. Martin barely looked up from his phone, perched on a stool behind the counter. Landry wiped down the espresso machine for the second time, then glanced at the clock. "Why don't you head out, Martin?" she offered, smiling. "I've got everything covered here. No point in both of us sitting around for the next hour." His head snapped up. "You sure?" "Positive." He didn't need to be told twice. In seconds, he'd grabbed his backpack. "Thanks, I've got a test tomorrow, so this helps." Landry waved as he disappeared through the door, leaving her alone with her thoughts. She took her time making a cappuccino, the hiss of steaming milk filling the quiet shop. When she reached for her phone, a text from Chad lit up the screen. "Miss you. Wish you were here with me now." She hesitated. Then slowly she slid the phone back into her pocket. The fight from the night before gnawed at her, coiling tight in her chest. It was like she was on a train going full speed, and every instinct screamed at her to jump before it was too late. Mila's words echoed in her head. "Don't give up on what you want. Give up the guy who doesn't want it for you." At 10 o'clock, she locked the front door and flipped the closed sign. For a moment, she simply stood there, staring out at the quiet street. The moon spilled silver light onto the sidewalk, and a warm breeze stirred the leaves near the curb. As she turned, a wave of sadness swept over her. Then, out of the corner of her eye, she spotted the mailbox. "It will lead you where your heart needs to go." The old legend tugged at her, its pull stronger than ever. She hadn't even told Mila this, but each time she walked by the mailbox, it felt like it was calling to her. Ridiculous, right? Her parents would think so. Chad definitely would. Just imagining the look on his face made her lips curl into a small smile. But still, could simply writing her dreams on paper and putting it into this letterbox make them come true? Could it lead her where she was meant to be? Her chest tightened, because if she was being honest with herself, she already knew where she wasn't meant to be. With Chad. She liked him, sure. But love? That was something else entirely. And if she truly mattered to him, he would know her better than he did. He would know that writing wasn't just a hobby, that the thought of an office job made her feel trapped, that she wanted to see the world before she settled down, before she let herself belong to anyone. And Chad wanted the opposite. They weren't right for each other, no matter how much he wished they were. Her gaze drifted back to the mailbox. What if the lore was true? There was only one way to find out. Before she could talk herself out of it, Landry hurried to the break room. Digging through the lost and found bin, she tossed aside forgotten scarves, sunglasses, and random hair ties until her fingers brushed against something smooth. A box of pale pink stationery. It had been sitting there for months, abandoned, forgotten. That made it fair game. Settling at the table, she pulled out a sheet of paper and picked up a pen. Then, with her heart pounding, she began to write. She poured everything onto the page, her dreams, her fears, her hopes for a future that she got to choose. By the time she finished, her hands trembled. She folded the letter, tucked it into its matching envelope, and strode into the front of the shop. The mailbox loomed before her, waiting. With a deep breath, before she could hesitate, Landry slid the envelope into the slot. As it disappeared, something inside her shifted. For the first time in a long time, she felt light, like she had just taken the first step toward something real, toward something that was hers. Chapter 5. On Monday morning, as Peter passed the row of cubbyholes, something unusual caught his eye. a pale pink vellum envelope resting in his slot. He slowed, fingers brushing over the smooth paper. The words, "For you," were written in delicate script across the front. No address, no return sender. Someone had placed it here by hand. Curiosity stirred in his chest, but he resisted the urge to tear open the envelope right there. Instead, he slipped it into his pocket and continued down the hall, the weight of the unknown pressing against his palm. It wasn't until he was alone in his office, the door clicking shut behind him, that he finally opened the envelope. Dear one who, I hope understands, is it wrong to crave more than what the world tells me I should settle for? I feel as though I'm caught between two worlds, one where I stay safely within the lines drawn for me, and another that stretches far beyond, calling to me like a whisper on the wind. I ache for that more, the kind of life that feels alive, brimming with color, adventure, and meaning beyond the rhythm of a weekly paycheck or Sunday dinners. I know my family loves me. I love them too. But love doesn't quiet this longing, this feeling in my bones that there must be more to existence than comfort and predictability. Why does the dream of something greater make me feel guilty, as if I'm betraying the life that others say is enough? Perhaps they're right. Maybe I am too much of a dreamer, a soul forever reaching for what might not even be there. And yet I can't silence this voice inside me. It whispers in quiet moments, tugs at me in the stillness. Keep going. There is more for you out there. So I write this now, not knowing if anyone will ever read it. Maybe I'm hoping for a sign, a reason to keep dreaming, to believe that this longing is not foolish, that striving toward the life my heart yearns for isn't a selfish fantasy. Whoever you are, if you understand even a fraction of this, if you too have ever felt like you were meant for something more, then perhaps I am not alone. And if that is true, maybe this small hope, this fragile dream, isn't so impossible after all. Yours in quiet longing, a heart unheard. Peter leaned back in his chair, the letter still in his hand. He read it again, slower this time, letting the words sink in. Was this some kind of joke? It didn't feel like one. There was too much rawness in the letter, too much honesty. The writer's plea to be heard, to be understood, resonated in a way that unsettled him. He knew what it was like to fight for the life you wanted. His parents had expected him to follow a more traditional path, medicine, like his brother, or engineering, like his sister. They valued higher education, of course. His father was the chancellor of a major university back east. But becoming a historian, particularly one focused on art and design, had been, in their eyes, a waste of potential. The woman who had written this letter, a heart unheard, was clearly facing the same kind of resistance. A voice pulled him from his thoughts. "Dr. Elliot, I'm heading out. Anything else you need?" Peter looked up to see his assistant, Nora Hensley, standing in the doorway. Sensible, sharp-eyed, and methodical, she was working toward a master's in art history. He glanced at the pink envelope on his desk. "Do you know anything about this?" He held it up. A flicker of curiosity crossed Nora's face. She stepped closer, a small smile curving her lips. "I can't remember the last time I saw a pink envelope. Where did it come from? Someone left it in my cubby." "Was it actually meant for you?" she asked, tilting her head. Peter turned the envelope over in his hands, a strange reluctance tightening his grip. He wasn't sure why, but he didn't want anyone else reading the private thoughts of a heart unheard. "This is all it said on the front," he told her, showing her the neat handwriting. "Recognize it?" Nora studied it, then shook her head. "Sorry, no, but I picked up your mail this morning and that wasn't there." So someone had placed it in his cubby after that. "Keep an eye out, will you? If another pink envelope turns up, I'd like to know." Nora gave a mock salute. "If it's pink, I'll notice." With that, she disappeared down the hall. Peter sat still for a moment. Had one of his students written it? Someone from the faculty? He quickly dismissed the second option. The voice in the letter seemed younger, the voice of someone at a crossroads, standing on the edge of her future and afraid to take the leap. The feeling was all too familiar. Peter thought back to his own struggles, first after high school, then after undergrad. His parents had tolerated his broad education, never objecting to his major in history and art or his minor in philosophy. But when he'd started looking into graduate programs, everything had changed. The pressure had been relentless. They felt he was wasting his potential. His career prospects were limited. He'd regret not choosing something more secure. And yet, he had been lucky. His grandfather, Walter Elliott, had been the one voice telling him to follow his passion. If you love it, he'd said, you're already 80% of the way to success. Pops's belief in him had been enough to drown out the doubt, enough to push him forward when the weight of expectations threatened to hold him back. Peter traced his thumb over the edge of the letter. He wished he could do the same for a heart unheard, but he had no idea who she was, and he had no way to find her. Darn kids. Vern scowled as he scooped up a handful of sugar packets that had been crumpled and tossed carelessly on the floor. Others floated in half-empty coffee cups. His frown deepened. I hope this is all they did. Landry, wiping down a nearby table, glanced up. Mila and I told them they needed to leave when they started getting rowdy. The boys hadn't been bad, just high-spirited, loud and oblivious to the mess they'd left behind. Still, she'd been relieved when they'd walked out the door. City Hall Coffee wasn't like Last Stop Coffee Bar on the outskirts of town, where the neon sign flickered at all hours and the customers tended to linger a little too long in the corners. City Hall Coffee was different, quieter, familiar. It was the kind of place where professors from Collister College stopped for their morning espresso, like Peter Elliott. The thought of him sent an unbidden smile to her lips. Would she see him again? Would he think about her the way she'd been thinking about him? She could still hear his voice, steady and thoughtful, the way he'd listened as if her words meant something. That was rare. The thought had barely settled in her mind when Vern's voice snapped her back to the present. Did those boys go near my letterbox? The rag in Landry's hand stilled. Her heart slammed against her ribs. The letterbox! Vern straightened, his eyes narrowing as he scanned the cafe. Looking at this mess makes me wonder if they decided to mail some sugar packets. His lips twisted in frustration. Once I finish here, I'm going to open that box and see. Landry's stomach dropped. It had been 3 days since she'd placed her letter inside. As far as she knew, it was still there, untouched, unread. If Vern opened that box and found it... A spike of panic shot through her. Not many people would recognize her handwriting, but Vern would. He was the kind of man who noticed details most people overlooked. He had a sharp eye and a long memory. She forced her fingers to keep moving, wiping the table in slow, deliberate strokes, trying to will her voice to stay even as she said, "You don't need to take time to do that." Vern turned to her, his frown deepening. Landry, this letterbox is a valuable antique. It's not a toy, and if those kids treated it like one... They didn't. Landry set the rag down, meeting his gaze. She had to sell this. I kept my eyes on those 4 the entire time they were here. Not once did any of them go anywhere near that box. Vern paused. For a long, excruciating moment, he just looked at her, as if trying to gauge whether she was telling the truth. Landry held her breath, her pulse a pounding drum in her ears. Then, muttering under his breath, he sprayed the table with disinfectant. "Darn kids," he said again. "No respect for history, or property, or businesses." Landry let out a slow, measured breath. Crisis averted. For now. As soon as Vern disappeared into the back, she turned to Mila, who had been watching the exchange with wide eyes. Mila was the only person she'd confided in about the letter. "First chance I get today, I'm taking my envelope out of that box," Landry whispered, her hands tightening into fists. "If Vern had looked inside, I'd have been mortified." Mila leaned against the counter, her arms crossed. "But he didn't look, which means you still have time. A couple more days, at least." "I can't take that chance," Landry said, resolute. "Besides, thinking that the box is magical is foolish." Mila lifted her chin, her brown eyes steady. "I don't think it's foolish." Landry scoffed. "You will when we open it and see my envelope still sitting there, exactly where I left it." 2 hours later, when the cafe had emptied and the counter was momentarily quiet, they finally had their chance. Heart pounding, Landry reached for the old metal box. A few moments later, she turned to Mila. "Tell me the truth. Did you take it?" Mila leaned in, peering inside. The box was empty, completely empty. She lifted her hands, palms out. "Swear to God, no." Landry's stomach twisted. "Then who?" Mila's lips parted in wonder. A slow, delighted smile spread across her face. "Magic," she whispered, her eyes alight with excitement. "It has to be magic." Peter waited. 2 days had passed. 2 days of glancing at the cubbyholes every time he walked by. 2 days of hoping, expecting another pink envelope to appear. Nothing. The disappointment sat heavier than it should. It was ridiculous, really, the way his thoughts kept circling back to that letter, to the words of a woman who had risked vulnerability, poured her heart onto a page, and reached out into the unknown. And he had done nothing but wait. "If you stare at that box any harder, you'll set it on fire." Peter snapped out of his thoughts and turned to find Joe watching him, arms crossed, an amused expression on his face. "Waiting for something important?" Joe asked. Peter hesitated, then shrugged, shifting his attention back to the cubbyholes as if something might suddenly materialize. "I got this letter the other day. Not through the mail, just in the cubby." When Peter said nothing more, Joe studied him, his usual easy demeanor subdued. "And?" Peter exhaled sharply and turned away. "It's stupid. I don't even know why I mentioned it." Joe didn't push, didn't tease like he usually might. Instead, he simply walked beside Peter as he strode toward the lounge area. It wasn't until they'd settled into the worn leather chairs that Peter finally spoke again. "In the envelope was a strange letter," he admitted, rubbing a hand over his face. "Anonymous. No name, no way to respond. Just a message from someone who feels unheard. I checked with everyone I could think of, but no one knows anything about it." Joe listened, nodding thoughtfully. "I want to respond," Peter said, his voice quieter now. "But I have no idea how to do that." Joe leaned back, a knowing glint in his eyes. "You know GraceTown is known for the unexplainable." Peter sighed. "We talked about this the other night. You believe what you want. I can't go there." Joe chuckled. "I know. It's a lot to take in." He gestured toward the cubbyholes. "These came from the old post office, you know. My specialty is folklore studies, and I can tell you there are plenty of stories about that place, and about those cubbies." Peter shook his head, barely stifling a laugh. "So what are you saying? That someone's communicating with me from the great beyond?" Joe didn't even crack a smile. "Maybe. Or maybe it's just someone from right here, right now, trying to reach you in a way you wouldn't expect." Peter crossed his arms, narrowing his eyes. "Then explain to me how that letter got in my cubbyhole, and more importantly, how I can respond." That was the part that bothered him most, the part he didn't want to admit aloud. The letter had stirred something in him. He felt compelled to answer, to offer support to the young woman who had bared her soul on that page, someone who, from the sound of it, had no one in her corner. Joe shrugged. "I can't explain how it got there. A lot of things in this town don't come with explanations. As for how to respond, there's only one way." Peter leaned forward. "I'm listening." Joe nodded toward the cubbyholes. Write your own letter. Put it in the slot after the mail's already been picked up for the day. Then see if it's still there in the morning. Peter turned the idea over in his mind. It was plausible. That could work. We wouldn't want it going out with regular mail, so putting it in late is smart. I checked the security footage to try to see who might have left it, but I came up empty. Hopefully, if someone does come to retrieve it, the security cameras will catch them. Joe only smiled, unconcerned with surveillance. Something like that. Peter exhaled, the tightness in his chest loosening. For the first time since reading the letter, he felt a sense of direction. He had a way forward, a way to communicate with a heart unheard, maybe even a way to figure out who she was. He pushed to his feet. The last mail pickup has already happened today. I'm going upstairs to write my response now. Joe rose more slowly. No reason you have to rush. There's always tomorrow. Peter shook his head. No, I have a gut feeling I should do it today. Joe clapped him on the back. Going with my gut has never steered me wrong. Good luck. Let me know what happens. As Peter strode away, already working through what he would say, one thought lingered, an unexpected undercurrent of anticipation. Would she write back, or had he already missed his chance? Chapter 6. Once he was back in his office, Peter closed the door behind him and exhaled, rubbing a hand across his jaw. The air felt charged with something he couldn't quite name. Anticipation, maybe. Uncertainty. He crossed the room, settled into his chair, and pulled the pink envelope from his desk drawer. The letter inside was already familiar, but still he unfolded it carefully, as if the words might shift or reveal something new. He let his gaze skim over the delicate handwriting, the raw honesty in every line. Why does the dream of something greater make me feel guilty, as if I'm betraying the life that others say is enough? That sentence in particular had stuck with him. He understood it, felt it. Maybe that was why this stranger's words had gotten under his skin. He knew what it was like to feel the weight of expectation pressing down, to stand at a crossroads and wonder if choosing his own path would mean losing the approval of the people who mattered most. Leaning forward, Peter reached for a fresh sheet of paper and picked up his pen. For a moment he hesitated, unsure of how to begin, but then the words came. Maybe because he'd had 2 days to think about it, or maybe because some part of him had been forming a response from the moment he first read her letter. He wrote with steady, deliberate strokes, "Dear a heart unheard. I hear you. I truly do. And I want you to know that your longing, your ache for more, is not foolish or misplaced. It is the most human, most sacred part of you. A spark that refuses to be extinguished, no matter how hard the world might try to dim it. My journey hasn't been so different from yours. From the time I could speak, my life was laid out for me, neatly charted like a syllabus, with no room for deviation. My family wanted what was best for me, as I know yours does for you. But their version of best wasn't what my soul craved. I followed their path for years, convincing myself it was enough, until one day I could no longer ignore the emptiness it left behind. I, too, heard that quiet voice inside me, the one that whispered of possibilities beyond the safe, predictable lines. For a long time, I doubted it, afraid that chasing those dreams would make me selfish or ungrateful. But I've learned this. It is not selfish to want a life that feels true to you. It is brave. That ache you feel is a gift, though it may not always seem so. It is your heart reminding you that you were made for more than mere existence. Your dreams, no matter how fragile they may seem, are worth nurturing, worth fighting for, because they are yours. I won't pretend it's easy. Choosing to follow your own path can feel lonely, even impossible at times. But I promise you this, when you look back, you'll see that every step you took toward the life you envisioned was worth it. The world needs dreamers like you, people who believe that life can be more, who are brave enough to seek it, even when the odds feel stacked against them. If you're waiting for a sign, let this be it. You are not alone in this longing, and your dreams are not too big. Hold on to that quiet voice inside you. It knows the way. And know that even if we never meet, I am rooting for you with all my heart, with understanding and hope, a kindred spirit. Peter set the pen down, letting out a slow breath. There. He read the letter once, twice, checking for anything that felt too impersonal, too impassive. But no, this was exactly what he wanted to say. Still, he hesitated before folding it. What was he doing? The note he was replying to was left by someone who might never receive his response, or respond. Maybe she had already moved on, or maybe she had decided this strange correspondence wasn't worth continuing. Yet something in his gut told him to send the letter anyway. He slid the page into an envelope, sealed it, and scrawled across the front, "For a heart unheard." Then, pushing back from his desk, he stood. It was time to see if the magic, whatever it was, would work again. Landry had difficulty hiding her pleasure when Peter strolled into the shop Wednesday morning. "Good morning," she greeted, hoping the warmth in her voice wasn't too obvious. Then he smiled, and it hit her like a punch to the chest. That smile. It was easy, unhurried, just like the man himself. And yet, something about the way he looked at her sent a slow warmth curling in her stomach. Even dressed casually in jeans and a cotton shirt, he looked effortlessly good. Positively yummy. Landry inclined her head, tapping a finger to her lips in mock contemplation. I wonder what you'll order today." Peter leaned against the counter, his lips twitching. "I could order a latte." "You could," she agreed, tilting her head. "But you won't." He chuckled, deep and rich, the kind of sound that made something inside her hum. "You're right. Coffee, black." "Here it is." Mila slid a cup across the counter before he'd even pulled out his wallet. He shot her a look of mild surprise. "You poured this the second I walked in, didn't you?" Mila shrugged. "I know what you like." Peter exhaled a soft laugh and set a bill on the counter. "One of these days, I'm going to change things up," he said, his eyes glinting with amusement. "Surprise you." Landry shook her head, grinning as she handed him his change. "I already know that's not happening." Instead of pocketing the money, he dumped it into the tip jar. "You know," she said, gesturing to the jar, "for the amount you pay in tips, you could afford a fancy drink." "I know what I like." His gaze lingered just a second too long, and suddenly the air between them felt thick, charged with something unspoken. Breathing grew difficult. Before she could fully process the moment, a voice cut through the air. Miss. Landry tore her eyes away from Peter, blinking herself back to reality. A middle-aged man in a western shirt, jeans, and cowboy boots waved his Stetson in the air. "Can I get a refill?" "Coming right up," Landry said. "I'll get it," Mila said quickly, grabbing the coffee pot and stepping around the counter before Landry could protest. As she walked past, she shot Peter a conspiratorial look and lowered her voice. "Normally, customers come to the counter for refills. He's not from around here. I'd remember a cowboy." "I could see a person who loves to write," Peter gestured subtly toward the man, making up all sorts of stories about the people who come in. Landry's lips twitched. "Mila and I may have made up a few stories." Peter took a slow sip of coffee, eyes locked on her. "I'm guessing more than a few." "That's all I'm admitting to." The shop was quiet enough that she could enjoy this moment, let it stretch between them like an unspoken invitation. He tilted his head, considering her. "What kind of stories did you make up about me?" "Not everyone gets a story," she said primly, though the teasing in her voice betrayed her. Peter rubbed his chin. "You write mysteries. Could I be a spy sent to GraceTown on a top-secret mission?" Landry barely stopped herself from laughing. What kind of mission would that be? His mouth parted, but before he could respond, Mila returned. You're back, Peter greeted her friend, shifting his focus. I couldn't stay away forever. Mila arched a brow. What were you two talking about? About the stories you make up, Peter said, glancing back at Landry. She was just about to tell me the one I star in. I told him not everyone gets a story, Landry repeated, but the words felt flimsy, unconvincing, even to her. Her heart was pounding far harder than it should, an unsteady rhythm she couldn't quite ignore. Peter's lips curved as if he saw straight through her protest. That knowing, amused glint in his eyes made her breath hitch. Mysteries tend to have plenty of characters. I'm sure you could find a place for me. Peter's gaze remained steady on hers before adding, I'd take any role, except the poor guy who gets murdered. Given the choice, I prefer to be the protagonist. Oh, so you want to be the star, do you? Landry teased. Just putting it out there. He shot her a wink. I firmly believe if you don't make your feelings known, you never get what you really want. If you don't make your feelings known, you never get what you really want. The words landed like a pebble tossed into a still pond, sending ripples through her chest. She thought about the letter, about the fears she'd poured onto the page, her longing to be heard, to be understood. Hadn't she been wrestling with that very question? Was she being a dreamer, or was she finally daring to reach for what she truly wanted? She was still grasping for an answer when Peter nodded goodbye and walked away, leaving her standing in the wake of his words, warmth curling around her, unsettling in its intensity. Mila barely waited for him to be out of earshot before whispering, "The man has an amazing ass." Landry snapped her head toward her, scandalized. "Mila!" Mila just grinned, unapologetic. "What? I'm just saying what we're both thinking." Landry gave her a sharp elbow to the ribs. "He might hear you." Mila shrugged, completely unbothered. "Then he'd know I'm interested. Unlike you, I don't have a boyfriend." The words hit Landry like a small shock. She opened her mouth, ready to object, to insist that, of course, she had a boyfriend, that she and Chad were still something. But the words wouldn't come. Because if she did have a boyfriend, then why did every interaction with Peter make her feel like this? Why did she feel lightheaded every time he smiled at her? Why did her heart kick up in pace every time he walked through the door? Why did she catch herself looking for him, wondering if today would be the day he'd show up again? She glanced toward Peter, who had settled into his usual spot near the window, his fingers wrapped around his coffee cup, his gaze flicking absently over the pages of the book in front of him. He looked steady, constant, a man who knew exactly what he wanted, and something about that unsettled her. Because the truth was she did have a boyfriend who made her question herself more often than he made her feel secure. And the even bigger truth? She wasn't sure for how much longer. By the time Friday rolled around, Landry had nearly forgotten about her letter in the excitement over tonight's concert at Grace Gardens. Almost. A month ago, she'd casually mentioned to Chad that Summer Serenade Under the Stars, a chamber orchestra event, would be held on the grounds of the Grand Manse. She hadn't expected much from the conversation. Chad's only response had been something like, "You like that kind of stuff, don't you?" And of course she'd said yes, knowing full well the chances of them actually going were slim to none. These kinds of events weren't Chad's thing. That was why she'd been so sincerely touched when, out of nowhere, he'd surprised her with tickets. Tonight, she and Chad would attend the event, arriving early to sample the offerings from the food trucks lining the garden paths. Tonight, she would step into something she'd always wanted, a beautiful evening of music beneath the stars, hand in hand with the man who was supposed to be hers. And yet, as the minutes ticked by, her excitement was laced with an odd, creeping apprehension. One more hour, she thought. One more hour until Chad picks me up. She would change in the back room just before he arrived. It's time. Mila's voice, hushed and brimming with mischief, yanked her from her thoughts. Landry frowned. Why are you whispering? She gestured at the empty shop. Thanks to all the coffee kiosks on Cripple Creek, there's no one here but us. Mila only grinned and reached beneath the counter, pulling out an envelope. Landry felt a shiver. Anticipation, nerves, something unnamed, raced down her spine. Where did you get this? I brought it from home. The breath Landry hadn't realized she'd been holding escaped in a rush. For just a second, she'd thought, hoped that. I thought I'd give the old magic box a try. Mila crossed to the mailbox. Are you sure? Landry asked, watching her carefully. After what Vern said the other day, he could check the box at any time. Mila, now standing before the letterbox, frowned. When did he put this in? Landry followed her gaze and saw it, a styrofoam piece wedged across the opening of the letterbox. I don't know, she admitted. He must have done it when I wasn't working. This is perfect, Mila declared, her eyes gleaming with a mischievous glint. Perfect? Landry scoffed. How can it be perfect? Now you can't put your letter inside. Mila's red lips curved in an impish smile. Watch me. He'll know if you remove the styrofoam, Landry warned. I'm not touching it. Instead, Mila moved to the back of the box, opening it like Landry had done when she'd checked for a response to her letter. The box had been empty then. This way, Vern won't be snooping, because he'll think there's nothing. She stopped short, her eyes widening. Landry's stomach dropped. What's wrong? Mila took a step back. There's something inside. What do you mean? Landry hurried around the counter to stand beside her. That's when she saw it. A white, legal-sized envelope. A heartbeat passed, then another. Could someone have placed it inside before Vern closed it off? Mila shook her head. You know Vern. He'd have checked. She was right. Landry swallowed hard and reached for the envelope, but the moment her gaze landed on the words scrawled across it, she froze. A heart unheard. Mila read over her shoulder. What's that about? Landry barely heard her. Everything inside her had gone still. That's how I signed my letter. Her voice came out quieter than she'd intended, but the warmth expanding through her was anything but subtle. It seeped into her bones, spreading like sunlight breaking through a storm. They wrote back. The bell over the door startled them both. Mila, thinking fast, shoved her own letter into the box before snapping it shut, while Landry quickly tucked her envelope into her pocket, fingers curling around it protectively. There will be time, she told herself. Time to read whatever is inside. But time wasn't on her side. Each time business lulled just enough that she thought she could slip away, another group wandered through the doors, filling the cafe with chatter and the scent of espresso. The hours dragged by and flew by all at once, anticipation coiling tighter inside her. Finally, 5 o'clock arrived. The second her shift ended, Landry retreated to the break room, sat at the table, and pulled out the envelope. Her fingers trembled slightly as she unfolded the letter. She skimmed the words, then slowed, then stopped. Her breath caught, and before she knew it, she was rereading the lines of one particular paragraph over and over, as if trying to absorb them, as if trying to believe them. That ache you feel is a gift, though it may not always seem so. It is your heart reminding you that you were made for more than mere existence. Your dreams, no matter how fragile they may seem, are worth nurturing, worth fighting for, because they are yours. A tear slipped down her cheek before she even realized it. She swiped at it absently, her mind too full, too stirred to focus on something as inconsequential as tears. Because the ache in her chest had nothing to do with sadness. It had everything to do with recognition. She traced her fingers over the crease of the folded letter, as if the weight of the words could somehow settle the storm inside her. Later tonight, she would read it again. She'd let the words sink in, let them matter, and maybe, just maybe, she would finally stop running from the part of herself that had been waiting to be heard. Chapter 7. Peter wasn't really in the mood to go out tonight. Lately, a strange kind of restlessness had settled over him, and it had nothing to do with the endless stack of papers waiting to be graded. It had everything to do with the white envelope he'd placed in the cubbyhole, the one that had vanished as if it had never existed. No hands had touched it. No shadow had lingered in the grainy security footage. 1 second it was there, the next, gone. A magician's trick without a magician. No new letters had followed. No new words to slip under his skin in a way he didn't expect. Maybe that was for the best. Despite the restlessness, maybe because of it, when Hope had called, he hadn't hesitated to say yes. "I'm glad you didn't have plans for the evening." Hope smiled up at him as they strolled through the candle-lit grounds of Grace Gardens, the scent of lavender and late summer roses thick in the air. Strings of fairy lights draped through the trees, casting flickering gold across the pathways, and the low hum of conversation wrapped around them like a warm current. "Only papers to grade," he said. "I'm glad you called." It wasn't a lie. He could have made plans for the weekend, could have filled his time with something, anything, to distract himself from the quiet, nagging feeling that something had been left unfinished. But he hadn't. He turned toward Hope, hesitating only for a beat. "Do you want to hear something strange?" Her eyes sparked with curiosity. "Absolutely. Strange stories are my favorite." So he told her. About the letter he'd received. About the way his response had disappeared inexplicably, without a trace. About the eerie, unshakable feeling that the letter had been meant for him. Crazy, right? A thoughtful look blanketed Hope's face. She didn't laugh or dismiss it. She simply tilted her head, considering. "I'd say that's more interesting than crazy. You can't honestly believe someone is communicating with me in some magical way." He tried to inject skepticism into his voice, but the words tasted hollow, because a part of him did believe it, or at least he wanted to. Hope took a slow sip of her white sangria, then held it out to him. "Try this." He did, and returned the glass to her. The sangria was crisp, cool, bursting with citrus and something sweet he couldn't place. "You'll get another letter," she told him. He studied her over the rim of his glass of beer. "You sound pretty sure of that." "I am." She took another sip of her sangria, her gaze thoughtful. "The question is, what are you going to do if you do?" He had no answer for that. They ordered food from the trucks, crab balls for Hope, rockfish tacos for him, then found a quiet spot under a sprawling oak. The glow of string lights overhead turned the night golden, and the faint murmur of music drifted from somewhere beyond the garden. "You said the letter was about dreams," Hope said after a while, breaking apart a fry between her fingers. "What kind of dreams?" Peter hesitated. The words had come easily when he'd written them to a stranger, but here, face to face with Hope, under the soft glow of candlelight, they felt heavier, more real. "It was about family," he said finally, "about being pulled in one direction when you want to go another." Hope's gaze didn't waver. "Is that something you relate to?" It was a simple question, one he should have been able to answer easily. Instead, he reached for his beer, rolling the chilled glass between his palms. "My parents had very specific goals for their children." He kept his voice even, measured, giving away nothing of his feelings. "Let's just say historian wasn't exactly on their list." Hope didn't press, but something in her expression softened. "I was lucky," she said after a moment. "No one really cared what I did." She said it lightly, almost too lightly, like it had never mattered, like it hadn't left its own quiet mark. Peter didn't call her on it. Some silences weren't meant to be filled. "Will you write to her again?" she asked. "Technically, I don't know it's a her. I'm basing that mostly on the stationery, but maybe everyone in the great beyond is into pink paper with silver stars." Hope rolled her eyes but didn't stifle her smile. "Fine, fine. Her, him, whatever. Will you write to the mystery sender again?" He huffed out a laugh. "You mean if I get another letter?" Hope just smiled. "With or without?" Peter exhaled slowly, watching the way the golden liquid in his glass sloshed gently with each movement. "If I get another one, I'll respond. If I don't—" He shrugged, feigning indifference. "I'll assume it was a one-time thing." But even as he said the words, something inside him tightened at the thought of never hearing from her again. Because despite all his deflections, despite the skepticism he tried to cling to, some part of him knew. The writer of that letter was a she. And stranger still, he wasn't sure he was ready to let her go. Hope must have sensed the shift in his mood because she leaned forward, seamlessly changing the subject. "I know one of the musicians playing tonight." He could see why she was so successful in an industry known for handling temperamental people. Hope had a rare, effortless composure that made everything seem a little easier, a little lighter. She probably wouldn't even blink if a bride insisted on walking down the aisle dressed as a unicorn. The thought made him smile before he focused on what she'd said. "Who is the musician?" he asked. "Anyone I know?" Hope thought for a moment. "I'm not sure if she's been at any of the events we've attended." He offered an encouraging smile and polished off the last of his taco. "Her name is Emily Curtis. She's an incredible violinist." Hope's voice warmed slightly, telling him Emily was more than just an acquaintance. "You may have run across her at one of the college events. She and Dalton Edwards are a thing." Peter nodded thoughtfully. He'd met Dalton, the head of the economics department, a few times, but their interactions had been minimal. "I don't believe I have run into her, but it amazes me how involved those who work at Collister are in the community." "I'm not sure if involved is the word, but you certainly don't have to go far to find someone who knows someone else." Hope laughed, then glanced at the empty plate in front of him. "What do you say we clear the table and head down by the gazebo to find our seats?" "Sounds like a plan." As they cleared the table and made their way through the flickering lights and murmuring crowd, Peter couldn't stop his mind from circling back to the letter. Landry rested her hand lightly on Chad's arm as they navigated through the crowd, her fingertips barely grazing the crisp fabric of his polo. She still couldn't believe he'd willingly splurged on the picnic basket they'd shared, every detail of it curated for indulgence, from the perfectly chilled chicken Caesar wraps to an exquisite selection of cheeses and cured meats. But what had truly won her over were the lemon and raspberry macarons, their delicate shells cracking softly between her teeth before melting into a symphony of tart and sweet. Not only hadn't he grumbled about the cost, but he'd also insisted she enjoy a drink. She had chosen the sangria, its fruity depth a delightful contrast to the summer air, while Chad, the responsible one tonight, had stuck to soda. "Are you sure you don't want to get another sangria now?" Chad asked, his voice low, laced with something almost tender as he glanced at her. The way the evening lights caught in his eyes made her stomach flutter. Dressed in well-fitted chinos and that sky-blue polo stretched across his broad chest, he looked good. Too good. And the way he was acting tonight, attentive, thoughtful, entirely focused on her, confused her. "Tonight is all about you," he had told her earlier. The words echoed in her mind, wrapping around her like a soft embrace. Just recalling the look in his eyes as he'd mouthed the sweet words had Landry going all warm and gooey inside. Despite any differences they might have, Chad really was a nice guy. "Landry?" His voice pulled her from her thoughts. "Pardon?" Smiling, he brushed a strand of hair back from her face, the backs of his knuckles grazing her cheek. The featherlight touch sent warmth spreading through her, and she swallowed. Sangria now or later. Let's find our seats first. Your wish is my command. This is turning out to be a lovely evening. Chad's smile held something more than amusement, as though he was pleased not just with the event, but with himself for making her happy. I'm glad. Landry gestured around them. I love what they've done with the twinkling string lights. And look. Instead of the stark white lacquered chairs she remembered from weddings here, Adirondack chairs had been arranged in neat rows, each adorned with plush cushions embroidered with birds, butterflies, and dragonflies. The warm glow of the lights reflected off the vibrant fabric, giving the entire scene an almost magical feel. If she hadn't been holding onto Chad's arm, she might have clapped her hands in delight. It's all so lovely. He offered her a small, indulgent smile. If you say so. At her sharp look, he added, Okay, it has a fun vibe. She squeezed his arm. I agree. The seats Chad had chosen were perfect. Center section, just a few rows back from the stage and on the aisle. Like a gentleman, he stepped back, allowing her to enter first. Thank you, kind sir. Before she could stop herself, she brushed her lips against his. A fleeting, barely there kiss, but one that had his breath catching and color rising up his neck. You're welcome. Only when seated did Landry glance around and realize she knew the couple seated beside her, Hope Calloway and Peter. That this is a nice surprise. Hope beamed. Good to see you again. Peter, however, barely spared her a glance, his focus shifting to Chad. Chad Straub. This is Hope Calloway. She owns Hope's Bridal, and Dr. Peter Elliott, a professor at Collister College. It's good to meet you both, Chad said, then returned his attention to Landry. The program should be starting in 10 minutes. Would you like me to get your sangria now? If you wouldn't mind, Landry said. Not at all. Would you mind if I tagged along? Hope asked. I'd like a glass as well. I'd be happy to get you one, Chad said gallantly. That's kind of you, but I may change my mind once I get to the drink truck. Hope laughed lightly, though I'm not sure it's wise to mix cocktails. As the two strolled off, Landry turned to Peter. Do you know any of the musicians? I don't, but Hope mentioned her friend Emily is the violinist. Apparently, Emily is dating Dalton Edwards, the head of the econ department at Collister. I've met him, but don't know him, if that makes sense. It makes perfect sense. Landry smiled. I meet so many people at City Hall coffee. I know their names and how they like their coffee, but I don't really know them. Peter tilted his head, his tone light with teasing. Why bother with trivial details like names and occupations when you can invent far more interesting backstories? She rolled her eyes, but the corners of her mouth twitched. His grin deepened, a slow, warm thing that sent a pleasant hum through her. All right, time to fess up. What kind of stories did you and Mila dream up about me? Like I said before, not everyone gets a story, she told him, striving for primness but failing. He rubbed his chin. I'd like to be a spy. I could be a spy sent to GraceTown to... Chad's voice rang out in an overly hearty tone, cutting Peter off. We're back. Landry startled, realizing how closely she had been leaning toward Peter. It was the noise, she told herself, not the scent of his cologne, deep and woodsy, something she had yet to identify. Hope slipped through and sat in her seat, a glass of sangria in hand. Sorry for the delay. The line was still long. Glancing in Chad's direction, Hope shot him a smile. I was glad I had Chad to keep me company. My pleasure. Chad handed Landry her glass and then sat. Thank you, Chad. She took a sip of the drink. This is so good. What were you and the professor talking about? Chad gestured with his head toward Peter. She hesitated before answering. We talked about how Mealy and I sometimes make up stories about the people who come into the shop. Puzzlement covered Chad's face. Stories? What kind of stories? Oh, things like, could she be a spy sent from the government to infiltrate one of the businesses in town? Or Landry's excitement built as she mentioned several of the more fantastical stories she and Mila had made up. We love doing it. Chad's blonde brows remained furrowed. It doesn't make sense to me. You know these people aren't spies or assassins. Why would you even think they might be? We don't think they might be, she clarified. It's just fun. He didn't look convinced, and a familiar disappointment flickered inside her. He always struggled to understand her love of fiction, of imagination. She had long given up trying to discuss her work in progress with him. Thankfully, the music started, sparing her from further explanation. The information about tonight's event indicated there would be a mix of light, uplifting, and familiar pieces suited to summer evenings. Landry had played the clarinet, not very well, in grade school. The experience had given her an appreciation for what good music sounded like, rather than the honks, squeals, and uneven tones that had come out of her instrument. Her father had actually taken her out for ice cream when she'd announced she was giving up the clarinet. Chad took her hand as the program started with Vivaldi's Summer from the Four Seasons. It was a lively piece that set the mood for the evening. Landry laced her fingers with Chad's and sipped her drink, feeling completely and utterly content as the evening progressed. She loved Debussy's Clair de Lune. The tune, one she found incredibly romantic, had her leaning her head against Chad's shoulder as he slipped an arm around her shoulders. When the violinist began, a pretty young woman with honey blonde hair and big blue eyes, Landry glanced down at the program. Emily Curtis, Hope's friend. Landry wasn't familiar with Massenet's Meditation from Ties, but she loved the piece that maintained the reflective mood of Clair de Lune. Landry's eyes flicked to Chad, only to find him staring out at the lake, lost in thought. She shifted her focus to Peter. "She's good," he said in a low voice. Landry nodded. So good. The interactive segment of the program, an engaging piece during which the audience was encouraged to clap along, had her putting her hands together. With some reluctance, Chad joined in. The closing, a medley of popular tunes, created a memorable and joyful finale. Landry rose with the rest of the audience, clapping loudly to show her appreciation for a wonderful program. "Well, it looks like it's time to go," Chad said, appearing relieved as he placed a hand on her elbow. "Not yet," Landry flashed a smile. "It looks like there's an encore." The movie-themed encore, consisting of music from Pride and Prejudice, was the cherry atop a perfect musical sundae. Once out of the aisle, she turned to Chad. "Thank you for getting the tickets and inviting me. This has been a perfect evening." Before Chad could respond, Landry expelled a happy sigh and turned to Peter and Hope. "Did you two love this every bit as much as we did?" Including Chad in the "we might have been a bit presumptuous," but then again, he had appeared to enjoy himself. "I thought it was excellent," Hope told her. "Emily's performance was inspired." "Amazing," Peter concurred. "I'm impressed." Chad, a strong presence beside Landry, smiled but said nothing. "Would you like to meet her?" Hope asked. "It isn't necessary," Chad began, but Landry's and Peter's enthusiastic responses drowned out his rejection. Hope placed a hand on Chad's arm. "Don't worry about imposing on her. Emily is very much a people person. She loves meeting new fans." Hope introduced them to both Emily and Dalton Edwards. "Dalton and I got engaged last night." Emily held out her left hand, which sported a glittering, emerald-cut diamond. Hope squealed, "Congratulations, I'm so happy for you." Emily leaned her head against Dalton's shoulder. "We're pretty happy about it." "Is playing music your job?" Chad asked politely. "Well, I taught last year at Crestwood Academy, which I loved, but I didn't renew my contract for next year." Emily's face glowed as she slipped her arm through Dalton's. "Playing gigs and performing with the chamber orchestra is my passion. We are getting more and more requests to play. Teaching took so much time." Hope nodded. I know that GraceTown isn't big enough for its own orchestra, but the chamber one you formed is perfect for this area. As Dalton and Peter fell into conversation, Landry felt Chad's hand at the small of her back, a subtle but unmistakable pull. "Ready to go?" he murmured. Landry glanced back once as they walked away, her gaze catching Peter's before she turned back and left with Chad. Chapter 8. It took Landry a few moments to realize Chad was veering toward the parking lot. Tightening her grip on his arm, she turned to him with a smile. "I know we can't get into the manse tonight, but the garden surrounding it is always spectacular." For a second, she thought he might refuse. Then he nodded. "Sounds good." The Grand Manse had once been Bertie Hollowell's home, a stunning 19th century estate bequeathed to the city under one condition. Its gardens and galleries must always be used to enrich the lives of GraceTown citizens. Even now, in the moonlight, the house stood as a quiet testament to Bertie's legacy, its white columns glowing softly against the velvety night sky. As they strolled through the winding paths, the air, thick with the scent of roses and honeysuckle, wrapped around them. Every bloom seemed to lean toward the night, petals trembling as if whispering secrets. "It was nice meeting Emily," Landry said, unable to keep from smiling. "I think it's amazing she's going to pursue her passion full time." Chad scoffed lightly. "Only because the Edwards family is loaded. Otherwise, quitting Crestwood would have been reckless." The warmth inside her dimmed. She opened her mouth to snap back, but caught herself. Chad, like her father, was practical. He wasn't trying to crush dreams. He just saw the world in terms of security and logic. Still, the words stung. She took a steadying breath. She must have felt secure in her music income before deciding to leave. Chad smirked. She knew the engagement was coming. Landry pressed her lips together. She didn't want to argue. The evening had been lovely, until now. But the dampened mood lingered, and soon the magic of the garden felt distant. "It's getting late," she said finally. "I have to be up early." Surprise flickered across his face. "It's not that late." "It is if you have to be up at 5 to open a coffee shop." Chad let out a breath. One more reason to find a different job. She forced a light tone. "It'd have to be something special to lure me away." "A job is a job," he said. "Good pay and benefits, that's what matters." A quiet sadness settled in her chest. She studied him for a moment, then asked, "Is that why you became a diesel mechanic?" His expression shifted. "I always liked figuring out how things run. When I was 10, my dad had an old lawnmower he was going to toss. I asked if I could have it, took it apart, and figured out why it wouldn't start." Landry smiled, picturing a younger Chad, brow furrowed in concentration. "Did you fix it?" "Of course." His eyes took on a faraway gleam. It was like a puzzle. She watched him as he spoke, the way his face lit up, the passion in his voice. "You love what you do," she murmured. "A person can't ask for more than that." Chad hesitated, as if the words unsettled him, then slowly nodded. "That excitement and sense of accomplishment is what I feel when a scene comes together in my book. For a reader, a mystery is like troubleshooting an engine. They run into wrong turns, red herrings, and dead ends before they finally piece it all together." Excitement bubbled up as she spoke, the evening, the wine, and the conversation all weaving together. She told him about the plot twist that had struck her earlier, her hands moving as she described it. She paused, waiting for his reaction. Silence. When she turned to him, he wasn't looking at her. Once again, his gaze was far away. He was clearly lost in his own thoughts. "Did you hear anything I just said?" she asked, her voice quiet but firm. Chad blinked and refocused. "Of course, I was listening." "Really?" She arched a brow. "Then what was my plot twist?" He hesitated. "You know I'm not good with those details." No, you're not good at listening, she said, her voice tight, because you don't care. His expression darkened. Are you really going to ruin the night over this? I bought you tickets to something I didn't even want to go to. I was the DD so you could have your overpriced sangrias. I even walked through a bunch of flowers because that's what you wanted. Now you're mad because I was distracted for a second? Landry inhaled sharply. His words cut deeper than they should have. Tell me, Chad, she said, forcing herself to stay calm. What distracted you? Was it the butterflies? The blue jay? His jaw tensed. Actually, I was thinking about a truck that came in today. It's got a knocking sound under load, no clear source. My first thought was injector coking, but Landry held up a hand. Stop. He frowned. What? That right there. She swallowed hard. You expect me to listen when you talk about engines, and I do. But when I talk about what I love, you check out. You know I'm not into books. That's not the point. She lifted her chin. I listen to you. You should listen to me. Chad dragged a hand through his hair. Can we just forget this and end the night on a high note? His idea of a high note became clear when he invited her back to his place. When she declined, silence settled between them. Outside her apartment, she unbuckled her seatbelt and turned to him. Thanks for taking me to Summer Serenade under the stars. I loved it. Chad's fingers tightened on the steering wheel. You know, a lot of women would love to have a guy like me. Landry exhaled slowly. Kindred Spirit's words echoed in her mind. It is not selfish to want a life that feels true to you. It is brave. She met his gaze steadily. And a lot of men would love to have a woman like me. The question is, are we among them? His brows pulled together. What question? Why can't you just talk like a normal person? Okay, Chad, I'll speak plainly. Her voice didn't waver. I take an interest in your life. I listen. I expect the same in return. Don't act like... She held up a hand. I'm not finished. His mouth pressed into a thin line. If you think I'm too boring to listen to, if you'd rather date someone else, I will respect that. But be sure that's what you want, because I won't be sitting at home waiting for you. If you want to date other people, you won't be dating me. So is that what you want? Silence. For the first time all night, Chad had nothing to say. Landry nodded once, then stepped out of the car. The cool night air wrapped around her as she shut the door, firm and final. She didn't look back. Inside her purse, the envelope from Kindred Spirit waited. A quiet promise, a whisper of something more. She had let the words comfort her, let them sink into the cracks of her doubts. Now, the next step was hers to take. Landry must have reread Kindred Spirit's letter a dozen times before finally setting her pen to paper, crafting a response she'd take with her to the coffee shop the next morning. She hadn't expected the letter to affect her so deeply. The words had settled inside her, filling spaces she hadn't realized were empty, stirring something she wasn't sure how to name. The moment she and Mila had a break, her friend was on her instantly. Did you read it? Mila's eyes danced with curiosity. I did, Landry admitted, her voice quieter than she'd intended. It touched me, Mila, in a way I never imagined. Mila leaned in. Do you have it with you? And a copy of what you originally sent? Landry hesitated before nodding. I took pictures of both. They're on my phone. Let me see. With a reluctance she didn't fully understand, Landry pulled up the images and handed Mila her phone. I'll read yours first. Mila flashed a small smile. You know me. Everything in order. Landry folded her arms and looked away as Mila read. Though they were alone in the break room, a strange vulnerability pressed in on her. Her letter and the response were so personal, so raw, that sharing them almost felt like exposing a wound. A new thought struck her. What if there were no more letters? From him, anyway. Mila exhaled softly, her fingers tightening around the phone as she finished reading. What? Landry's heart skipped at the look in her friend's eyes. Mila wasn't speaking, wasn't teasing like she usually did. You think it sounds weird, don't you? Since I was writing about my dream of being a writer, I may have embellished more than I normally would. Oh, Landry. Mila blinked, her eyes shining. Landry lifted her chin defensively. His is equally flowery. Mila sniffled and let out a watery laugh. It's amazing. Your words touched me. I could feel your anguish. She shook her head, her voice full of emotion. You're a fabulous writer. If your book is half as good as what you wrote here, I'm going to be telling people I knew you when. Warmth swelled inside Landry, unexpected and overwhelming. Thank you. I tried to speak from the heart. Mila steadied herself, wiping discreetly under one eye before shifting her gaze back to the screen. Now, let's see what he has to say. Landry held her breath as Mila read. When Mila finished, she let out a dramatic sigh and patted her heart. I know that I'm in love with him. Landry let out a half laugh, half scoff. It might not even be a man. It could just as easily be a woman. Mila waved her hand dismissively. It's a guy. Landry wanted to argue, but truthfully, she felt the same. And yet, as she drifted to sleep last night, a strange thought had crept in. What if it was Caroline herself, speaking to her in some way? She voiced the thought to Mila, who immediately sat up straighter. Let me read the response again. Mila's expression shifted mid-read, her brows knitting. When she finished, she handed the phone back with a look of surprise. You're right. There's nothing in here that confirms one way or the other. I just assumed I did too, Landry admitted. So in my response, I added something that might, tell me more about who I'm corresponding with, if they respond. Mila's lips curled mischievously. If it is a guy, Chad won't like it. Then, with a conspiratorial look, she asked, How was last night anyway? Landry hesitated. The grounds were lovely. They always are. The music was amazing, as were the 2 sangrias I enjoyed. Mila gasped dramatically. Don't tell me Chad was the DD. Landry chuckled, but Mila's words hit her with a quiet realization. Before last night, she'd always been the DD when they'd gone out. Chad had never offered before. He did, she said slowly. I accepted. It was a fabulous evening until... She recounted what had happened. Chad's inattentiveness, the moment she'd realized he hadn't been listening, and the way her frustration had simmered into something sharper, something she could no longer ignore. Mila, unsurprised, simply shook her head. He does that a lot. Landry frowned. He does? Mila gave a small shrug. He's always nodding or tossing out an when you're talking. Honestly, your patience for it has always amazed me. She studied Landry. But last night you confronted him. That had to be uncomfortable. It was. Landry let out a slow breath. And then, as I was getting ready to get out of the car, he said something about how a lot of women would love to date him. Mila snorted. Throwing down the gauntlet. She finished off the last of her cappuccino and set the cup down with a decisive clunk. What did you say to that? Landry straightened. I told him that if he was interested in dating other women, he should let me know. She pushed back her chair and stood. That's how we left it. Mila whistled low. Well, damn. Landry didn't respond, but as she collected her things, she felt something shift inside her. It wasn't sadness, it was clarity. Chapter 9. Peter chose a table near the window that let the warm sunlight spill across the worn wooden surface. The coffee shop was nearly empty. No surprise for mid-morning on a bright Wednesday, but that was exactly why he had come. The quiet hum of the espresso machine, the faint murmur of conversation from the baristas, and the occasional clink of a coffee cup created the perfect balance between solitude and company. It was a stark contrast to campus, where students always seemed to find him, dropping into whatever space he occupied with casual entitlement, eager to discuss assignments, theories, or more often than not, their own aspirations. Here no one expected anything from him, and today he needed that space. The book had been progressing well until now, until the letters. He exhaled, staring down at his unopened laptop. The weight of last night still pressed against his chest. Caroline Charles had begun writing to her fiancé, George Loomis, in 1942, sending words of love, hope, and longing across the ocean. She had written faithfully after he was deployed, pouring herself onto the pages, her ink bridging the distance between them. Then, in 1944, the letters had started coming back, missing in action. The words had been stamped in heavy, impersonal ink across each envelope. And still, she'd kept writing. Even knowing George might never read another word, even as her heart must have fractured with every returned letter, she'd continued. She'd tucked them away in a shoebox, every envelope carefully tied with a lavender ribbon. One more fragile thread connecting her to the man she'd refused to believe was lost forever. Last night, Peter had reread them all, every desperate, aching word. And now, those letters sat at the heart of his book, demanding more from him than simple historical analysis. They weren't just artifacts, they were grief. They were hope. They were love that refused to die. And he wasn't sure he was ready to do them justice. There were two in particular that he couldn't get out of his mind. The first appeared to have been written shortly after George had been reported missing in action. The grief and despair on the page were evident despite Caroline's attempts to hold on to hope and stay strong. Dearest George, I received word today that your plane had been shot down over France and that you and your crew are feared lost, but I cannot, will not, believe it. My heart would know if you were no longer in this world. Until I get confirmation, I will keep writing to you and praying fervently that you and your men will find your way safely back to us. Today, memories of when we first met have flooded back, as vivid as if they happened only yesterday. Do you remember? Alistair Goodwin was courting me then, a fine gentleman, one my family greatly approved of. Yet something was missing. From the very moment our eyes met, it was as if my soul had known yours long before. No polite courtship could ever compare to the certainty I felt when I saw you. It was you, George. It was always you. As I sit here penning this letter, I think of the future we dreamed of, the life we plan to build together after this terrible war is over. I see us in a little house with a garden where laughter fills the air, and the shadow of war feels like a distant memory. I cannot wait to be your bride, to walk beside you through all of life's seasons, its joys and its challenges. If you are injured, my darling, I will be there to nurse you back to health. I will be your strength when you cannot stand, your hope when you feel lost. You are the most important part of my world, George, and no distance, no circumstance can change that. Until the day you come home, I will hold fast to my faith and to the love that binds us stronger than any fear or doubt. Stay strong, my dearest. Feel my love with you, wherever you are. Come back to me. Yours, always and forever, Caro. Then there was the one where Peter felt Caroline's hope begin to unravel, slowly giving way to grief and despair. My dearest George, each passing day without you feels heavier than the last, and my heart aches with a longing that words cannot contain. I miss you more fiercely with every sunrise, as if the distance between us grows not just in miles but in time, too. It terrifies me to think how long it has been since I last heard your voice. The new post office I designed is nearly complete. The city officials have asked me to stay on to create a more modern city hall, and I agreed without hesitation. Truthfully, I accepted because I cannot bear the thought of leaving GraceTown. This is your home, and staying here makes me feel closer to you, as if the streets we walk together still carry the echo of your presence. The little cottage I've rented continues to be a comfort, though it feels too quiet without you. Its charm is undeniable, cozy and welcoming, as if waiting for us to make it our own. I often imagine the life we will have here when you return. I see us strolling to the market together, your hand in mine as we laugh at nothing in particular. It's those thoughts that keep me moving forward, yet in the stillness of night my mind begins to wander into darker corners. I try not to let my fears take root, but the uncertainty is a constant weight. Are you safe, George? Are you cold or hungry? Do you still think of me as I think of you every moment of every day? I cling to the hope that wherever you are fighting to return, just as I am fighting to hold on to the belief that I will see you again. I whisper a prayer for you each evening and another each morning. Surely those prayers, along with all the love I carry for you, must reach you somehow. Please, my darling, find your way back to me. I dream of the moment when this waiting will end, when I can hold you close, feel your warmth, and tell you how proud I am of the man you are. Until then, I will continue to dream, to hope, and to wait for the day that we can begin our life together. Yours, always and forever, Caro. After months of research, Peter felt he knew Caroline Charles as intimately as one could know a person they had never met. He admired her relentless ambition in a field that, at the time, had barely tolerated women. He had traced her legacy through the buildings she'd designed, each one a testament to her vision and strength. But the letters, those were different. They exposed Caroline's heart. They revealed a woman who clung to hope with an almost unbreakable grip, who refused to let go even when the world told her she should. Even after the war ended, she had journeyed to France, to the very place where George Loomis's plane had reportedly gone down, searching for answers. What would it be like to be loved that much? To inspire that kind of unwavering devotion? The thought unsettled him. Peter leaned back in his chair, his gaze drifting toward the pink envelope still resting in his bag. He felt an inexplicable connection to the writer, drawn by a shared longing for something just out of reach. Would he ever see another letter from her? The possibility stirred something inside him. He hoped so. More coffee? The familiar voice jolted him from his thoughts. He looked up, and there was Landry, standing beside him with a pot of coffee in her hand. His pulse gave an odd little jump. "Since you're here—" He slid his cup toward her, watching as she poured. "Did you enjoy the summer serenade?" she asked, lingering longer than necessary. "I did." "What was your favorite part?" He hesitated, distracted by the way the morning light caught the red of her lips. "Can you sit for a minute?" He gestured to the empty chair. She glanced at her co-worker. "Mila, I'm taking 5. "Take 10, Mila said with a wink, swiping the coffee pot from Landry's hand. Landry sat folding her hands on the table, waiting expectantly. For a second, Peter forgot what she had asked him. Ah, right. His favorite part. "I enjoyed all of it," he said, recovering, "but the interactive segment stood out. It's special to see an audience truly engage with classical music." "I agree," she smiled. "I haven't been to many concerts like that one, but I loved how the programming made me feel like I was part of the music." He lifted his coffee, watching her over the rim. "And your favorite?" "Claire de Lune," she said softly. "The melody wraps around me like a warm hug." She gave a little laugh, as if embarrassed. "I know that sounds." Impulsively, Peter reached out and covered her hand with his. "It doesn't," he murmured. "Not at all." The instant his skin met hers, something flickered between them, an unexpected charge, like a spark from live wires. He released her hand, sitting back abruptly. I shouldn't have done that. You didn't do anything wrong. Her voice was steady, but her eyes told a different story. His gaze fell to her lips again. Today they were candy apple red. Had they been that color the other night? No, he would have noticed. He needed to shift gears. Fast. How's the letterbox doing? The question burst out of him, sudden and graceless. She blinked, as thrown by the change in topic as he was. It's, still there, she said, fingers brushing the edge of the table. No trouble with people trying to mess with it? He latched onto the topic like it was a lifeline. No, but Vern got paranoid. Her lips quirked and she shook her head. You probably saw the styrofoam in the slot. I did. Well, that makes it nearly impossible to put anything inside. Nearly? She tilted her head, eyes gleaming with mischief. I live in GraceTown. She stood, smoothing down the front of her apron. Nothing is impossible here. With that, she walked away, leaving Peter staring after her, his coffee forgotten, the memory of her hand beneath his lingering, far longer than it should. Landry's words lingered long after Peter left the coffee shop, weaving through his thoughts like a melody he couldn't shake. The crisp blue skies and golden sun were a stark contrast to London's moody grays. He had loved his time in the UK, the history, the architecture, the way the city hummed with intellect and possibility. But here, everything felt lighter, more open. Maybe it was the students. They asked bold, thoughtful questions, their curiosity a spark that reignited his own passion for teaching. Maybe it was the way sunlight streamed through his office window, chasing away shadows and filling the space with warmth. Or maybe, if he was being honest with himself, it had something to do with the coffee shop, with her, Landry. Peter had always been drawn to people with a hunger for knowledge, for experiences, for life. Landry embodied that. She had a way of leaning into the world, of embracing it with both arms. And yet, there was something else beneath the surface, something unspoken, something waiting to be uncovered. Her boyfriend, Chad, had seemed decent enough. Peter had watched him at the concert, nodding at the right moments, offering polite applause. But his attention had been elsewhere, his mind detached from the music. He'd been playing a role. Peter had seen it before, had lived it before. His time with Gemma in London had been a masterclass in pretense. On paper, they had been perfect. A couple who shared the same intellectual interests, the same love for history and culture, museums, lectures, historic sites. She had indulged in them all, mirroring his enthusiasm so seamlessly he hadn't questioned it, until he had. Until the cracks had shown, revealing a woman who had bent herself into someone she'd thought he wanted. That realization had been like finding a forgery in an art gallery. At first glance, it had looked real, flawless even. But the closer he had examined it, the more the truth had unraveled. Gemma's deception hadn't been malicious, but it had left a bitter taste. He wondered, not for the first time, why she had thought she needed to pretend, and why he hadn't seen through it sooner. Shaking off the past, Peter turned toward the college instead of heading home. He could have texted Hope, seen if she wanted to meet up, but solitude felt more appealing right now. Hope was many things, warm, quick-witted, undeniably attractive, but she never pretended to be anything other than herself. When he had invited her to the Walters Art Museum in Baltimore, excited by the prospect of wandering through centuries of history, she had paused before admitting, "That's not really my thing." The honesty had been refreshing. He had gone alone that day, losing himself in the exhibits, tracing the artistry and ingenuity of civilizations long gone. And yet, for all the wonders housed within those walls, the thing that had stayed with him most was the realization that honesty, however disappointing, was better than illusion. Nothing is impossible here. Landry's parting words stirred something deep in his chest, an unsettling awareness. The artifacts he had seen at the museum, masterpieces carved from stone, stories etched onto ancient scrolls, were proof of human resilience, creativity, and the refusal to accept limits. But that wasn't what Landry had meant. She hadn't been speaking about ingenuity or progress. She had been speaking of the unexplainable, like the envelope that had vanished from his cubbyhole. Peter wanted to believe there was a logical answer. There had to be. He just wished he knew what it was. Chapter 10. By 3 o'clock, the coffee shop was down to 2 customers at separate tables, both seated far across the room from where the letterbox stood, both engrossed in whatever was on their laptop screens. It's time. Landry lifted the pink envelope from her pocket. I'm putting it in the box. I'm going with you. Like a spy in a low-budget movie, Mila surveyed the dining area. I can't wait to see if my letter is gone, or maybe there is already a reply waiting for me. Mila's dark eyes snapped with excitement at the thought. When they opened the box, Mila's envelope was still there. Disappointment blanketed her friend's face. I really hoped it would be gone. It hasn't been that long. Landry placed a comforting hand on her friend's shoulder. Give it a few more days. Mila gave a jerky nod, then pointed. Put yours inside so we can close it up before we get busy. After carefully placing hers on top of Mila's, Landry shut the back door of the box. Now we'll both give it a few days and see what happens. Peter hesitated outside the building, his fingers tightening around the strap of his messenger bag. Did he really need to go inside? He had plenty of time to refine his lesson plans for next week, to busy himself with work, something that had always filled the voids in his sparse personal life. His lips twisted in a wry smile. It was amazing how much you could accomplish when there was no one waiting for you at the end of the day. But then, his mind drifted to the cubbyhole. He wasn't thinking about a pink envelope. Definitely not. Still, since he was already here, it made sense to check the mail. That was all. Except the moment he stepped inside, his pulse kicked up. Even from several feet away, he saw it. A pink envelope. It lay atop a pile of junk mail, its delicate hue standing out like a whispered secret. His heart pounded against his ribs as he stepped forward, reached out and lifted it from the stack. A kindred spirit. The familiar script sent a strange warmth through him, though his hands trembled as he opened the unsealed envelope and pulled out the single sheet of pale pink paper. He barely registered sinking into one of the overstuffed chairs as he scanned the letter. Dear kindred spirit. Your letter was like a lantern in the dark, a reminder that even in my loneliest moments there is someone out there who understands. To hear that you've been where I am and that you found your way to something more gives me a glimmer of hope I didn't know I needed. Thank you for rooting for me. It means more than I can put into words. When you said that the ache I feel is a gift, it was as though you reached into my soul and named the very thing I've been struggling to understand. I've always seen this longing as a burden, but your words gave it a purpose, a beauty I hadn't seen before. You've made me feel less alone, and for that, I am deeply grateful. I stand now at another crossroads, one that feels heavier with every passing day. My parents' lack of support is hard enough, but the weight of my relationship is something I can no longer ignore. My boyfriend dismisses my dreams as frivolous. He doesn't see the fire in me as something worth nurturing, and I fear that if I stay, his words will extinguish it entirely. I've tried to convince myself that his words come from a place of love and concern. He is a good man who has overcome his own hardships to build a safe, secure life, and he wants to give that life to me. But can a relationship be secure if there is no true understanding? I don't want to hurt him, but I don't know how to be both the woman he wants me to be and the woman I know I am. Have you ever faced a quandary like this? Have you had someone in your life you had to let go of because they couldn't support your dreams? How did you find the courage to choose yourself over the comfort of what was familiar? If you have time to respond, I would be forever grateful. Your words have already given me strength, but I could use a little more guidance from someone who's walked this path before me. With hope and gratitude, a heart unheard. Peter read the words again, and again, and a third time, as if each pass might help him make sense of what was happening. A storm of emotions crashed through him, leaving him unsteady, breathless. The same questions remained. How had her letters reached him? How had she received his? The rational part of his brain demanded an explanation, but all he knew was that somehow their words had found a way. Maybe it was meant to be. That thought sent a shiver down his spine, and he forced himself to focus on what truly mattered. Her plea for help had reached him. He had responded. His words had touched her, given her comfort and strength, and now she was asking for more. She, not he. Because it was clear now, a heart unheard was a woman. This time, though, it wasn't just about ambition or passion. It was about love, about the fear of leaving something that no longer fit, but still felt safe. That made it trickier. What if she was a student? He didn't think so, but the possibility was there. Even so, that wasn't what unsettled him. It was how much he understood her struggle. On the way here, he had been thinking about Gemma, about hope. Gemma had lost herself in an attempt to be what she'd thought he wanted. Hope had never pretended, had always been upfront about who she was, and yet he hadn't seen a future with her. And then there was Chad. For reasons Peter didn't want to examine too closely, this letter made him think of Landry's boyfriend. He thought of how Chad had sat beside her at the concert, going through the motions, feigning interest but never truly present. Peter believed in compromise, in supporting the passions of the people you loved, but he also believed in honesty. And if Chad wasn't honest with Landry, if he didn't truly see her, then what kind of love was that? He shoved the thought away. This wasn't about Landry and Chad. It was about her. A heart unheard. She was standing at a crossroads, reaching out for guidance. He couldn't leave her letter unanswered, so he didn't. Without hesitation, Peter strode to his office, pulled out a blank sheet of paper, and began to write. He stopped several times, searching for the right words, for the kind of honesty she deserved. Finally, convinced he had captured his thoughts, he folded the letter, slipped it into an envelope, and wrote, "A heart unheard," across the front. Then, with a quiet exhale, he walked back to the cubbyhole and placed it on top of the stack. Would she get it? Would she respond? The mystery of how their letters traveled between them no longer mattered. What mattered was that, somehow, she would hear him. Landry told herself there was no need to check the letterbox before leaving for the day. It had been less than 3 hours, nowhere near enough time to get a response. And yet, as her shift wound down, she found herself standing before the box, pulse thrumming in her ears. She hesitated, her fingers hovering over the door before she finally pulled it open. Mila's envelope was still there. Landry's was gone. In its place sat a plain white envelope, the words, "A heart unheard," scrawled across the front. For a split second, the room seemed to tilt. Her breath hitched, her heart hammering like a drum against her ribs. A response. Already. She stood frozen, gripping the envelope until the distant murmur of voices from the back room jolted her back to reality. The next shift was arriving. Move, move. Shoving the envelope into her apron pocket, Landry shut the door with a quiet snap and forced herself to walk away. At a nearby table, she picked up a rag and started wiping the surface with unnecessary vigor, barely registering the motion. She was grateful Mila had left 30 minutes ago for yoga. Her friend would have taken one look at her face and known. A deep breath. Stay calm. Dinner. She had dinner at her parents' house tonight. Her dad was making crab cakes, and Dick Fisher was militant about his recipe. No cocktail or tartar sauce would ever touch one of his cakes, and God help anyone who suggested adding bell peppers or onions. The thought made her smile, a brief reprieve from the anticipation winding her nerves tight. But first, she had to read this letter. By the time she reached her car, her hands trembled. She glanced around, though she was unsure why, before sliding into the driver's seat and yanking the door shut. For a moment, she simply sat there, gripping the envelope as if it might vanish. Then, heart pounding, she slid it open, fingers shaking as she reverently lifted the sheet of paper. A steadying breath. And finally, she let her gaze drop to the page. Dear Heart Unheard, I was truly moved to receive your letter. To know that my words touched you, even in some small way, brings me a profound sense of connection. The loneliness you spoke of, the weight of standing at a crossroads. It's a pain I know all too well. It can feel as though the world is holding its breath, waiting for you to make a choice, while you're left standing in the silence, unsure which path to take. You asked if I've ever faced a situation like yours, where a partner didn't support my dreams. The answer is yes, and the memory still lingers. I once loved a woman who seemed to be my perfect match. She mirrored my passion, my drive, and for a time, I thought I had found someone who understood me in ways I had only dared to hope for. But slowly, I began to see cracks in the facade. She wasn't truly sharing my dreams. She was wearing them like a borrowed coat, something that didn't quite fit. She told me she loved me, but love built on pretense is no love at all. Her deception wasn't malicious. I believe in her way she wanted to be the person she thought I needed, but by pretending, she not only diminished my dreams, she diminished her own. It was painful to face the truth. I was halfway in love with the idea of her before I realized we were two people yearning for completely different lives. And so, I let her go. I won't say it was easy. Letting go of something familiar never is. But I can tell you it was necessary. Only by walking away could we both find the freedom to pursue the lives we were meant to live. When you speak of your boyfriend, I see echoes of my own story. I can't answer for you, but I will ask this. Does he love the woman you are today, with all your wild dreams and burning ambition? Or does he love the version of you that fits neatly into his world? Real love doesn't ask you to shrink yourself. It doesn't quiet your voice or stifle your fire. If I can offer you one piece of wisdom, it is this. Staying with someone who doesn't see your dreams as a vital part of you will only make the ache for more grow louder. It's a lesson I learned the hard way, but it's a lesson I'm grateful for all the same. I hope that my story helps you find clarity, even in the smallest of ways. You have a fierce light inside you, heart unheard. Don't let anyone dim it, not even for love. With understanding and hope, a kindred spirit. Tears stung the backs of Landry's eyes as she lowered the paper to her lap. Nothing in this letter was new. Every single word, every truth scrawled across the page was something she had already known deep inside. But seeing it laid out so plainly in stark black ink stripped away every excuse, every justification she'd been clinging to. There was no more pretending. She liked Chad. He was kind, steady, predictable. They had fun together, most of the time. But that had never been enough, had it? She'd wanted it to be enough. Because it was easy, because he wanted her, because it made sense. But the truth was glaring and unshakable. Chad was not the man for her. Chad wanted a woman who fit seamlessly into the life he had planned. Someone who would be content in GraceTown, working an office job with a 401k and 2 weeks of vacation a year. A woman who would be happy spending those vacations in places within driving distance, staying in a motel with complimentary breakfast and reliable Wi-Fi. There wasn't anything wrong with that life, if that was the life you wanted, but it wasn't hers. And now, She saw it for what it was. Chad didn't love her. Not really. He loved the version of her that fit into his world. He loved the idea of her, not the woman who lay awake at night dreaming of something more, not the woman who filled notebooks with stories about places she'd never seen, who craved adventure, who ached for something beyond the road he had planned for them. And that ache? Kindred spirit had been right about the ache. It had only grown stronger when she'd tried to shove it into a space too small for it to thrive. A shaky breath left her lips as she carefully folded the letter, slipping it back into the envelope before burying it deep inside her bag, as if hiding it away might somehow make it easier to deal with. It wouldn't. She already knew what came next. Her parents wouldn't understand. She could hear their voices in her head already. Why would you throw away something so good, Landry? Chad is a great guy. You're lucky to have him. If they had their way, she and Chad would already be engaged. Her mother would be calling Hope's bridal by morning, setting up appointments for dress fittings, arranging consultations at the Grand Manse. Her father would see it as a sign that she was finally ready to grow up. He'd start making calls, checking in with his network, finding a nice, stable office job for her so she could put that college degree to good use, and she would let it happen. She would smile, nod, go along with it, because that would be easier than fighting. And little by little, they would convince her. Their excitement, their certainty, their carefully laid out future would become hers. The voice inside her, the fire that pushed her toward more, would slowly be smothered beneath expectations, beneath practicality, until one day she would wake up and wonder how she had gotten so lost, not because of them, because of her, because she hadn't fought for what she wanted, because she had let herself settle. Landry clenched her jaw, her fingers tightening around the strap of her bag. Number. She wouldn't let that happen. Letting go of the familiar, of someone she was only half in love with, wouldn't be easy. But staying would cost her something greater. For the first time, she was ready to face that truth. Chapter 11. On the drive to her parents' house, Landry told herself she would use this evening to relax and recharge. She would eat Chesapeake Bay blue crab cakes, laugh at her father's corny jokes, and listen to her mother's latest garden club adventures. She would keep the conversation light. No talk of her novel, no mention of the coffee shop, definitely no discussions about life plans or the future. She would tell them all about the summer serenade, under the stars at Grace Gardens, maybe even mention that she was considering signing up for a weekly yoga class instead of just dropping in. Most importantly, she wouldn't think about Chad, wouldn't think about what she needed to say, wouldn't let the weight of it settle over her like a storm cloud before she'd even stepped through the door. Tomorrow. Tomorrow would be soon enough for that. A small smile tugged at her lips as she turned onto the familiar street where she'd grown up, the one that still held the echoes of childhood bike rides and neighborhood games that had stretched long into summer evenings. Her smile faded when she spotted Zesty Z parked at the curb. Her fingers tightened on the steering wheel. Her mother hadn't mentioned inviting Chad to dinner. If she had, Landry would have remembered. Could he have just dropped by? She supposed it was possible. But why? A flicker of unease crawled up her spine. As she pulled into the driveway, her pulse pounded in her ears. She really didn't want to see Chad tonight. But before she could even take a steadying breath, the front door creaked open and Chad stepped out onto the porch, all smiles, moving toward her with easy, confident strides. There was no avoiding this. Landry forced herself to smile, her voice coming out a little too bright. This is a surprise. Before she'd even finished speaking, he was already in front of her, close enough that she could catch the faint scent of his cologne, one she hadn't noticed before. He wore chinos and a shirt that made his eyes look extra blue, his hair appearing freshly cut. Without thinking, she reached up, letting her fingers brush the shorter strands. This cut is new. Do you like it? There was something vulnerable in the way he asked, as if her answer mattered in a way it never had before. Very stylish. She spoke the truth. It looks good on you. Relief washed across his face, and he ducked his head slightly, the corner of his mouth lifting in a boyish grin. I went to a salon over on Monroe. Sasha, she's the one who did the cut. Guaranteed my girlfriend would like it. My girlfriend. The words twisted something inside her, a sharp pang of guilt, of unease, of something deeper she didn't want to name. The important thing is, do you like it? She asked gently. Chad blinked as if the question hadn't even occurred to him. I did it for you. The tips of his ears turned red, the way they always did when he was embarrassed. I saw how you looked at that other guy's hair at the summer serenade. I want you to be proud to be with me. Landry's heart twisted. He'd gotten his hair cut in an attempt to please her, the same way he'd purchased the tickets to the concert. She knew the man he'd referred to, but hadn't realized she'd been that obvious. Chad was right. Peter's cut was stylish, but it wasn't his haircut that had caught her attention. It was the way he listened, the way he looked at her, like she mattered, like he saw her, not just a version of her that fit neatly into his world, but she hadn't been flirting. Had she? The thought sent another pang of guilt spiraling through her. You look nice, she said instead, forcing a smile as they walked toward the front door. I didn't realize you were coming to dinner tonight. The red tint to the tips of his ears deepened. Your dad invited me. He reached past her, pulling open the screen door, and gestured for her to go in first. She smiled her thanks. Chad always had good manners. There were so many things to like and admire about him, which was why it would be so difficult to walk away. Then she remembered what she'd written about standing at a crossroads and kindred spirits advice. It wasn't fair to her, or to Chad, to continue this relationship. About time you finally got here. Her mother fairly sang the words. Landry blinked, then smiled. You're certainly in a good mood. Why wouldn't I be? Donna's gaze shifted from her to Chad. You're both here, and we're having your father's crab cakes for dinner. As much as Landry loved it when her father made crab cakes, it felt almost like a celebration when she saw the dining room table had been set with her mother's wedding china. Crystal wine glasses gleamed under the warm glow of the chandelier. Why so fancy? Her mother only shrugged, still smiling. Why don't you and Chad take a walk? It's a beautiful evening. Dinner will be ready in about 15 minutes. When Landry had seen Chad, she'd thought she'd wait until after dinner to break it off. But now it appeared she'd been given an opening to do it now. 15 minutes. This was it. If she was going to do this, it had to be now. She turned to Chad. How does a walk sound to you? Perfect, he said, grinning. When they turned the corner, they found themselves in an area that backed up to some woods. Unlike the homes in her parents' neighborhood, the smaller homes along this stretch had been demolished years ago, replaced by what she and her friends jokingly called McMansions. The large homes with their multi-gabled roofs sat far back from the street. The landscaping was like a work of art, with large leafy trees and various blooming plants and bushes. The street was always quiet, and Landry couldn't recall ever seeing anyone on the sidewalks, which made it the perfect spot for her to speak from the heart. They walked in silence at first, the weight in Landry's chest growing only heavier with each step. She stopped abruptly, turning to Chad, her heart hammering against her ribs. Chad, Landry, he said at the same time. She let out a shaky laugh. You go first. His expression softened, and his blue eyes were so serious that when he reached out and took her hands, a sinking feeling filled the pit of her stomach. Surely he wasn't going to propose, but it suddenly all made sense. His unexpected appearance, her mother's joyful mood, the fine china and crystal, not for wine but for champagne. She couldn't let him do it. This would be hard enough on both of them without having that memory in their heads. On second thought, she blurted, yanking her hands away. I'll go first. A startled look crossed Chad's face, his easy confidence faltering before he recovered with a smile. Sure, whatever you want. Landry swallowed against the lump forming in her throat. He had no idea what was coming. Let's walk, she said, turning before she could lose her nerve. What I have to say will come easier if I'm moving. Chad fell into step beside her, his usual swagger muted. Did something happen at work? Landry forced herself to meet his gaze. The concern there was genuine, and for a moment guilt threatened to swallow her whole. No, she said quickly. Nothing to do with work. The words she needed to say lodged in her throat thick and unwieldy, but there was no stopping now. She drew in a deep breath, let it out slowly, and stopped walking again. Chad stopped too, his brow furrowing as he turned to face her. Landry! The weight of what she was about to say pressed against her chest like a 1,000-pound gorilla. I think we should break up. The words landed between them like a thunderclap. For a split second, Chad didn't move, didn't breathe. Break up? His voice rose. Landry, what are you talking about? She opened her mouth to answer, but before she could, Chad stepped closer and took her hands in his. His grip was warm, steady, familiar, and yet it felt all wrong. Breaking up was for the best, she reminded herself. Not only for her, but for him, too. But God, it hurt. She swallowed hard and could barely hear her words over the roaring in her ears. I care about you, Chad, but we're not right for each other. The words were clumsy, inadequate, but they were all she could manage. You and I are meant for each other. The eyes that stared into hers shone with conviction. His voice was quiet but certain, his blue eyes boring into her with an intensity that sent a fresh wave of doubt crashing over her. We have fun together. The look he shot her dared her to disagree. And she couldn't. She did have fun with Chad. There had been so many good times, so many easy laughs, so many memories she'd once thought would lead to forever. But that wasn't enough. Slowly, reluctantly, she nodded. The tension in his shoulders loosened. His grip on her hands relaxed. You're just overthinking things. We're good, Landry. We work. Number. The word screamed inside her, but she couldn't force it out. Instead, she watched helplessly as he pressed on, his conviction growing. I got the promotion. His expression turned earnest. I'm making good money now. It won't be long before I have enough for a down payment on a house, a real home for us. Landry's stomach twisted into a painful knot. Your father was excited when I told him my plans. You spoke with my father? Her voice rose as she jerked her hands from his and stepped back. Confusion furrowed his blonde brows. I had to ask his permission. The outdated custom of a man asking a woman's father for his permission was one Landry abhorred. Not only did it imply that the woman needed someone else's approval for a life decision, but the tradition stemmed from a time when women had been considered the property of their fathers. It's what a man is supposed to do, he said confidently, though she saw uncertainty in his blue depths. It's respectful. There were so many things that Landry could have said at that point, but she kept her mouth shut. Chad, she knew, was trying to do everything right. She couldn't fault him for that. Besides, what did it matter? There would be no engagement, no marriage. She exhaled slowly, trying to gather herself. Chad. Landry gentled her tone. I can't marry you. Something inside him shifted. His posture straightened, and a muscle jumped in his jaw. I don't understand. His voice was quieter now, more controlled. Landry swallowed past the lump in her throat. What you want from life and what I want aren't the same. She noticed Chad's hands trembled when he clenched them at his sides. He opened his mouth, but she held up a hand. Please, she whispered. Let me finish. He gave a short nod. Landry licked suddenly dry lips and prayed for the right words, ones that would soften the blow and help him understand that, however painful this was, it was for the best. You love the version of me that fits neatly into your world, she said carefully, each word pulled from the depths of her heart. The woman who wants a 9-to-5 job so she can be home every night for dinner. The one who dreams of a house, a dog, a backyard where kids can play. What's wrong with that? His tone wasn't defensive, just confused, as if he truly couldn't comprehend why she didn't want the life he had so carefully planned for them. So I'm suddenly the bad guy because I want us to have good jobs and a nice house. I'm not saying it's wrong to want those things. Landry let out a slow breath. It's just not for me. His brows pulled together. Why not? She lifted her shoulders in a small shrug. I want to travel the world and become a novelist. I want to experience all life has to offer before I even think about settling down. You want to travel? His voice shifted again, eager as if he'd finally grasped a solution. We can travel? His eyes brightened with an idea. Florida would be a cool place for a honeymoon. A hollow ache formed in her chest. She shook her head, a soft, sad smile pulling at her lips. If I go anywhere, it'll be to France. Chad's face fell, just slightly, just enough for her to notice the flicker of something between frustration and resignation. He let out a breath, reaching for her again, his touch light on her arm. That would be expensive, he said gently, as if coaxing her to see reason. It would take away from what we want to build here. He smiled then, that sweet, easy smile that had once been enough to make her heart race. Come on, meet me halfway here, Lan. Landry stared at him, really looked at him. He was trying, which only made this so much harder. Because Chad wasn't a bad guy, he just wasn't her guy, and she wasn't the woman he needed either. The realization hit her all over again, a sharp, aching clarity that left no room for hesitation. Her voice came out quiet but firm. Chad, I don't think there is a halfway for us. His smile faltered. What are you saying? Landry exhaled. Somewhere along the way, this conversation had veered off course. It was time to set it right. And this time, she wouldn't back down or give him false hope. When it was over, Landry turned and walked back toward the house. The weight of unspoken expectations, of a future that had never truly fit, lifted with each step she took. She was leaving behind the life she could have had and stepping toward the one she was meant to live. Chapter 12. Instead of going back inside at her parents' house, Chad hopped into his car without a backward glance and sped off, the tires spitting gravel. The roar of the engine tore through the quiet suburban street, the sound lingering in Landry's ears long after the Camaro had disappeared around the corner. She stood there for a moment, staring at the empty space where Zesty Aziz had sat, her chest tight, her stomach a tangled knot of emotions. Would he hate her now? Would he ever understand? Landry told herself that, in time, Chad would realize this was for the best. Maybe one day he would even be grateful. But that didn't make this moment any easier. It didn't make the ache in her heart any less real. She closed her eyes, drawing in a deep breath of the cool night air, letting it fill her lungs and steady the racing of her pulse. She had done it. She had finally said the words that needed to be said. It was over, and it was only natural she would feel like she had lost something. There was so much about Chad she liked, his steady presence, the easy way they fit into each other's lives, the history they shared. She would miss those parts of him, the way he always opened doors for her without thinking, the way he made her laugh when she needed it most. She wished they could have parted on better terms, wished she could have softened the blow, but this was how it had to be. Some things couldn't be sugar-coated. She inhaled sharply, blinking against the sting behind her eyes. She couldn't fall apart now, not yet, because inside her parents' house, another battle waited. Landry took a step forward but hesitated at the screen door. She could already hear her mother bustling around in the kitchen, the faint clatter of dishes, the unmistakable scent of her father's signature crab cakes wafting through the air. For a fleeting moment, she wanted to turn around, get in her car, and drive somewhere, anywhere, where she wouldn't have to face her parents' disappointment. But the relief that had flooded her when she'd told Chad the truth was still there, still burning strong beneath all the lingering doubt. Squaring her shoulders, Landry reached for the screen door and forced herself to walk inside as if her world hadn't just changed forever. "The cakes are done," her mother called from the kitchen, her voice bright, cheerful, oblivious. Landry barely had time to brace herself before Donna stepped into view, a look of eager anticipation lighting up her face. How was the walk? Then she noticed. Landry saw it the instant her mother registered the fact that she was alone. The expectation in Donna's eyes dimmed like a candle snuffed out by the wind. "Where's Chad?" Landry hesitated for half a beat before reaching for the simplest answer as she walked into the kitchen. "He left." Her mother followed, her face looking pinched with confusion. "Left?" Trying to maintain some sense of normalcy, Landry plucked a French fry from the baking sheet her mother had pulled from the oven before walking out to greet her. Taking a bite, she wagged the rest of it in the air, forcing a cheery note into her voice. "These are good." Her mother barely acknowledged the compliment. The golden brown crab cakes sat beside them, their aroma rich and familiar, a scent tied to childhood memories and family dinners that had once felt safe and simple. She gestured to them with the hand holding the fry. "Those look incredible." A heavy silence filled the space between them, broken only when her father entered the kitchen. "There she is." His voice was warm, but his gaze flicked past her expectantly. "I was just telling your mother, those crab cakes might just be my best yet." Ignoring the rapid beat of her heart, Landry smiled back. "I was just telling Mom how amazing they look." Her dad chuckled, rolling up his sleeves. "We had our same argument, Hellman's versus Duke's, but I won. Using Duke's guarantees, they'll taste every bit as good as they look. I, for one, can't wait to dig in." Landry forced lightness into her voice, but the air around them had already thickened with tension. Her father glanced around, his brow furrowing. "Where's Chad?" "He went home," Donna answered before Landry could. Her voice clipped. "Your daughter was just about to tell me what happened when you walked in." "Your daughter." Not our daughter. It was a small thing, but Landry heard the difference. She was always his daughter when her mother was displeased with her. Her father frowned. "Is he ill? I mean, he seemed fine earlier when he asked." His words trailed off and realization dawned in his eyes. Landry. Apparently, he still needed to hear her say the words. She drew in a slow breath, then let it out. "Chad and I broke up." The words, though steady, felt like tiny explosions in the air between them. "Broke up?" Her father's brows shot up. "But he asked for my permission to ask you to marry him, which I gave enthusiastically. He showed me the ring. He was so excited." Landry's stomach turned. "I brought out the champagne we got as a Christmas gift," her mother added, the disappointment in her voice sharp. "Tonight was going to be a celebration." A knot twisted in Landry's stomach. She clenched her hands into fists at her sides, resisting the sudden, overwhelming urge to cry. Dick's eyes searched her face as if looking for some explanation that would make sense. "You turned him down?" "I did." Landry desperately wished they could sit and eat and move past this, but the knot in her stomach told her that even if a crab cake was set in front of her now, it wouldn't go down easily. "I don't love him. I don't want to spend the rest of my life with him." The air in the room shifted. She could feel their disappointment thick and suffocating, wrapping around her like invisible chains. And yet they didn't ask, "Are you okay?" They didn't ask, "How do you feel?" She didn't bring up her dreams. Landry already knew what her parents thought of those pie-in-the-sky hopes. It seemed much simpler to focus on the feelings between her and Chad. That would be difficult for them to argue with. It didn't take her long to realize that, on that point, she was mistaken. Her father shook his head slowly, disbelief flickering across his face. "That boy loves you, heart and soul. I saw it in his eyes, heard it in his voice when he asked my permission." Landry fought the sharp, frustrated retort rising to her lips. She swallowed it down. "Chad may think he loves me," she said, her voice measured, "but he actually loves the version of me that fits into his world." She knew the moment the words left her mouth that she had made a mistake. Her mother's lips pressed into a thin line. Her father's jaw hardened. And then, just as she had known they would, the words came. The exact words, over and over. How could she do this to Chad? Didn't she realize how much he cared about her, how perfect they were together? They talked about him, his feelings, and his heartbreak. Not once did they ask about hers. Landry sat there, listening in silence, her hands clenched in her lap. She didn't defend herself, didn't talk about her dreams, didn't tell them about the ache inside her, the one that had only grown stronger the longer she'd stayed with Chad, because she already knew what they thought of that. Her mother was crying by the time Landry grabbed her purse to leave. Her father had turned stony and silent, his expression unreadable. Neither of them tried to stop her when she walked out the door. The night air hit her like a wave, cool and heavy with the scent of salt and summer. She let it wash over her, let the relief settle into her bones. It was done. Whatever the fallout, whatever came next, breaking up with Chad had been the right decision. Hopefully, in time, Chad and her parents would see that too. Before she went to bed that night, Landry reread the letters she had received, letting the words settle deep into the places inside her that still ached. Each line, each phrase, reinforced that she had made the right decision. She had walked away from the life she was expected to live, and yet, why did the weight of it still press so heavily on her chest? She needed to let the man she had come to think of as kindred spirit know that his words had mattered, that they had given her strength when she had needed it the most. But more than that, she needed to feel that strength herself. She glanced at the clock. It was late, and she had to be up early for work, but her mind refused to quiet. The emotions rolling inside her, grief, anger, relief, fear, refused to be silenced. Sleep wouldn't come, not until she wrote everything down. Sitting at her desk, she reached for a pencil and a sheet of paper, the familiar scratch of lead against the page grounding her as she let the words spill out. This wouldn't be the letter she would put in the letterbox. This wouldn't even be the first draft. This was raw, messy. It was hers. Tears pricked the corners of her eyes, blurring the words as she wrote. At first, just a few teardrops splattered onto the page, smudging a few words. But soon the dam inside her broke completely. She wept as she wrote, the weight of the past 24 hours pressing down on her. She was sorry. Sorry she hadn't cut things off with Chad sooner. Sorry she had let it drag on for so long, pretending she could fit into the mold he had cast for her. She was angry. Angry at her parents for not seeing her, truly seeing her, for who she was. Angry that they had taken Chad's side without a second thought. Angry that their disappointment in her hurt more than she wanted to admit. And she grieved, not just for Chad or for the expectations she had shattered, but for the version of herself she had clung to for so long. The version that had tried to fit, that had wanted to belong. But even through the sorrow, even through the exhaustion that threatened to pull her under, something else flickered to life in her chest, a quiet kind of joy. It was buried beneath everything else, small but undeniable, like the first rays of morning light stretching across the sky. Because she had done it. She had chosen herself, and that meant everything. Landry pushed herself up from the desk, walked to the sink, and splashed cold water on her face. She stared at her reflection in the mirror. She had red-rimmed eyes and damp cheeks, but something in her gaze was steadier than before, stronger. Returning to her desk, she looked down at the tear-streaked pages in front of her, filled with crossed-out words and shaky sentences. This wasn't the letter she would send, but it was the letter she'd needed to write. And now she could begin again. With a deep breath, she picked up her pencil and turned to a fresh sheet of pink paper, the words forming with more clarity now. This time she would say exactly what she meant, and for the first time in a long time, she would not apologize for it. Dear kindred spirit, I can't shake the feeling that we were meant to connect, that your words found me at precisely the moment I needed them most. It feels like something beyond coincidence, as if the universe itself placed you at this crossroads with me, a guiding light in my darkest hour. Here in GraceTown, people often speak of it as a place of unexplainable connections, of moments that seem to defy logic. Meeting you through these letters feels like one of those rare and precious moments, a mysterious gift that I will forever be grateful for. Your last letter stayed with me, lingering in my heart as I wrestled with the choice before me. You understand the weight of my decision in a way few can. Letting go of the familiar, even when it's flawed, is terrifying, like stepping into a vast, uncertain void. And yet, your words reminded me that clinging to something that dims my light would be an even greater loss. When I took an honest look at my relationship, I saw the truth you helped me uncover. He doesn't truly love me. Today, I found the courage to tell him. I ended it. It was one of the hardest conversations I've ever had, made even harder when he revealed his plans. He intended to propose to me this evening. He had already chosen the ring, and he had shared his intentions with my parents. His heartbreak and theirs cut deeply. I could see their confusion, their disappointment, and their pain. But amid the sadness, there is something else I feel tonight, a deep, overwhelming sense of relief, a freedom I haven't felt in years. That fierce light you spoke of, the one that had been burning so quietly within me, is now blazing. For the first time, I feel like I can truly breathe. Thank you, kindred spirit, for being the voice of clarity and strength when I needed it most. Your words gave me the courage to choose myself, to stand up for my dreams, and for the life I've always longed for. I don't know what lies ahead, but for the first time in a long time, I'm not afraid. I'm ready to embrace the unknown with open arms and a hopeful heart. With endless gratitude and hope, a heart finally heard. Only after Landry had pulled out the pink envelope and placed the letter inside did she finally relax enough to sleep. Chapter 13. Landry wiped her damp palms against the fabric of her smock, but the moisture kept returning. The weight of the pink envelope tucked inside her apron pocket pressed against her mind like a secret waiting to be released. She could almost hear it whispering to her, "Do it now." But Vern was behind the counter today, his sharp gaze flicking over the shop like a hawk sizing up prey. He wasn't just taking orders, he was orchestrating, charming, and ensuring that every customer left happy. Not yet. She had to bide her time. The espresso machine hissed as she and Mila worked side by side, their hands moving in sync as they filled orders. Landry expertly swirled foam into a heart shape on a cappuccino, her movements smooth and practiced. Once she'd handed the cup to a waiting customer, Landry turned to Mila and spoke in a low tone. "Once he leaves, I'm putting another letter in the box." She stole a glance at Vern, who was engaged in a long-winded chat with a group of women at the counter. He wasn't just taking their orders, he was enchanting them. He laughed at something one of them said, his easy charm on full display. It gave her and Mila a moment to talk. Not about her breakup with Chad. That was a conversation best left for once Vern wasn't around. "I don't understand why it's so busy today," Landry whispered as she slid a latte across the counter. "It's a Monday. Mondays are supposed to be slow." Mila arched a brow, sweeping her gaze over the crowded coffee shop. Vern mentioned something about it being a ladies' getaway week. Landry blinked. A what? She looked around and realized for the first time that the ratio of women to men was at least 3-to-1. The air hummed with animated chatter. Groups of women laughing over their drinks, flipping through shopping bags, checking itineraries on their phones. "Less talking, more frothing," Vern cut in, his voice just sharp enough to remind them he was still very much in charge. Mila barely suppressed an eye roll as she handed over the next drink. Landry smiled as she watched Vern turn to the next woman in line, instantly switching from gruff to gregarious. She busied herself with another order, but her mind kept drifting. The morning dragged, an endless whirlwind of steaming milk, pouring shots, wiping counters. By the time the rush finally waned, Landry exhaled a slow breath, dragging a cloth across the countertop as if scrubbing away the last few hours. "The hordes have departed," she muttered. Mila smirked but said nothing, too busy stacking clean mugs. "It's the hordes who help pay your salary," Vern quipped, casting them both a pointed glance. "No business, no baristas." Beside her, Mila pressed her lips together to suppress a laugh. "We know," Landry said with exaggerated sweetness, waving an airy hand. "Can we expect this chaos all week?" "They're here for 5 days, so I hope so." Vern rubbed his hands together, and Landry could almost see him counting today's earnings. Landry rolled her eyes, but if Vern was in a chatty mood, she might as well use it. "What kinds of events are on tap for this week?" "They eat, drink, shop, and then pick and choose from whatever is scheduled," Mila answered before Vern could. "Yoga, tai chi, wine tastings, the works." "Are there any speakers?" Landry asked. "Peter Elliott, you remember him?" Vern took charge of the conversation. "He comes in here at least once a week. He's lecturing at the college tonight on Caroline Charles." Something in Landry's stomach flipped. She swallowed and kept her voice steady. "Caroline Charles, the architect." Vern nodded. "Yeah, the one who designed this building and the old post office." Landry shifted, suddenly restless. "Is the lecture open to the public?" Vern shrugged. "Far as I know." Mila wrinkled her nose. "Sounds boring." Landry didn't think so. But before she could ask any more questions, Vern's phone buzzed. He checked the screen, then, without a word, strode toward the door. Mila leaned in. "He's leaving." Landry's pulse spiked, but she had to be sure he wouldn't be coming back any time soon. "Where are you headed?" she called out. Vern turned back, arching a brow. "Who are you? The police." Landry grinned. "Just want to know where to send them in case you disappear." That earned a chuckle. "Haircut. My barber had a cancellation and can fit me in." Landry thought about telling Vern he should ask for a discount because he didn't have much hair to cut, but she settled for a smile. "Don't worry," he assured her. "I'll be back before the crowd rolls in again." The second the door shut behind him, her muscles tensed. She looked at Mila. "I'm going for it." "Wait a minute." Mila gave her arm a quick squeeze. "Just in case he forgot something and walks back in." Landry nodded. 1 minute passed. Her heartbeat counted the seconds. 2 minutes. No sign of Vern. Landry glanced around the shop, checking for stragglers. The coffee shop was quiet, save for the faint clinking of dishes. She exhaled, fingers trembling as she reached into her smock and pulled out the envelope. Anticipation coiled tight in her chest as she clutched it. Mila had already unlocked the back of the letterbox. As expected, Mila's letter was still there. Sighing dramatically, Mila stuffed it into the pocket of her smock. The universe doesn't want to hear from me. Perhaps it's not the right time, Landry soothed as she slipped her envelope inside, fingers lingering for half a second longer than necessary. Would kindred spirit respond immediately? Or worse, would this be the time he didn't write back at all? A shiver of doubt crawled up her spine, but she shoved it away. Shutting the door, Landry locked it tight and forced herself to turn back to the counter, pretending, just for now, that she hadn't left a piece of her heart inside that golden box. Landry glanced around the nearly empty shop, the lull in the day stretching between her and Mila like a held breath. "I'd say this is the perfect time for a break," Mila said. "You won't get an argument from me." Landry tugged a chair from one of the many unoccupied tables and sank into it, the exhaustion of the morning rush pressing against her bones. "Do you want something to drink?" Mila asked, already half rising. Landry shook her head. "But if you want to get something for yourself..." "I'm good." Mila dropped back into her seat, folding her arms on the table. A familiar gleam sparked in her dark eyes, curiosity creeping into her expression. "So, tell me about dinner with the folks. Has your dad found you another job yet?" Landry rubbed her temple. Every visit with her parents ended the same way, her father dropping hints, or more often, outright shoving a stack of printed job listings in her direction, and her mother trying to smooth things over with dessert. "If only that were all that happened," Landry drawled, exhaling a melodramatic breath. Mila leaned forward, intrigue deepening the warmth in her gaze. "Tell me." Now Landry hesitated, the memory of last night still raw, still threading through her nerves like a splinter she couldn't quite dislodge. "Zesty Z was there when I pulled up." Mila's eyes widened. "No." "Oh, yes." "They invited Chad to dinner and didn't tell you?" Her voice was high-pitched with outrage, her whole body tensing like she was ready to march over to Landry's parents' house and demand answers. "They knew he was going to propose." Landry let out a sharp laugh, though there was no humor in it. "They planned a whole celebration for afterward." "No way," Mila practically squealed the words. "OMG, how could you have kept this from me?" "With Vern breathing down our necks all morning?" Landry lifted a brow. "I couldn't exactly get into it." Mila pursed her lips, conceding the point with a slow nod. "Fair, but our fearless leader isn't here now, so spill." Landry folded her hands in front of her. "I should have known something was off the second I walked in. My mom had the china and crystal set out, like the good stuff, which was weird because she'd originally invited me over for crab cakes and fries." She paused, twisting her fingers together. "And then there was Chad. When she suggested he and I take a walk, I just knew." The amusement in Mila's eyes dimmed, replaced by something softer, something understanding. "Did he propose?" Landry swallowed, staring down at the grain of the wooden table. She traced a crack in the surface with her fingertip before finally looking up. "I didn't give him the chance." Mila's expression flickered, surprise chased by admiration. "I didn't want either of us to have that memory," Landry admitted quietly. Reaching across the table, Mila squeezed her hand, her touch warm and grounding. "That was kind of you." Landry's lips quirked. "I have my moments." Mila's mouth curled, but her eyes remained thoughtful. "Still, the Chadster can be pretty determined. How did you stop him?" Landry hesitated, feeling the weight of the moment all over again, the way the words had burned in her throat, the way Chad's expression had shifted from certainty to confusion, to something heartbreakingly close to pain. "I got the words out first." She cleared her throat, pushing past the lump forming there. "I told him I thought we should break up." Mila sucked in a breath. "Ouch." Landry forced a shrug, but the movement felt heavy. "He's not a bad guy. He's just not my guy. I'm hoping that one day he'll realize that I'm not the woman for him." Mila's gaze went distant, and for a moment the easy rhythm of their conversation stilled. "Even when a breakup is for the best, it's still not easy," Mila murmured, almost to herself. It hit Landry then how little she knew about Mila's past, about the people she'd loved before moving to GraceTown. Of course, every time she asked, her friend had changed the subject. "Did you ever—" "Enough gloom. How many letters have you sent?" Mila's question rolled smoothly over Landry's. Landry hesitated but let it go. "This was the third." Mila nodded, and Landry caught the brief flicker of disappointment in her friend's face. "I'm sorry your envelope was still there," Landry said softly. Mila waved a dismissive hand, but her usual bravado seemed forced. "The universe has spoken. It's not my time." Landry's chest ached. It will be. Mila lifted a single brow. Maybe. Then, as if sensing the shift in mood, she straightened, her grin returning with full force. "But right now, let's focus on you. With Chad officially out of the picture, you've got options." Landry blinked. "Options?" "Oh, yeah," Mila held up a finger. "Peter." Then another. "Kindred spirit." Landry let out a laugh, shaking her head. "That's not. The real question is," Mila said with a smirk, "which one will you choose?" Landry opened her mouth, but the answer didn't come. Because for the first time in a long time, she wasn't sure. And maybe that was okay. Leaning back in her chair, she let the question settle instead of rushing to answer it. The world didn't need her decision right now. Or, she mused, swirling a figure-8 pattern on the tabletop with one finger, maybe I choose neither. Mila tilted her head, intrigued. "Oh." Landry glanced out the window, watching a few golden leaves dance in the breeze. "Maybe for now I just choose me." Mila's grin softened, a slow nod of approval in her expression. "Now, that," she said, lifting an imaginary glass in a toast, "is an option I can get behind." Landry clinked her imaginary glass against Mila's, a small smile playing on her lips. For the first time in a while, she wasn't looking ahead, thinking about next steps. For now, this moment was enough. Chapter 14. You're getting quite the turnout. Landry had patiently waited for the right moment to approach Peter, but the flutter in her stomach as she stepped toward him was unexpected. She'd secured a seat near the front, leaving her jacket on the chair as a placeholder, before taking the opportunity to speak with him. Now, standing this close, with the low hum of voices and the warm glow of overhead lights casting soft shadows, she felt hyper-aware of the moment. Peter met her gaze, his expression unreadable yet intent. "I'm surprised." Peter lowered his voice as though sharing a secret. "When they asked me to speak, I agreed, but wondered how many would actually attend." Landry tilted her head, studying him. He didn't seem nervous, but there was a flicker of something beneath the surface. Uncertainty, maybe? That vulnerability made her chest tighten just a little. "A popular female architect of the 1940s who lost her pilot fiancé in World War II. Landry smiled, hoping to ease his tension. "You're getting two kinds of people, those who admire her professionally and want to learn more, and the romantics who want to hear about her lost love." A shadow of amusement crossed Peter's face. "Which do you want to hear about?" "Both." She didn't even have to think. "I love history, especially GraceTown history, and who doesn't fall for a sweeping love story?" Something shifted in his expression, something almost unreadable. "Can it be sweeping if he dies in the end?" Her breath caught. Landry thought of Chad, of the conversation that had unraveled beneath the trees, of the aching look in his eyes when she'd told him they weren't right for each other. Not all love stories end happily. Her voice was quieter now, almost wistful. Peter exhaled a long, slow breath. "You've got that right." His eyes, flecked with warmth and shadows, seemed to study her too closely, as if searching for something just out of reach. A heartbeat passed, then another. "You look nice this evening." The compliment caught her off guard, and heat crept up her neck. She smoothed a hand down the front of her dress, a breezy summer piece with golden and green florals. Mila always said she was an autumn and should stick to her colors. Apparently, she'd been right. "Thank you." She kept her tone light, teasing, though something about the way Peter was looking at her made it hard to breathe. "I clean up pretty good when I try." Peter laughed, a low, rich sound that sent a ripple of something warm through her. But then his gaze flickered around the room, his expression shifting to something more careful. "Who did you come with this evening?" It was an innocent enough question, but she felt the weight of it. Landry hesitated only a fraction of a second before answering. "Me, myself, and I." She met his gaze and lifted a shoulder in an easy shrug. "Mila had other plans, and Chad and I aren't together anymore." Peter stilled, only for a moment, just long enough that she noticed. Then, in a voice that was even but softer than before, he said, "Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. He seemed like a nice guy." She nodded. "He is." And then, because the truth felt easier now than pretending, she added, "Just not the one for me." Something flickered in Peter's eyes. Understanding, maybe, or something deeper, something unspoken. And for the first time that evening, Landry had the distinct feeling that this wasn't a conversation just about history. As Peter stepped to the podium, the room eventually quieted, though not at first. The murmur of voices, the shuffling of feet, lingered, but the almost tangible undercurrent of interest and admiration was impossible to miss. He wore khaki chinos, a crisp Madras shirt, and a sports coat, a look that was effortlessly professional, yet undeniably charming. The women in the room sat up straighter, eyes bright with curiosity. And Landry, she wasn't immune either. "Welcome to the former GraceTown post office," Peter began, his voice steady, commanding yet warm. "I'm Dr. Peter Elliott, a visiting historian at Collister College. I specialize in art and design history, and today I have the privilege of sharing with you the story of one of GraceTown's most renowned architects, Caroline Charles." He paused, letting the name settle over the room. She designed this building and the old city hall during her 4 brief years in GraceTown. His gaze swept across the audience, eyes catching on Landry's for the briefest second before he continued. Then, as if painting a picture with words, Peter lifted his hands. "Imagine that you're a female architect in a field dominated by men. You fought for every opportunity, earned respect in a profession reluctant to welcome you. And then," his voice softened, deepened, "you fall in love." The room exhaled collectively. You meet George Loomis in 1940, a dashing American pilot stationed in London. Wedding plans are made, dreams are set in motion. But when the U.S. enters World War II, George, ever the patriot, answers the call of duty. Peter's jaw tensed slightly. He is shipped overseas as a B-17 pilot. Silence. "If it were you, would you have remained in England? Or would you have followed your heart to his hometown in the States?" A murmur rippled through the audience as women turned to one another, whispering their answers. Peter let the moment breathe before continuing, stepping out from behind the microphone, pacing slightly as if sharing a story over coffee rather than delivering a lecture. "Caroline chose to come here. She rented a modest cottage, found work, and continued designing." A pause. "We know she wasn't close to her family. No direct evidence explains the estrangement, but her father was a deeply traditional man." He gave his audience a knowing glance. Perhaps he didn't approve of her career or of her being involved with an American. Landry held her breath. Please, please don't mention the letterbox. The last thing she needed was a stampede to City Hall coffee. She wrote letters to George. Peter's smile turned wistful. Something of a lost art today, wouldn't you say? The audience nodded in unison. Landry thought of her own handwritten letters, the weight of them, the release they brought. Typing words on a screen would never have been the same. If you'd indulge me, I'd like to read one of the letters Caroline sent George. A hush fell over the room. Peter picked up a paper from the podium and began to read. Today, memories of when we first met have flooded back, vivid as if they happened only yesterday. Do you remember? Alistair Goodwin was courting me then. A fine gentleman, one my family greatly approved of. And yet something was missing. From the very moment our eyes met, it was as if my soul had known yours long before. No polite courtship could ever compare to the certainty I felt when I saw you. It was you, George. It was always you. A sharp sting pressed behind Landry's eyes. The words unraveled something inside her, a thread she'd been trying to ignore. The parallels between Caroline's past and her own were painfully clear. A suitor who made sense, who checked every logical box, including parental approval. The difference, though, was the certainty, the unshakable knowing that Caroline felt about George. Had Landry ever felt that way about Chad? She thought of kindred spirit. Peter's voice cut through her thoughts. Caroline continued to write to George long after his plane was shot down over France. When she passed away, the returned letters, each marked missing in action, were found, tied together with a lavender ribbon. A collective exhale moved through the room. Some women dabbed at their eyes. Peter gave them a moment before shifting gears, his smile returning. Now that you know about Caroline's personal life, let's talk about her architectural contributions. And just like that, he had them. He spoke of commercial Art Deco design, of grand entrances and polished stone, of geometric patterns and civic pride. Landry barely heard him. Her mind was still on Caroline's letter, still on that kind of love, still on the man delivering this lecture. On her way out, Landry lingered at the doorway of the old mail sorting room. The cubbyholes Peter had mentioned stood neatly against the wall, rich, dark walnut, polished with time. And inside one of those cubbyholes was a flash of pale pink. Her breath hitched. She froze in mid-step, pulse slamming into overdrive. It couldn't be, could it? Her fingers twitched at her sides. She needed to see. She had to know. Her letter was here, in this place. How was that possible? She stepped forward, and a hand clamped around her arm. Ma'am. Landry jerked back, staring up at the tall, unsmiling guard she'd failed to notice. The public isn't allowed past this point. She swallowed hard. Think. Say something. The pink color drew my eye. Her voice was too high, too forced. I have some stationery just like it at home. The guard's expression didn't waver. I should go? A beat of silence, then a slow nod. Landry stumbled back out of the room, blinking as the blood rushed in her ears. Once outside, she barely made it down the steps. The buzzing in her head was too loud. Kindred spirit has a cubbyhole in this building. Peter's words from earlier slammed into her. Maybe you'll find yourself wondering, as I do, if the letters Caroline sent to George were once sorted into one of these cubbies. Her stomach dropped. Could it be? She'd placed the envelope into the very letter box that Caroline Charles had used, and somehow, it had ended up in one of these former post office cubbyholes. It wasn't possible, and yet it had happened. She wasn't just hearing about the unexplainable anymore. She was living it. Legs trembling, she forced herself to keep walking, one step, then another. Maybe it hadn't been her letter. Maybe someone else had pink stationery. Maybe... Her thoughts spun wild, desperate. She needed a plan. She needed answers. She needed Mila. Hands fumbling, she pulled out her phone and sent a quick text. "Answer it," she whispered. Because this was bigger than anything she had ever imagined. Mila agreed to meet Landry after work at a small cafe on the River Walk. As Landry pulled into a parking space, her phone buzzed on the dashboard. She glanced at the display. Mom. She exhaled slowly, pressing her lips together before answering. "Hello, Mom. Everything okay?" Before the breakup with Chad, she and her mother had spoken nearly every single day. Nothing serious, just brief, familiar check-ins. A good morning, have a great day kind of thing. But ever since she'd ended things with Chad, her mother had been calling non-stop, and every call had turned into a debate. Landry already knew what was coming. The only question was, which argument would her mother try this time? Donna had started with a "you might not find someone better" tactic. Her mom had listed Chad's wonderful qualities. He was kind, stable, responsible. He clearly adored her. Then she'd asked, "Are you sure you won't regret letting him go?" Then she'd taken a different angle. He fit in so well with the family. She'd reminded Landry how rare it was to find someone who meshed seamlessly into their world. Now, as her mother's voice filtered through the phone, gentle, almost hesitant, Landry braced herself. "Everything is fine, sweetheart." Donna's voice dripped with concern. "How are you doing?" A loaded question. Landry forced a brightness into her tone that she didn't quite feel. "I'm great. Just heading over to meet Mila for margaritas at Mama Rosa's." The restaurant on the River Walk had an abundance of outdoor seating, and Mila had vowed to go to battle for an outside table. "Have you heard from Chad?" her mother asked after a long pause. Landry stiffened. This was new. Her mother had never asked directly about him before. "No," she said, keeping her voice even, "and I don't expect to." Another pause. "I'm sure he's missing you as much as you're missing him." Her mother's voice softened, as if she were easing into dangerous waters. "Relationships aren't always easy, honey. Did you really try to work through things? Sometimes it takes compromise to make things work with a great person." Compromise. Landry bit back a bitter laugh. Should she remind her mother that compromise worked only if both people were willing to meet in the middle? She knew if she brought up her dreams, her need to write, her longing to travel, the restlessness inside her, her mother would dismiss them as impractical, unrealistic, unimportant. So Landry stuck to her simplest truth. "I don't love him." The words came out firm, final. "Do you want me to marry someone I don't love?" Silence. In that silence, Landry knew she had been right not to bring up her dreams, because her mother didn't value them any more than Chad had. The truth lodged like a splinter in her heart. Landry forced herself to exhale, to push past the disappointment tightening her chest. She needed to end this conversation. "I'm at the restaurant. How about I give you a call tomorrow?" Her mother hesitated. "Do you have big plans for the weekend?" The question stung. Once upon a time, her weekends had been filled. Friday nights with Chad, Sunday dinners with the family. Now, her calendar was empty. Landry swallowed past the ache. That was okay. She could focus on her book. No plans. Her mother sighed. "If you were still with Chad—" Landry didn't let her finish. "I'm not with Chad." Her voice came out sharper than she'd intended. "And I have plenty to keep me busy. No Chad required. Like I said, I'll catch up with you later." She ended the call before her mother could respond. For a moment, she sat in the car, gripping the steering wheel, staring through the windshield at nothing. The doubts her mother had planted took root almost instantly. Would she find someone better? Chad was a good guy. He had loved her. He fit in with the family. Never had a truer statement been spoken. There had even been times when Landry had wondered if her parents loved Chad more than they loved her. But the question that wouldn't stop circling in her head was the one her mother had posed. Are you sure you gave it your all? Had she? Had she tried hard enough to make Chad see how important her writing was to her? Had she fought for the things she wanted? Had she even tried to meet him halfway? Landry frowned, her grip tightening on the wheel, forcing herself to really remember those conversations. She thought she had, but had she? No. Because deep down, she had always known that no matter how hard she tried, no matter how much she bent herself to fit into his world, it would never be enough. And if she had forced herself to stay with him, if she had ignored the restless ache inside her, convinced herself she could be happy with less, she wouldn't have just regretted it. She would have lost herself entirely. Chapter 15. The outdoor tables at Mama Rosa's overlooking the river walk were packed with groups laughing over drinks and couples lost in quiet conversation. The glow from the string lights above shimmered on the water, adding to the golden haze of early evening. Somehow, Mila had managed to secure a prime table with the perfect view. Not only that, but she had already ordered 2 blood orange margaritas and a heaping platter of nachos, the kind where cheese would stretch between the chips like golden ribbons. The server was just setting everything down as Landry strolled up, her pulse still erratic from when she'd seen her pink envelope in the historic cubbyhole. What's all this? Landry dropped into the chair, her gaze darting between the comfort food and the equally comforting margarita Mila nudged closer. You sounded stressed. Mila gestured toward the nachos. Consider this my version of an emotional intervention. Landry let out a short laugh, a real one, before grabbing a chip, dipping it into the thick, creamy guacamole and taking a bite. Sharp lime and buttery avocado burst over her tongue. She followed it with a sip of the margarita, the bittersweet citrus mixing with the burn of tequila in a way that made her shoulders drop just a little. Then she sighed. How did you know I was stressed? We didn't even talk. I just sent a text. Mila smirked. Sweetie, that text had SOS written all over it. Landry rolled her eyes, but the tension in her chest eased. She took another chip before dropping her voice. I saw my envelope. Mila, in mid-bite, froze. She chewed slowly, then washed the nacho down with a long sip of her drink, before finally setting the glass aside. Her dark eyes narrowed with interest. All right, more info is needed. Which envelope, and where did you see it? The one I placed in the letter box yesterday, Landry said, keeping her gaze steady. The pink one. Mila's brows shot up. Wait, did you take it out? No. Landry exhaled sharply, leaning forward. I saw it when I went to hear Peter's lecture. That got Mila's full attention. She lowered the chip she had been about to pop into her mouth, her eyes flashing. Okay, 20 questions, time is over. Start at the beginning. Don't leave anything out. Landry took a quick sip of her drink, gathering her thoughts. I went to hear Peter speak at Collister, she began, her words picking up speed. After the lecture, I stopped by the room that held the original cubbyholes from the old post office. They use them for employee mail now. Mila gave a dramatic gasp. How exciting! Landry blinked. What? If I'd been there, I'd have rushed to see them. Mila grinned. Did you take pictures? Could you even get a photo, or did you have to fight off the crowds? Landry leaned back in her chair and quirked an eyebrow at her friend. Do you want to hear the story or not? Mila laughed and feigned contriteness. I do, I'm sorry. Please continue. Mollified, Landry continued. When I looked at the cubbies, I saw that the pink envelope I placed in the letter box this morning was sitting in one of the cubby holes. Mila froze, her fingers still curled around a chip loaded with cheese and beans. Slowly, she set it down. How do you know it was yours? Well, it was pink. Mila lifted a skeptical brow. There are a lot of pink envelopes in the world. Landry hesitated. Do you think so? Mila nodded. Yep. Landry frowned. She hadn't considered that. Mila, seeing the doubt flicker across her face, ate a chip and chewed thoughtfully before continuing. Did you see your handwriting on it? I couldn't even get near enough to see whose cubbyhole it was in. Frustration laced Landry's voice. I started to step closer to get a better look, but a security guard stopped me. That's a bummer. Mila studied her, then her expression sharpened. You have more. Spill it. Landry's fingers tightened around her glass. Peter's office is in that building. Mila's entire demeanor shifted. Her eyes widened, her mouth parting slightly before she leaned in. Wait, are you saying Peter could be kindred spirit? I don't know, Landry admitted, trying to tamp down the rising excitement in her chest. But my gut is telling me that it was my letter in that cubby, just like it told me that kindred spirit is a man. And now... She exhaled shakily. Now, it's telling me that kindred spirit and Peter are the same. Mila's hand flew to her chest, knocking her necklace sideways. This is so completely awesome! Her voice shook with excitement. Landry held up a hand, trying and failing to keep her emotions in check. I don't know for sure... Mila grabbed her wrist. But you're going to find out, right? Landry's heart thudded in response. She had to. I am, she said, her voice steady, determined. Then she grinned at her friend. And you're going to help me. After leaving Mila, Landry drove straight to the coffee shop, her fingers gripping the steering wheel. The evening air had cooled, but it did little to quiet the heat rushing through her veins. Every nerve in her body buzzed with anticipation. She knew it was a long shot. There was almost no chance that kindred spirit had responded so soon. But what if he had? What if a letter was waiting? Now that she had an idea of who kindred spirit might be, this response could either confirm her suspicions or prove her wrong. She needed to know. When she pulled into the parking lot, the shop was only dimly lit, and she could see Diane, Vern's sister, behind the counter, closing out the register. The usual end-of-night stillness had settled over the place, chairs stacked on tables, the scent of brewed coffee still clinging to the air. Using her key, Landry opened the locked door and stepped inside. Diane glanced up as the bell above the door dinged. She arched a brow, then smirked. Couldn't stay away? Landry forced an easy smile, hoping her heartbeat wasn't pounding loud enough to give her away. You know how it is. Home away from home. Diane laughed, turning back to her work. Landry stepped forward, keeping her tone light. I think I may have left my hat under the counter earlier. Just figured I'd swing by and check. She gestured vaguely with one hand, deliberately casual, careful not to seem too interested in what was behind the counter. Diane barely looked up, still counting the cash. Yeah, sure. Feel free to look. But Landry didn't move. She let her voice slip into conversational mode, tilting her head with just the right amount of interest. Vern mentioned something about a Grand Manse event tonight? Diane's attention snapped up immediately. If there was one thing Diane loved, it was gossip. And this was bait she couldn't resist. Oh, you know how those things are, Diane said, off to the races. It's just a small cocktail event. Mostly PR people and event organizers. Vern wasn't even planning to go, but they practically begged him. President of the GraceTown Business Owners Association and all. She rolled her eyes. I mean, how could he refuse? Landry nodded knowingly. He couldn't. Just like that, Diane was fully engaged, detailing every little tidbit about the Grand Manse, the high-profile attendees, and how Vern had grumbled about going but clearly enjoyed the status it brought. Landry kept her face neutral, nodding in all the right places, but her pulse pounded. She needed more time. When Diane slowed, she pivoted. It sounds amazing. The grounds there are incredible. It actually reminds me of the Summer Serenade. Diane brightened, launching into a new conversation about the event, the music, the twinkling lights. And then it happened, just as Landry had hoped. Diane gathered up the counted bills and zipped them into the deposit bag. "I just need to drop this in the safe." She waved a hand toward the back room. "I'll be right back." Landry's breath hitched, but she kept her expression smooth. "I'll see if I can find my hat while you do that." "Good luck," Diane laughed, already heading to the back. "I'll help you look when I get back." The second the door swung shut, Landry moved. She snagged the key behind the counter and her fingers trembled only slightly when she reached the letter box and opened it. And there it was, a letter, not just any letter, a response. She barely breathed. For a moment, Landry could do nothing but stare at it, her mind struggling to catch up with the reality that this was actually happening. Then footsteps sounded from the back. Landry's stomach plummeted. Without thinking, she yanked the letter free, shoved it into her bag, and slammed the box shut. Heart hammering, she ducked behind the counter, dropped the key back into place, and grabbed a glittery pink cap out of her bag. Just as Diane strolled back in, Landry popped up, waving the hat triumphantly. "Look what I found!" Diane grinned, completely oblivious. "That's darling. Worth coming back in for." Landry let out a breath that wasn't quite steady. She nodded, hugging her bag close, where the letter burned against her side like a secret waiting to be opened. "I agree," she said, voice steady now. "The trip was totally worth it." Settling into her car, Landry reached into her bag and pulled out the envelope, her fingers tingling with anticipation. She could wait until she got home, let the moment stretch a little longer. But patience had never been her strong suit. With a deep breath, she slid the single sheet of paper from the envelope, her pulse quickening as she unfolded it. "Dear a heart, finally heard. I, too, can't shake the feeling that we were meant to connect. In the few letters we've shared, it feels as though we've reached a depth of understanding and honesty that I've rarely, if ever, experienced. It's a connection I deeply treasure, a gift that has brought meaning and light into my own life. It's an honor, truly, to share my experiences with you as you navigate this pivotal and challenging moment in your journey. Thank you for trusting me with your thoughts and your heart. It's a privilege I don't take lightly. I'm sorry your relationship didn't stand up to the scrutiny of your dreams and your truth. Still, I can't help but feel immense pride in your courage to let go of the familiar, to step away from the comfort of what was and toward the unknown of what could be. That takes incredible strength. From my own journey, I must gently warn you, in the days and weeks ahead, it's not uncommon to feel the pull of doubt. The familiar can call to us with such a persuasive voice, tempting us to question the decisions we know were right. You may find yourself longing for the safety of what you left behind, especially when those around you struggle to understand your choice. When I faced those moments, I reminded myself of something essential: staying in a relationship that could never fulfill us, that asks us to compromise the core of who we are, isn't fair to us or to the other person. The love we seek, the life we dream of, deserves to be built on truth and shared vision. I know it's not easy. It wasn't for me either. The voices of doubt, the arguments from others, they can be loud and unrelenting. But your heart knows the truth. You've felt the relief, the freedom, the bright light that comes from choosing yourself and your dreams. Hold on to that feeling. Let it guide you when the road feels uncertain. Know that you're not alone in this. I'm here for you, always, and I understand. Whatever lies ahead, I believe in your strength and in the beauty of the life you're building. With unwavering support, your kindred spirit. Landry traced her fingers over the words, her smile faltering as a wave of uncertainty settled over her. He understood, truly, deeply understood. And yet there was nothing in this response that tied him to Peter Elliott. What if she was wrong? What if kindred spirit was someone else entirely? What if by pursuing his identity, she drove him away? Her breath caught at the thought. Would the fragile connection they had built through words and quiet understanding crumble? Would the closeness she had come to cherish, his encouragement, his insight, shatter like glass and disappear, leaving her with only the echoes of his words? Her heart clenched at the idea of losing him, because right now, he was the only one who truly saw her, who understood why she had walked away from Chad when everyone else believed she had made a mistake. Her parents wanted her to go back, to settle, to plan a future she didn't want. Chad would probably take her back in a heartbeat, and everything would be neat, expected, safe. Mila was supportive, yes, but it wasn't the same. Landry didn't think Mila knew what it felt like to stand at a crossroads with no map, to feel like you were fighting for a life no one else believed in. But Kindred Spirit did. She couldn't risk losing that. Not yet. Not until she knew, with absolute certainty, that he and Peter were one and the same. Until then, she would keep searching for answers, carefully piecing together the truth without letting the delicate thread between them unravel. Chapter 16. On Wednesday, just like clockwork, Peter strolled into the coffee shop alone. The cafe was packed, buzzing with the voices of women who had stopped by for coffee and pastries before heading to Professor Joe Wexman's talk at the college later that morning. The line stretched nearly to the door, and Landry barely had time to register Peter's arrival before she was handing him his usual black coffee, offering him only a quick smile before moving on to the next order. For the next half hour, she barely looked up, caught in the steady rhythm of pouring drinks, calling names, wiping down counters. It wasn't until the shop finally thinned out, just as suddenly as it had filled, that she had a moment to breathe. "Take your break now," Mila said under her breath, casting a pointed glance toward the corner where Peter sat, a book open in front of him. "He's reading," Landry countered, though she could already feel the pull, an invisible thread tugging her toward him. "He's alone." Mila's dark eyes locked onto hers, unwavering. "You're never going to figure out if he's KS if you two don't talk." Landry hesitated, glancing around the cafe. Vern was nowhere in sight, likely off running an errand. Diane was chatting at the register with an old friend. There was no reason to say no, no excuse to keep avoiding him. Besides, she wanted to talk to Peter. Mila gave her a little nudge. "Go, now." Landry let out a breath, smoothing a hand down the front of her apron. "Wait a second." Mila quickly made her an Italian soda. "Enjoy this and your conversation." As soon as Landry stepped out from behind the counter, her pulse picked up. Mila was right. This was too good of an opportunity to pass up. If she was ever going to figure out whether Peter was kindred spirit, she needed to spend more time with him, study his expressions, listen to his words, see if anything slipped out that lined up with what she already knew. And yet, this wasn't just a mission. She liked talking to Peter. She liked the way his mind worked, the way he saw the world. The thought sent a little thrill through her chest, one she quickly shoved aside. After taking a deep, steadying breath, she strolled toward his table, trying to will her heartbeat to slow. Peter looked up the moment she neared, his golden brown eyes warming. "Sorry I couldn't greet you when you walked in," she said, gesturing to the empty chair. "May I sit?" "Greet me." His lips quirked, amusement dancing in his gaze. "You are a valued customer, after all." He chuckled, setting his book aside. "By all means, please sit." His gaze swept over the now empty shop. "You were swamped when I got here. Now this place is like a ghost town. Your friend, Dr. Wexman, is speaking this morning." Pulling out the chair, Landry sat. "That's right." Peter nodded, thoughtful. I'm not sure what topic he decided to go with. There were 3 or 4 good ones he was considering. "Someone said something about grandmother stories?" Peter smiled. "Ah, that should be popular with this crowd." You mean because the women attending are mature?" Peter smiled and quickly shook his head. No. I'm sure Joe has fans of all ages. He uses the term grandmother stories to refer to the power of oral traditions within a community. I've heard a version of this lecture before. He explores the role of women as keepers of folklore and family history. You're right, that does sound fascinating. I hope the college records it and makes it available online. I'd love to hear it. Peter leaned forward slightly, elbows resting on the table. Are you close to your grandparents? The sudden shift in conversation caught her off guard. Pardon? Your grandmother, he clarified. Are you close? Landry stirred her drink with her straw, debating how much to say. Both of my grandmothers live far away. She exhaled, giving him a small smile. I like them okay, but I'm sort of glad they don't live in town. His brows lifted. Why is that? She hesitated, then decided to be honest. I already get enough pressure from my parents about how I should live my life. I don't need my grandmothers piling on. Peter nodded, something flickering across his face. Understanding, maybe? Do they? Are yours supportive of your career? She cut in, steering the conversation back to him. Peter leaned back slightly, a wry smile tugging at his lips. My parents and grandmother had very definite ideas about how my future should look. My grandfather made it clear he believed in a person following their passion. So, they supported your choice of careers? Only Pops was supportive. The others, not so much, he admitted, chuckling softly. It wasn't easy going against what they wanted, but they eventually accepted that I made the best choice for me. Landry's pulse jumped. The words, the sentiment, they were nearly identical to something Kindred Spirit had written. Coincidence? Her heart stuttered as she tried to keep her expression neutral, even as excitement surged in her chest. Peter picked up the book he'd been holding, Daniel Grace's latest novel, and held it up. Have you read this? I'm reading it now. Landry supposed she could attempt to steer the conversation back to his family, but sensed the moment had passed. Besides, she loved talking about books. I'm at the part where Sebastian is in Murphy's house, searching his computer files, and Murphy comes home early. Yes. Landry pressed a hand to her chest. I was literally yelling at the book, "Get out! Get out!" But Sebastian was determined to get those files. That's as far as I've gotten. Peter grinned. When he... Don't tell me. She lifted a hand, cutting him off. I don't want to know what happens. He laughed, shaking his head. I'm like that too. Not everyone feels that way. I have a friend in London who always reads the end first. Landry gasped in mock horror. No. Just no. Appears we're kindred spirits, he said lightly. The air between them shifted. Landry's breath caught, her fingers tightening slightly on her drink. It was just an expression, a common one. It didn't mean anything. And yet, she couldn't stop the flutter in her chest, the way her mind immediately filed it away alongside the pink envelope and kindred spirits' words in the letter about family expectations. She forced a smile, tucking away her reaction for later analysis. Later, she would hash this all out with Mila. For now, she would sit back and enjoy this conversation with Peter. She took a sip of her drink, meeting his gaze. What other books of Daniel Grace's have you read? Mila's lips curled in satisfaction as Landry approached the counter. Are you glad now that I made you take a break? Landry let out a breath, the lingering traces of Peter's laughter still echoing in her mind. I am. She could have sat there forever. If he hadn't had to head back to the college, she probably would have. We both love books, and there was so much to talk about. It felt easy? Mila leaned in, eyes glinting with something dangerously close to matchmaking enthusiasm. He's the kind of guy you should have been with all along, not someone like Chad, who doesn't read anything but automotive manuals. Landry's stomach twisted. It wasn't that she disagreed. Peter was fascinating in a way Chad wasn't, but it didn't feel right to let Mila dismiss Chad entirely. There are a lot of people who don't like reading, Landry countered, lifting a hand in defense. Chad has a lot going on at work. Being a mechanic is more complicated than you give him credit for. Mila arched a brow, tilting her head in speculation. Second thoughts? Not at all. Landry shook her head firmly, the weight of her decision settling deep in her chest. I just think it's important to be fair. Chad is a good guy, regardless of what's happened between us. Okay, I hear you. That's fair. Now, Mila bumped her hip against Landry. What did you find out? Landry blinked, momentarily thrown. She'd been so caught up in the conversation, the rhythm of their back and forth, that she'd almost forgotten her original mission. His family wanted him to follow a different career path, she said finally. Mila frowned, momentarily thrown off. Okay. And? Kindred Spirit wrote the same thing, Landry clarified, feeling a slight thrill of connection. Mila's whole face lit up. This is good, great. Now you're getting somewhere. She clapped her hands in excitement. What else? Landry hesitated. He said something about us being kindred spirits. Mila's brow shot up. That is interesting. I thought so, but I guess it is kind of a common phrase. Not that common. I mean, before his letters, when was the last time you heard it? What else? That's it. That's it? You talked to him for almost an hour. Landry grimaced, realizing just how much time had passed. He shifted the conversation to books and I got caught up in that. For a moment, Mila looked disappointed, but then her expression softened into a knowing smile. She patted Landry's shoulder. There will be other times. We'll make sure of that. Landry wasn't sure whether the flutter in her chest was from anticipation or nerves. Maybe both. But she knew one thing. Her search for answers wasn't over. Not by a long shot. Peter found the letter in his inbox Thursday morning. He didn't wait to go to his office, but sat in one of the leather chairs at the far end of the room, pulled out the sheet of pink paper, and began to read. Dear Kindred Spirit, I can't thank you enough for your support and for encouraging me to look within, to be brave enough to make the choice that was right for me, no matter how hard it was. You were right, of course. Those moments of doubt did come. The familiar called to me again, the voices telling me I was making a mistake, that I was foolish to walk away from something I once thought was so important. But having your words in my heart, reminding me of the strength it took to choose what was best for me, helped me stay strong. I don't know if I could have done it without that quiet strength you gave me. The relationship is over now, and I feel a deep, unshakable peace about it. I know in my heart that it's what's best, for him and for me. The road ahead feels uncertain, yes, but it's not because I regret my decision. It's because stepping into the unknown is always a little scary, no matter how sure we are of our path. I'm taking it one step at a time, with the hope that what lies ahead will be even more beautiful and fulfilling than what I've left behind. This is difficult for me to ask, but after all we've shared, I wonder if we could take this connection one step further. Since we both agreed that we've felt something real between us, would you be open to meeting in person? I live in GraceTown, and I can't help but hope, maybe even feel that you do too. If you do, I would love to find a time and a place where we could meet. I want to thank you in person for all the encouragement and clarity you've given me, and perhaps we could continue to build this friendship face to face. Whatever you decide, I'll always be grateful for the way you've touched my life. With hope and gratitude, a heart finally heard. Peter exhaled slowly, his grip tightening around the edges of the letter as he reread the words that had thrown his world off balance. She wanted to meet. A pulse of something sharp and electric shot through him. Excitement, apprehension, maybe even fear. He'd known this moment would come, had felt it pressing at the edges of his mind with every letter exchanged. But now that it was here, an ache settled deep in his chest. He thought about all the reasons he shouldn't meet her. they'd built a careful anonymity. Their letters had become their own kind of sanctuary, untouched by the complications of real life. Meeting would change everything. It could break the magic of what they had. It could be a mistake. And yet, the thought of saying no, of continuing to write to her while knowing she was just a heartbeat away, felt just as unbearable. Peter let out a breath and shoved the paper back into the envelope, his fingers lingering over the edge as if holding onto it might somehow bring him clarity. He carefully placed the letter into his messenger bag, sealing it away for now. He needed time. Time to think. Time to decide if he was brave enough to step beyond the safety of ink and paper. Top of form. Chapter 17, the soiree celebrating the culmination of the week-long women's event, was held on Friday night, a glittering affair filled with laughter, clinking glasses, and an air of lingering possibility. The wine and cheese reception was one of the most anticipated parts of the event, and tonight, the Sailor Hotel was alive with elegant guests, warm candlelight, and the hum of dozens of conversations swirling in the air. Peter hadn't expected an invitation, but giving a lecture had apparently earned him a spot on the guest list. Hope, as one of the sponsoring merchants, had also secured an invite, and when she'd suggested they attend together, he hadn't been able to come up with a reason to refuse, other than the fact that his thoughts were a tangled mess. Since receiving the letter yesterday, he'd written at least a dozen responses, some accepting the invitation to meet, others turning it down. None of them felt right. Each time he tried to finalize his decision, something held him back. "I'm glad we could come together," Hope said, tightening her grip around his arm as she carefully navigated the front steps of the historic hotel in impossibly high heels. "It'll make the evening a lot more fun." Fun. He wasn't sure if he was capable of fun tonight. His thoughts kept circling back to the letter, to the possibility that meeting could change everything, for better or worse. Peter managed a smile. He knew this event was more than just socializing for Hope. It was an opportunity to connect with potential clients. Hope also appeared distracted, her attention drawn to the scene unfolding as they stepped inside the beautifully restored hotel lobby. "Look how gorgeous everyone looks tonight." Peter took in the sights. The women wore elegant cocktail dresses, sequin tops, and delicate jewelry. The men, though fewer in number, were dressed sharply in suits and ties. He was glad Hope had advised him to wear a dark suit. It fit in perfectly with the polished yet relaxed atmosphere of the evening. The charm of the Sailor Hotel was undeniable. Even with the modern updates, the rich woodwork, gleaming chandeliers, and classic architectural details whispered of a bygone era. Something about it felt timeless, grounded, the kind of place where stories lingered long after their original storytellers had faded away. "I'll understand if you need to network," Peter said, glancing at her. He knew how much this event meant for her business, and most of the women attending tonight fit her target clientele. "I've been networking all week." Hope let out a happy sigh, clearly pleased with how things had gone. Actually, even before, since so many of the brides wanted to come in before the events officially started. If every week were like this one, I'd be thrilled but exhausted. "Sales were good?" Peter asked, forcing himself to focus on her words instead of the ache in his chest that had been gnawing at him since he'd first read the latest letter. "Sales were amazing." Instead of following the flow of guests heading toward the ballroom, Hope gently tugged him to the side, out of the foot traffic. Peter raised a brow. "Something wrong?" She shook her head and tipped her head back, a dreamy look on her face. "I need a moment to gawk." Her voice held genuine admiration as her eyes swept over the grand staircase. "I don't care how often I'm in here. The beauty of the woodwork in this hotel never fails to take my breath away." Peter glanced up at the carved balustrades, the rich mahogany gleaming under the soft golden lighting. The craftsmanship truly was something to admire. He nodded absently, but his thoughts were still locked on the letter tucked away in his messenger bag. It's a gorgeous hotel. It's also reportedly haunted, a man said behind them. Peter turned sharply, surprised by the familiar voice. Standing there, grinning, was Joe Wexman. Beside him, his wife Sophie fought to keep from smiling. "Haunted?" Peter chuckled. "Says who?" "Too many people to count," Joe said, miraculously keeping a straight face. Peter arched a brow. He had known Joe long enough to know that the man loved a good story. But folklore professors had a particular way of delivering information. Half truth, half legend. "Not just spirits, either," Hope added, a mischievous glint in her eye. "That's right," Sophie chimed in. "There's talk of a portal." Peter scoffed. "A portal? Really? You know, gateways that connect two separate locations or dimensions," Joe explained, as if addressing one of his students. "There's a long history of folklore surrounding them." "I know what a portal is," Peter said dryly. "I just have a hard time believing they actually exist." "I get that," Joe admitted. "Portals sound far-fetched, sure. But did you know that in physics, the concept of wormholes mirrors the idea? Science fiction has its roots in real science." "And GraceTown is known for the unexplainable," Sophie reminded him, her expression knowing. Peter opened his mouth to argue, but shut it again. The letters he'd sent and received, how they had found their way to him in such a strange way, fell precisely into that category. He had brushed off the mystery, choosing instead to focus on the connection he had formed with the writer. But now, what if? Joe and Sophie drifted off to greet a group of acquaintances, leaving Peter standing there, his thoughts churning. "What do you think of portals?" Peter asked Hope, his voice measured. She considered for a moment. "I like to imagine where they would take me if they did exist," she said with a small smile. "Sometimes it's fun to entertain the what-ifs, even if they seem improbable." For the next hour, they mingled, nibbled on appetizers, and sipped wine. Peter found himself constantly pulled into conversations. Guests who had attended his lecture wanted to talk more about Caroline Charles, while others simply wanted to introduce themselves. There was no chance for his mind to wander, no moment to slip away and lose himself in his own questions. It wasn't until they finally found themselves alone again that Hope turned to him with curiosity. "How was your week?" Peter hesitated for a moment before answering. "It went well." He sipped his drink before adding, "I contacted a university about a temporary teaching position." Once the war ended, Caroline traveled there. It's close to where George's plane went down in France. Hope raised a brow. "Ooh la la! So once your 6 months here are up, you'll be moving on?" He nodded. The civic building she designed there is her final known project. If I want to complete the full picture of Caroline Charles, I have to go there. Hope studied him carefully. "I can see why it's important. In my mind, it's essential." A brief pause stretched between them before Hope spoke again. "Mind if I ask you a personal question? As a friend." Peter tensed slightly. "Go ahead." She hesitated, then met his gaze. "You've moved around a lot over the years. Do you think you'll ever settle down somewhere?" His fingers tightened around the stem of his glass. If he admitted that GraceTown had felt more like home than any other place he'd lived, would she take it the wrong way? Would he? "Hard to say," he answered finally. Hope nodded as if she had expected that response. Peter took a slow breath, then decided to offer a confession. "I've been writing letters to someone. We haven't met yet, but there's a connection there that I've never expected." Her eyes widened slightly. "That's exciting." She studied his face, her voice tinged with curiosity. "When will you meet her?" A pause. "I assume you do plan to meet." In her last letter, she asked if I'd be willing. "And you said?" "Nothing yet." Hope hesitated, then bit her lip. "You're a smart guy, so—" Go ahead, he encouraged, sensing her reluctance. She sighed. You hear so much about people becoming, well, enamored with someone they're corresponding with only to find out they're being catfished. Peter exhaled slowly. He knew that catfished meant a person had been duped, often romantically and usually online, by someone pretending to be someone they weren't. She hasn't asked for money or gifts. No, but she could be someone entirely different from what she's presented. Hope's voice turned gentle. What if she's a student? That would put you in a tricky position, wouldn't it? Peter resisted the instinct to immediately dismiss the idea. The truth was, he didn't know. She could be a student. Her writing, the way she spoke of her family's disapproval, the crossroads she was standing at, did seem to indicate she was younger. He had been so focused on their connection, on how much he related to her struggles, that he hadn't considered the possibility that meeting her could risk his career. I want to meet her, he admitted, his voice rougher than intended. But I also need a good review from my department chair and the dean to secure my position in France. Hope's lips curved slightly. Ooh la la, she teased again, though her eyes held genuine warmth. Peter chuckled despite himself. You're a gem, Hope. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. I know it. She smiled, but then sobered. Seriously, take it slow. If this connection is real, if it's meant to be, then it will still be there, regardless of when you decide to meet. Peter nodded, though the uncertainty still gnawed at him. I hope she ends up being everything you're looking for. I hope so, too, Peter murmured. Because deep down, he knew that once he made his decision, there would be no turning back. This was a fabulous idea, Mila said to Landry. From the high-top table they'd managed to score, Mila glanced around as if seeing if she could spot anyone she knew. When Landry had suggested they meet at Red Top Bistro and Wine Bar on the River Walk after work on Friday, Mila had jumped at the idea. I've always liked this place. Landry's gaze lingered on the gorgeous bar area with its shiny wood and stone accents before she took in the exposed brick on a far wall that added a rustic touch. Behind the bar, sparkling glassware was displayed on open shelving, and bottles of wine sat in a cooler, designed to keep the wine at optimal temperature and humidity. The warm lighting enhanced the intimate and relaxed vibe, as did the soft, instrumental tracks of soothing jazz. I don't recall you mentioning it. Mila bit into a cracker she'd topped with a piece of cheese. In addition to ordering their favorite wine, red for her, white for Mila, they'd splurged on a cheese board. That's because Chad didn't like it, so we didn't come here much. Landry took a sip of her Pinot Noir. Mila's dark brows pulled together. I can't see you letting him call the shots. I guess you could say I did, but why would I insist he come here when everything about the place made him uncomfortable? When Mila frowned and took another bite of cracker, Landry sensed the need to explain further. Think about it. If you and I decided to go out to eat on Saturday night and I knew you hated sushi. I love sushi. A horrified look crossed Mila's face. For argument's sake, let's say you don't like anything about it. Not even California rolls? Not even California rolls. Mila heaved a heavy sigh and waved an airy hand. Okay, I'm not liking how this is going, but go ahead. Knowing how you feel, why would I suggest we go to Wasabi Wave? Landry smiled. Chad doesn't care for wine and told me the ambience here makes him feel like a bull in a china shop. Mila's lips quirked upward. I could hear him saying that. Before Chad, I used to come here with girlfriends. You and I came here a lot, Landry said, swirling her wine absently. BC. Mila nodded knowingly as she took a sip of her Riesling. Landry frowned. BC? Before Chad, Mila clarified in a matter-of-fact tone, once you two got serious, our girls' nights became a thing of the past. Now look at us, twice in 1 week. Landry opened her mouth to argue, instinctively wanting to push back, but then she hesitated. Her mind reeled back over the past year, especially the last 6 months, and the truth settled uncomfortably in her chest. Mila wasn't wrong. I've been a bad friend. The admission came quietly, a weight pressing against her ribs. Mila waved a dismissive hand, her expression easy, and her dark eyes were warm. Not bad, just busy. Landry exhaled, her throat tight. I'm sorry. Mila's lips curved into a soft smile. Forgiven. A comfortable silence stretched between them, filled with the unspoken understanding that some friendships, the real ones, could withstand unintended distance. Is something on your mind? Mila sat back in her chair. You haven't been yourself the past couple of days. I'm sure no one else has noticed, but I know you. Concern shimmered in Mila's dark eyes. What's up? Is it the breakup? I did something impulsive, and now I'm wondering if it was a mistake. Landry took a steadying breath and traced the rim of her wine glass with her fingertip. On Wednesday, I wrote Kindred Spirit another letter. She hesitated, then exhaled. I asked if he'd want to meet. Mila's jaw dropped. You did not. I did. That is so exciting. Mila's squeal drew smiles from two women at a nearby table, who then exchanged amused glances. Landry lifted a hand, palm out. Not so fast. Mila looked startled. He said no? He hasn't responded. Mila's expression faltered for a split second before she recovered. Okay. But sometimes it takes him a while to respond, right? Never this long. Landry sighed, frustration and doubt curling around her. I think I made a mistake in asking. I thought it was a way to know for sure. But what if he is Peter, and I've pushed him away? What if he isn't ready for that? I don't know what got into me. I shouldn't. Don't. Mila closed her hand over Landry's, grounding her spiraling thoughts. Don't second guess. If it felt right for you to ask, it was the right time. Either he'll respond and say it's too soon, or he'll agree to meet. Landry let out a shaky breath, nodding. Either of those options would be okay. Her fingers tightened around the stem of her glass. But what if he ghosts me? The words felt like admitting a secret fear aloud, the kind that clawed at her in the quiet moments, making her heart pound. Mila's gaze softened, but her tone remained firm. If he does, he's clearly not the man you think he is, and you're better off without him. Releasing Landry's hand, Mila sat back, assessing her with quiet intensity. You know that, don't you? Landry nodded slowly, her throat thick. I know that. She forced a small, hollow smile. I also know that if that's how it is, it'd be best if it all stopped now before I fall any deeper. Mila studied her for a long moment, then lifted her glass. Well, here's to hoping he's the man you think he is. Landry clinked her glass against Mila's, forcing another smile. Here's to hoping. Chapter 18. Peter could have slept in. He had no classes, no pressing obligations, no real reason to step foot on campus, and yet here he was, making his way through the hushed corridors of the college, the soft scuff of his shoes, the only sound in the stillness. There was no logical reason for him to check his cubby. None. But he did it anyway. The moment his fingers brushed the smooth edge of the wooden slot, anticipation coiled tight in his chest, irrational but undeniable. As he pulled out the small stack of mail, his pulse hitched, a fleeting, foolish hope threading through him. He sifted through the envelopes with quick, practiced movements, scanning, searching until... nothing. No pink envelope, no neatly folded letter, no connection waiting to be unsealed. Disappointment hit harder than it should have. But then, the ball was still in his court, wasn't it? He hadn't responded to her yet. He hadn't given her an answer. So why had he expected a new letter? Shaking off the feeling, Peter turned toward his office, forcing his focus back to Caroline Charles. Her story had always been compelling to him, but lately it had taken on a sharper, more personal edge. Her movements after the war were well documented, her work in France tangible proof of the life she had tried to rebuild. A municipal building she had designed in Arras still stood, a testament to her resilience and talent. But Peter couldn't help but wonder whether her choice to settle there, even briefly, had been driven by more than professional considerations. Had she been searching for something? Or someone? The war had taken George from her, shot his plane from the sky over the northern countryside of France. But had Caroline really accepted that he was gone? Or had some small, desperate part of her held on to the impossible hope that he had survived? Love and hope were dangerous when entwined. They made people believe in things that logic defied. Peter needed to go to Arras, needed to walk the streets she had walked, see the house where she had stayed, breathe the air of the town where she had tried to stitch herself back together. Only then could he bring this chapter of his research to a close. By the time he reached City Hall Coffee that afternoon, his mind was whirring with logistics. The faculty contact at the University of Artois he needed to reach out to, the possibility of securing a temporary teaching position, the details of the trip he had begun to plan in his head. And yet, despite all of that, despite everything, GraceTown tugged at him. He had never been the kind to get attached to places, but something about this town had settled under his skin. Of all the places he had lived, however briefly, this one felt the most like home. Maybe it wasn't the town itself. Maybe it was her. Mila was behind the counter when he walked in, and she greeted him with a wave, her sharp gaze flickering over him in silent assessment. She was always watching, always reading between the lines. He scanned behind the counter, almost without thinking. A young man he didn't recognize was manning the espresso machine. Something deflated inside him. Landry wasn't working today. He had just stepped away from the counter, black coffee in hand, when his eyes landed on a familiar figure tucked away in a far corner of the shop. There she was. The relief was so startling, so immediate, that Peter barely had time to process it before he was already moving in her direction. He told himself it was just politeness that had him stopping by to say hello. And yet, when he reached her table, his throat felt inexplicably dry. Taking a break? The words left his mouth before he could stop them. A lame attempt at casual conversation, considering the green smock she wore made it obvious she was still on shift. Landry glanced up, and when her gaze met his, something uncoiled in his chest. "Late lunch," she said, amusement flickering in her green eyes. The smock might have been practical, but it did something to the color of her eyes, made them deeper, more striking. Then, without hesitation, she said, "You could join me. If you want, that is." For the first time all day, Peter felt himself breathe. Without a second thought, he pulled out the chair, something settling in him as he did. It was ridiculous, really, how easily she made him feel at peace, how a simple invitation to sit with her felt like an unspoken acknowledgement of the connection that had been steadily growing between them. He hadn't even taken his first sip of coffee before he noticed the travel brochures spread across the table. The sight of them sent a ripple of curiosity through him. He caught a glimpse of the Eiffel Tower. It was unmistakable, before Landry swept them into her bag. "Thinking about taking a trip?" he asked, lifting his cup to his lips. "I'm saving up for one." She shrugged, but there was a glint in her eyes, a quiet kind of determination. Peter raised a brow. "To France?" Landry chuckled, a self-conscious kind of laugh. I know. Considering my book, you'd think London would be first on my list. But what can I say? I love baguettes and cheese. Oh, and croissants." He leaned back slightly, studying her. There was something about how she said it, a quiet resolve beneath her words. "You'll love France," he said with certainty. "I've been there a number of times. I'm always eager to go back." She let out a breath, her fingers tracing the rim of her cup. I've always wanted to go to Paris and spend days in the Louvre seeing all the art. Her voice softened, turning almost wistful. I graduated with a minor in art history. My parents called it a waste of time, but I think it'll give me a better appreciation of what I see when I finally get there. There it was again, that flicker of something beneath her words. Not just anticipation, but something heavier. A longing that had been brushed aside too many times before. There's so much to see, Peter agreed, setting his cup down. If you had to pick, what's at the top of your list? The Mona Lisa, of course, she said instantly. But what else? He smiled, charmed by her enthusiasm. You can't go to the Louvre for the first time and not see the Mona Lisa. That would be like going to Florence and skipping David. She grinned, pulling out her phone as he listed his recommendations. The Wedding at Cana, The Raft of the Medusa, and Liberty Leading the People, she repeated, typing them into a notes app. Those are my top painting recommendations, he continued. But if you're more into sculpture, I am, she said quickly, eyes alight with excitement. I love statues. There's something about them. They feel alive. Peter's lips quirked. I feel the same way. He rested an elbow on the table, watching her. Venus de Milo is stunning, but the winged victory of Samothrace might be even more breathtaking. How do you spell Samothrace? She asked, thumbs hovering. He spelled it, watching as she carefully typed it in, clearly not wanting to get it wrong. But my favorite, he added after a moment, is an ancient Egyptian statue called the Seated Scribe. It's a lifelike figure of a scribe, and his eyes... He shook his head. You have to see them to understand. She added a star next to that suggestion. I'll definitely check that one out. The Great Sphinx of Tanis is another one to add to your list. It's one of the largest sphinx sculptures outside Egypt. Landry let out a quiet breath, her gaze sweeping over the notes she'd taken. I want to see them all. But then, just as quickly, the light dimmed in her eyes. Doubt crept in, turning her excitement into something more hesitant. Peter caught the shift immediately. What's stopping you? He asked, keeping his voice even. Money, she answered too quickly, but I've been saving. My family thinks I should use my savings to buy a better car, but I'd rather use it for travel. Peter took a slow sip of coffee. He could sense there was more, something deeper she wasn't saying. He set his cup down. What else? Landry hesitated. What do you mean? There's more to it than money, he said simply. What else is holding you back? For a moment, she seemed to war with herself, fingers tightening around her cup. Finally, she slowly exhaled. Someone told me recently that if I really wanted to travel, I would have by now. Peter's brows pulled together as she flushed slightly. It's just, she began, then stopped. He tilted his head, considering her words. Just? Landry let out a soft, self-deprecating laugh. You'll think I'm a wuss. He shook his head. I could never think that of you. She bit her lip, clearly debating whether to say what she was thinking, then finally sighed. The only way I could afford to go right now would be if I stayed in a hostel. Peter nodded. Okay. Her lips pressed together. I've read so many horror stories about women getting hit on constantly in hostels. It freaks me out. He started to respond, but she waved a hand. I know. I need to do my research. Have a plan. But it still makes me nervous. Peter could tell that wasn't all. He leaned forward, bracing his forearms on the table. What else? She sighed. I don't have friends who want to travel. Or if they do, they'd rather go to places like New York or D.C., not Paris. She tapped her nails against her cup. And I just think it would be more fun to share it with someone. I know people solo travel all the time, but I don't know if that's for me. She braced herself then, like she was expecting him to tell her she was being ridiculous. Instead, Peter reached across the table, covering her hand with his. Her fingers curled slightly around his, and an unexpected jolt of something surged through him. "Thank you for sharing that," he said, his voice steady but warm. "Those concerns are real. They aren't silly or stupid." She studied him, eyes searching. "No? No," he said firmly. "Hostels aren't for everyone. I stayed in one once. That was enough. There are plenty of affordable hotels in Paris where you'd be much more comfortable." The flicker of excitement returned to her eyes. "As for travel companions," he continued, "there are many ways to meet people before you go. Travel forums, groups, organized tours, or even just asking around. You'd be surprised how many people want to go, but don't think they can." The tension in her shoulders eased slightly. "I haven't really tried anything beyond asking friends." She shook her head, almost laughing at herself. "And why haven't I?" Peter smiled. "I'd venture to say that, until recently, you never really believed you could make it happen." She stared at him, lips parting slightly as if she'd never considered that before. Then slowly, she nodded. Peter watched as Landry absorbed his words, her fingers tightening slightly around his before she slowly pulled away, resting her hand on the table. He could see in her eyes the war that waged inside her, hope and hesitation locked in a delicate battle. "I think you might be right," she admitted, voice softer now, as if she feared that saying it out loud would make it more real. "For so long, traveling has felt like a dream, something I tell myself I want, but never actually plan for. Maybe I was scared to plan for it, because if I do, then it means I really have to go." "And that's terrifying?" Peter prompted gently. She let out a nervous chuckle, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. "A little." Her gaze met his, more open now, as though she'd decided to let him see the part of her that still wavered. "It's just that stepping onto a plane, landing in a country where I don't know anyone, where I don't even speak the language fluently, it feels overwhelming." Peter nodded, understanding all too well the mixture of excitement and fear that came with leaping into the unknown. "It is overwhelming," he agreed, "but it's also exhilarating. The first time I traveled alone, I was terrified. I didn't speak the language well either, but you learn, you adapt, and the world feels so much bigger and smaller at the same time." He leaned forward slightly. "I can tell you'd love every second of it." Landry bit her lip, mulling over his words. "What if I hate it?" she finally asked. "Then you come home knowing you tried. But at least you won't live with the regret of never having gone." He paused, watching her expression shift. "Isn't that better than always wondering?" She let out a breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding, then nodded. Yeah, it is." Something flickered between them, something unspoken but felt. It made the air feel heavier, more charged. For the briefest of moments, Peter had the insane urge to tell her that if she ever wanted company in France, he wouldn't mind showing her around. He kept that thought to himself. Instead, he picked up his coffee, offering her a small smile. "So, when will you start planning your trip?" Landry's answering grin was slow but full of something different this time. Determination. "Soon." She took a sip of her drink. "Very soon." Buoyed by her conversation with Peter that afternoon, Landry decided to spend Saturday night researching travel companions and inexpensive hotels. Landry had barely taken a step toward her apartment door before the sight of Chad waiting for her stopped her in her tracks. A wave of frustration rolled through her, immediately followed by a pang of guilt. She wasn't heartless. She had cared about him once, still did in a way. But she had finally started looking forward and seeing him standing there, hands shoved in his pockets, looking freshly showered and wearing a polo shirt she'd never seen before, felt like stepping backward. Her chest tightened as she forced a smile. "Chad." She kept her voice even, but the tension in her body betrayed her. "What are you doing here?" He shifted from foot to foot, his gaze flicking away before settling back on her. "Can we talk?" There was something about the way he said it, something heavy in his voice, and for a brief moment a part of her wanted to say no, to tell him that talking wouldn't change anything, that she had spent too many nights replaying their relationship in her head, searching for what was missing, and she had already made peace with the answer. But she also knew that Chad wasn't the kind of guy to show up for no reason. And since he was here, since he wore the cologne she'd given him for Christmas, maybe he needed closure. So she took a breath, swallowed down the mix of emotions stirring inside her, and nodded. "Sure." Unlocking the door, she stepped inside, holding it open for him. "I'm going to grab a soda. Want one?" "Yeah, thanks." His gaze swept over her apartment like he was seeing it for the first time. "You always keep your place so clean." The familiarity of the comment sent a sharp pang through her chest. How many times had he said that? It was the kind of offhand remark that used to make her smile, but now it felt like a reminder of how different they were. She grabbed 2 sodas in the kitchen and handed him one before gesturing toward the couch. "Sit, I'm glad you stopped by." Hope flickered in his blue eyes, and Landry knew instantly that her words had given him the wrong idea. "You are?" He sounded hesitant, but there was a thread of something deeper beneath his tone, something that made her throat tighten. She nodded as she took a seat, not beside him, but in the chair across from the couch. He noticed. She saw it in the way his jaw tensed, the way his fingers tightened around the soda can. "I am," she said softly, "because I should have told you before. I don't regret the time we spent together." His brows furrowed. "I don't understand." She exhaled slowly, choosing her words carefully. "You're a great guy, Chad. You're kind, considerate. We had fun together." She hesitated, then met his gaze head on. "But I also know that fun isn't enough." His fingers flexed against the can. "If you don't want to get engaged right now, that's fine. I can wait. I never intended to push you." The hope in his voice was nearly her undoing. She forced herself to stay steady, to push past the guilt pressing against her ribs. "It's not about the proposal. It never was." He shook his head, frustration flashing across his face. "Is this about the travel stuff?" Her lips parted. He still didn't get it. It was about so much more than travel. She wanted to ask him, "Did you see me? Truly see me?" She leaned forward, voice gentle but firm. "Let me ask you something. Do you think that, in time, you'll change your mind? That one day you'll wake up and want to travel the world? Or that you'll suddenly find my dream of writing a novel exciting, admirable even?" Chad opened his mouth, but the words didn't come. He clenched his jaw, looking away. And that silence, that moment where he couldn't make himself lie, said everything. "You see," Landry whispered, "it would be wrong for me to expect you to change, just like it would be wrong for you to expect me to stay the same." His jaw worked, like he was trying to find the right argument, the one that would make her stay. "Maybe with time, you'll change your mind." She inhaled sharply, the words hitting her like a slap. "Maybe with time, you'll be less of who you are." That's what he was saying, even if he didn't realize it. Deep in her bones, she knew that breaking off their relationship had been the right thing to do. She couldn't waver now. She thought of kindred spirit, of how, in just a handful of letters, he had seen her more clearly than Chad ever had. "You deserve a woman who loves you with her whole heart," she said softly, meeting his gaze. "You told me once that plenty of women would be happy to be with you. I believe that too. You deserve someone who wants the same things you do, someone who doesn't ask you to change." A muscle jumped in his jaw. "You make it sound so simple." "It's not," she admitted, "but one day when you meet her, you'll look back on this time and know that ending our relationship was the right thing." Doubt flickered in his eyes, but she also saw something else: understanding. He let out a breath, then set the soda on the table and pushed himself to his feet. He stood there for a moment, looking at her as if committing this moment to memory. One last hug for the road? His voice was rough, unsteady. Landry's throat burned as she stood and stepped into his arms. His embrace was warm, familiar, but there was no spark, no pull in her chest, telling her to stay. She felt only gratitude for what they'd had and certainty that they were meant to go their separate ways. "Have a happy life," she whispered against his shoulder. "You deserve it." Chad pulled back, studying her face for a long moment. Then, with a quiet sigh, he reached up and tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. His touch was careful, almost reverent. "You deserve it too," he said. And then, just like that, he left her alone. Chapter 19. Landry's breath came in shallow bursts as she stood before the locked doors of City Hall Coffee, the weight of anticipation pressing down on her chest. The street was quiet, and the glow of street lamps cast long shadows across the sidewalk. Inside, the cafe sat in darkness, empty and still. But to Landry, it pulsed with an electric kind of energy, the promise of something waiting just beyond reach. Her hand hovered near the lock, the key gripped in her fingers, her nerves battling with her resolve. "Vern will be pissed if he finds out I was here." The thought sent a fresh wave of anxiety curling through her, but she couldn't leave without checking. It had been a week of waiting, a week of uncertainty, a week of hoping. She'd managed to check for a response in the first few days, but by the weekend, Vern had been at the shop constantly. Today had been no different. As she'd left for the day, he'd called out a casual, "See you tomorrow," which meant he'd be here then, too. And no matter how carefully she timed it, no matter how patient she was, she had no guarantee that she'd get a moment alone to check the letterbox. "I need to know." Her hands trembled as she unlocked the door and slipped inside. The shop smelled of roasted coffee beans and vanilla, scents so familiar they wrapped around her like a second skin. She moved quickly, disarming the alarm with practiced fingers, heart thudding a frantic rhythm. There was no time to waste. The letterbox loomed in the dim light, its presence almost mocking. The last time she'd reached inside, she'd been filled with excitement, anticipation. Tonight, there was something else, a jagged edge of fear. What if there was nothing? What if he had simply decided to stop writing? Her breath hitched as she pulled open the back door to the box. An envelope sat there waiting. The rush of relief nearly knocked her off balance. "I knew it," she whispered, her voice barely more than a breath. She grabbed the letter, her fingers curling tightly around it, as if it might disappear if she let go. The paper felt warm against her skin, like it had been waiting for her, absorbing the longing, the unanswered questions. A deep ache twisted in her chest. I should read it now, but she wasn't safe yet. The coffee shop felt too open, too vulnerable. At any moment, someone could walk by, glance inside, and see her standing there. If the sheriff or one of his deputies was on patrol, it would only take a second for them to stop and ask questions. She wasn't prepared to answer. She forced herself to move. With careful, steady hands, she reset the alarm, locked up and slipped back outside into the cool night air. The streets were still deserted, but the urgency inside her hadn't faded. She climbed into her car, set the letter on the passenger seat, and pulled away from the curb, gripping the steering wheel tighter than necessary. The drive home stretched endlessly before her. Every red light felt like a cruel joke designed to prolong her agony. The letter sat beside her, teasing her with its presence, each passing second winding the tension in her chest a little tighter. Still, a warmth spread through her as she imagined what meeting kindred spirit would be like. If he was Peter, wonderful. If not, then at least she knew this man understood her in a way no one else ever had. She pictured them deep in conversation, losing track of time as they talked about books, art, and the places they longed to see. Sharing their dreams, the kind most people dismissed as impractical. But he never would. Kindred Spirit understood her dreams. When Landry finally reached her apartment, she barely remembered pulling into her parking spot and getting out of the car. She rushed inside, heart hammering, hands shaking as she tossed her bag onto the couch. She sank onto the sofa, her breath uneven as she unfolded the letter and began to read. Dear Heart, finally heard. Your words moved me deeply, as they always do. To hear that I played even a small role in helping you take back your life fills me with a sense of quiet joy. But make no mistake, it was your courage, your strength, and your unyielding desire to honor your dreams that brought you to this moment of change. If my support helped in any way, then I am profoundly grateful to have been part of your journey. Life's road is often uncertain, and I find myself navigating similar terrain. I, too, am contemplating changes that feel both daunting and exhilarating. Perhaps that's the beauty of stepping into the unknown. It's frightening, yes, but also brimming with the promise of new beginnings. Your request to meet has been on my mind. I can't deny the connection that's grown between us, nor the warmth I feel whenever I read your words. There's something truly special about what we've built here, and I treasure it deeply. Yet I feel that the time may not be quite right. Please know this isn't because of any lack of care or trust. On the contrary, I care for you more than I ever thought I could care, for someone with whom I've only ever exchanged words on a page. I hope we can continue to write, to share our thoughts and dreams, and to deepen this friendship that has already brought so much light into my life. The idea of meeting one day when the time feels right for us both remains close to my heart. For now, though, I hope we can continue to walk this path together, even if from a distance, with admiration and hope, a kindred spirit. By the time she finished reading the letter for the second time, a few stray tears had slipped down her cheeks. She had told herself that he might not be ready to meet, but deep down she had expected him to say yes. A hollow ache settled deep inside her. So, what now? If they didn't meet, how would she ever know who he was? How could they ever move forward? Her fingers clenched around the letter, the words blurring slightly as her vision misted over. She had taken a risk. She had put herself out there in a way she had never done before. Now she was left with uncertainty, with an answer she hadn't been fully prepared to receive. A part of her understood. His words had been filled with care, with admiration. He hadn't rejected her, not really, but he hadn't said yes either. The weight of that truth settled over her, heavy and unrelenting. She had taken a step forward, and now she had to figure out what to do with the space between them. The next morning, Landry braced herself as she stepped into City Hall coffee, the weight of last night's disappointment still pressing against her chest. She had told herself she'd be fine, that she could handle whatever his response would be. And yet, the sting lingered, dull but present, like the ache of a bad tooth. She almost wished she hadn't told Mila of her plan to stop by last night after the shop closed. Did he write back? Mila's voice was low but urgent, her dark eyes flicking toward her as she frothed milk for a cappuccino. Vern manned the register, the usual morning rush keeping him distracted. Customers chatted as they waited, the hiss of steaming milk and the clatter of cups filling the air. They were both busy, hands moving in a well-practiced rhythm, but even as Landry worked, she could feel Mila's question hanging between them. She hesitated for only a second. He did. Mila's head snapped up, her excitement evident even as her work rhythm didn't change. Her green eyeliner made her eyes look even wider, more intense. And Landry focused on the drink she was making, her fingers steady as she poured the steamed milk, though her heart beat a little faster. No. Mila stilled for half a second, her enthusiasm faltering. No. He wants to wait. Landry forced her voice to stay even, her movements deliberate as she slid the drink across the counter. She would not let herself fall apart over this. Not here. Not now. A rush of frustration flickered across Mila's face, but she covered it quickly, adding whipped topping to the drink in her hand with a little more force than necessary. Why? Landry lifted a shoulder, her voice quieter now. He's not ready. She felt Mila's gaze on her, assessing, concerned. Last night she had nearly convinced herself that he was blowing her off, that this connection that had become so important to her meant nothing to him. But after rereading the letter this morning, she knew that wasn't true. He still wanted to write, to share their thoughts, their dreams. He still cared, and she had promised him she'd accept whatever he decided, even if it hurt. The silence stretched for a beat too long before Vern glanced their way. His gaze lingered on Landry's unsmiling face, then shifted to Mila. "Once you finish up there, take your break," he said, surveying the cafe with a satisfied nod. "It's slowed down enough that I should be fine handling things on my own." Mila blinked. "Are you saying we can take our break together?" Vern smirked. "That's what I said, didn't I?" 10 minutes later, they were in the employee break room, the door firmly shut behind them, and Landry knew that this was where she'd finally let herself feel everything. Mila didn't hesitate to reach across the table and clasp Landry's hands, her fingers warm and steady, an anchor against the storm brewing inside her. "Oh, Landry, I'm so sorry." Landry forced a smile and let out a breath that trembled just slightly. Kindred Spirit hadn't responded the way she had wanted, but at least he wasn't going silent. "At least he wrote back," she said softly. "That's something, right?" Mila's grip tightened, her brows knitting. Did he say why he doesn't want to meet? Landry swallowed, the familiar words of his letter echoing in her mind. She had read it so many times, dissecting each sentence, each pause, each carefully chosen phrase. Nothing other than the time isn't right. Mila's frown deepened, frustration sparking in her dark eyes. What does that even mean? I don't know. Landry exhaled a heavy sigh, feeling the weight of it settle deep in her chest. The positive is that he hopes we can continue to, as he said, walk this path together. Mila rolled her eyes. That sounds like something out of a Nicholas Sparks novel. Landry gave a small laugh, but it was hollow, like something fragile about to crack. It's okay, she said, though she wasn't entirely sure who she was trying to convince, Mila or herself. He's helped me look at my life in a different way. Even if we never meet, his letters have changed my life. Mila studied her for a long moment, then tilted her head. Do you still think he could be Peter? Landry hesitated, her fingers tightening around Mila's. She had asked herself that question repeatedly, a thought that tugged at her when she least expected it. I don't think so, she admitted. I kind of feel if he was Peter, he'd be okay with meeting me now. Mila pursed her lips, considering, then she shrugged. At least you still have Peter. That brought a smile to Landry's lips. She shook her head. You make him sound like some sort of consolation prize. The funny thing was, Peter was anything but a consolation prize, and that thought sent a different kind of shiver through her, one she wasn't quite ready to name. By the time Landry and Mila returned from break, the coffee shop had settled into a slow, steady hum. A few lingering customers occupied tables sipping their drinks and chatting in low tones, but the earlier rush had completely died down. Landry felt the moment coming when Vern would toss his keys onto the counter with his usual, "You two can handle it. I'm heading out." If she'd known today would be this slow, she wouldn't have had to visit last night. She could have checked the letterbox like any other day. No sneaking, no anxiety, no racing heart. For the best, she told herself. Reading the letter here, in front of co-workers and customers, would have been impossible. She'd needed the solitude, the privacy of her apartment, to let those words sink in, to sit with the disappointment and the quiet ache of uncertainty. It was just another reminder that things happened in their own time, whether she liked it or not. Landry. The sound of her name pulled her from her thoughts, and she turned to find Joe Wexman standing on the other side of the counter. "If you get a chance, could you pop over to my table? I have something to ask you," he said. She blinked, curiosity flickering to life. "I can take a quick break in 10. Will you still be around?" "I should be." He flashed a quick smile before heading back to his seat. Mila nudged her with an elbow. "What do you think that's about?" "No idea," Landry admitted, but she couldn't deny the small thrill of anticipation curling in her stomach. "But I can't wait to find out." 10 minutes later, with the trickle of customers barely requiring her attention, she made her way at Joe's table. He was on his phone, but when he spotted her, he held up a finger, mouthing, "Just a minute." Even as he continued his conversation, he stood and pulled out the chair across from him, motioning for her to sit. She did, her curiosity mounting. "Sorry about that," Joe said as he slid his phone into his pocket. "How are you?" "I'd say curious sums it up," she admitted with a small smile. He laughed. "Peter mentioned that you're a big fan of Daniel Grace's novels." Landry straightened, suddenly very interested. "I've read everything he's written." Joe nodded, leaning forward slightly. "I thought about bringing him in here to meet you. He loves meeting other writers, but I know you're usually busy." Landry's heart kicked up a notch. "Sophie and I are having some people over on Saturday," he continued. "Nothing fancy, just drinks and appetizers on the deck to celebrate the nice weather. Daniel and his wife Jenna will be there. We'd love for you to come. It'd be a great chance for you to meet him." Landry's mind spun as she processed his words. Daniel Grace, in the same room with her, having an actual conversation. She swallowed, not wanting to sound like a starstruck fangirl, but God help her, that's exactly how she felt. "That's incredibly kind of you," she said slowly, half wondering if she was dreaming. "Are you sure? I don't want to intrude." Joe chuckled, waving away her concern. "You can't intrude if you're invited. Sophie and I love bringing people together, and Daniel is great about supporting young writers. It'll be fun." Before she could argue, he pulled a business card from his wallet and scribbled an address on the back, sliding it across the table. "Come by any time after 7. Bring a friend if you'd like." She hesitated, staring down at the card. The address was on Spruce Street, a block lined with grand, stately homes. Chad had always called it Snob Street, rolling his eyes every time they passed by. If they were still together, she doubted he'd go. He'd complain about the crowd, about how she was wasting her time on a pipe dream. But they weren't together. And now she had the chance to meet one of her favorite authors without anyone dragging her down, without anyone making her feel like she was foolish for dreaming. She lifted her gaze, a slow smile spreading across her lips. "Thanks so much, Joe. I'll be there." Chapter 20. For the past week, Peter had checked his cubby every single day. It had become a ritual, a ridiculous, pathetic ritual, but one he couldn't seem to break. And every single day, disappointment had greeted him like an old friend. He'd tried to reason with himself. What more is there for her to say? She'd asked to meet, and he'd turned her down. Politely, thoughtfully, but still. Maybe she was disappointed. Maybe she was rethinking their whole connection. Maybe she decided he wasn't worth the trouble. Or maybe she's just busy, he reminded himself, doing whatever it is she does all day. He, too, had been busy, gathering reference letters, sending off inquiries about the teaching position in France, convincing himself he was making the right decision. Yet here he was, back at the cubby, hoping for a pink envelope that wasn't there. Again. "You know, I've seen gamblers at a roulette table look less desperate than you do right now." Peter jerked his head up at the familiar voice. Joe Wexman strolled toward him, hands in his pockets, an amused glint in his eyes. "What are you doing down here?" Peter countered, crossing his arms as if that might somehow shield his embarrassment. "I was headed home when I saw you." Joe's smile turned knowing. "Figured I'd remind you about the party at my place tomorrow." Peter had completely forgotten about that. Joe cocked his head. "You are coming, right? And bringing hope?" Peter groaned inwardly. He should have seen that one coming. "Like I've told you before, Hope and I are just friends," he said, keeping his voice level. Joe didn't look convinced. "Uh-huh, sure. But let me ask you something. Does a man who's just friends with a woman check his mail every day like a lovesick Victorian heroine?" Peter shot him a glare. "Not funny." Joe grinned. "No, but it is entertaining." Then his expression turned curious. "So, is there a woman? Other than Hope, I mean." Peter hesitated. Was there? He thought of a heart finally heard and how much her words had come to mean to him. If he had agreed to meet her, would she be the one he'd take to this party? Would he still be standing here, looking like a man waiting for a letter that wasn't coming? He shoved the thoughts away. "Maybe," he admitted. Then, "Not really." Joe's eyes gleamed with mischief. "So that's a yes, but it's complicated." Peter rolled his eyes. "Do you ever not analyze everything?" "Not when it's this much fun." Joe clapped a hand on his shoulder. "Look, you don't have to come to the party, but I think you should." Peter exhaled, knowing Joe had a point. He didn't feel much like partying, but saying no to the man who had welcomed him to GraceTown, who had made him feel less like a temporary visitor and more like a part of something, well, that wasn't an option. "I thought I'd drop by," he said, shrugging. "For the food and drink?" Peter smirked. "Of course. Isn't that why everyone goes to parties?" Joe snorted. "And here I was hoping you'd come for the scintillating conversation." "Will there be any?" Joe laughed. "Of course. Plus the wine will be excellent." Peter chuckled, shaking his head as Joe walked off. Still, as he turned back toward his cubby one last time, his chest felt heavier than before. Maybe tomorrow's party would be exactly what he needed. Or maybe it would only remind him that what he wanted most wasn't going to be there. "That dress is perfect." Mila looked up from where she sat cross-legged at Landry's desk, carefully painting her nails a bold shade of red for her date tonight. She flicked her gaze over Landry with a critical eye, then her expression softened into an approving smile. "Of all the ones you've tried on, this is my favorite. The pale mint color makes your eyes look ridiculously green, and those diagonal stripes, girl, they are working for you." Landry turned to the mirror, smoothing a hand down the fabric, but hesitation still clung to her expression. "But does it look literary?" Mila's brows shot up. "Does your dress look literary?" She snorted, capping the nail polish and waving her hands in the air to help dry the polish. "Yes, Landry, it looks like it just got its MFA from Collister and will be publishing its first novel in the fall." Landry rolled her eyes and tossed a pillow at her friend, who barely dodged it with a laugh. She told herself not to overthink things. This was just a casual gathering, a backyard party, an informal meet and greet. Yet here she was on her fifth outfit, spiraling into the depths of wardrobe-induced anxiety, while Mila sat there, perfectly at ease, critiquing outfits like some kind of fashion oracle. "Seriously," Mila said, her voice softening, "you look great. Relax. I get that you're nervous, but Joe and Sophie wouldn't have invited you if Daniel wasn't willing to meet you." Landry took a slow, measured breath, as if she could inhale Mila's confidence along with the air. "I think you're right." "About the dress or Daniel?" Mila smirked. "Never mind, doesn't matter. I'm right about both." She stretched her legs out, wiggling her fingers in the air as she admired her freshly painted nails. Then turning back toward Landry, she gave her another once-over. For the record, the other dresses would have been fine, too. I mean, they were all cute. It's just that this one has the trifecta. Cute and trendy, and it enhances your curves. I don't have curves, Landry said dryly. Mila scoffed. The bodice of that dress says differently. She grinned. Seriously, you look amazing. Landry bit back a smile and moved toward her dresser, picking up 2 tubes of lipstick. Pink or red? Mila narrowed her eyes in consideration. Do you have a peachy coral? Landry perked up, rummaging through her bag. I believe I do. Minutes later, after careful application and several approving nods from both parties, the lipstick was declared perfect. And just like that, time had run out. It was time for Landry to go. Standing by the door, she hesitated, glancing at Mila with a mix of excitement and nerves. I wish you were coming with me. Mila smiled. Wish I could, but as you know, I have a date. Other than Joe and Sophie, I won't know anyone there. And that's a problem, why? Mila challenged, folding her arms. Landry blew out a slow breath. I like meeting new people. I really do. But a whole backyard full of them. Mila's lips curved into a knowing smirk. Are you the same Landry Fisher who's planning a solo trip to France? Landry blinked, then let out a reluctant laugh. Point taken. Good. Mila's expression softened. You're strong, Landry. Stronger than you give yourself credit for. It can be difficult walking into a space filled with strangers, but like my granny always says, strangers are just friends you haven't met yet. Landry's laughter came easier this time. I happen to know you don't have a granny. She's an imaginary granny whose words of wisdom I bring out whenever necessary. You know, Landry mused, smiling as she reached for her bag, I think I'd like this fictitious granny. Mila grinned. She's a gem. Even if Landry hadn't had the address, she'd have known she was getting close by the warm hum of laughter spilling from a backyard up ahead. The sounds of conversation and the occasional clink of glasses floated through the night air, blending with the rhythmic buzz of cicadas. The streets in this part of town were still paved with the original bricks, uneven but charming, whispering stories of the past under the soles of her heels. It was the kind of neighborhood she dreamed of living in, tree-lined, elegant, filled with homes that looked like they held generations of love and history within their walls. She passed the neighboring houses, each one boasting an array of hanging flower baskets bursting with color. Ceramic planters lined up in perfect symmetry along winding pathways. It felt like walking into a storybook, one where she wasn't sure if she would be the main character. Then she reached Joe's home, an impressive structure with tall windows glowing in the late-day sun. It was the kind of place that made you want to run your fingers over the weathered wood of the wraparound porch just to feel its history. But instead of climbing the front steps, she followed the pathway that curved around the side of the house, the sound of voices growing louder as she neared the open gate. And there, standing just inside the gate, was Peter. Her breath hitched. Peter turned at the sound of her footsteps, and the moment his gaze met hers, a slow, knowing smile spread across his face. Her heart did an undignified little skip. I should have guessed you'd be here, she said, hoping her voice didn't sound as breathless as she felt. This is a nice surprise. His voice was warm, inviting, and, God help her, that smile of his was lethal. She mirrored it, feeling the weight of anticipation curl around her ribs. Now I'll know 3 people here. I'm betting you know more than that. He arched a brow. What's that? She held up the wine bottle wrapped with a ribbon. Hostess gift. Since we're heading into fall, I thought they might appreciate a mulled wine. Peter studied the label, nodding in approval. Good choice. The perfect mix of thoughtful and festive. She rolled her eyes with a smirk. It's a bottle of wine, Peter. It's a seasonally appropriate bottle of wine. His grin deepened. It shows attention to detail." She laughed, and for a second it felt so easy between them that she almost forgot the entire reason she was here. Almost. Stepping through the open gate, she took in the backyard. Twinkling lights draped between towering trees, the scent of fresh herbs and warm food wafting from a long table stacked with appetizers. Metal wash tubs filled with bottles of drinks were scattered around, and a circular table covered in a cloth with a grape motif held an impressive lineup of wines. Her gaze landed on Joe, who was in deep conversation with a couple she didn't recognize. He spotted her and Peter, and his grin turned teasing as he approached. "When I said you could bring a friend..." Joe tilted his head toward Peter. "I never expected it'd be this guy." We're not together," Landry blurted, suddenly hyper-aware of Peter standing very close beside her. Joe's eyes twinkled with mischief. "My mistake. I should have known you'd have better taste." "Hey," Peter protested, giving Joe a playful shove with his shoulder. "The truth can hurt," Joe said, laughing, then turned his attention back to Landry. "Grab a drink, make yourself at home. Daniel hasn't arrived yet, but I'll introduce you as soon as he does." Peter's brow lifted. "Daniel?" "Daniel Grace." Landry felt a small thrill of excitement. "Joe said Daniel likes to meet young writers." Peter nodded, then gave her a thoughtful look. "Since you came alone, I take it you and your boyfriend haven't reconciled." "That's not happening." She shook her head, the certainty in her voice firm. "Chad and I weren't a good fit. He loved the version of me that fit neatly into his world, a version that required me to shrink my dreams to make room for his." The words came out in a rush, more honest than she'd planned, and she immediately clamped her mouth shut. He asked a simple question. "Landry, not for your life story." But Peter didn't look put off. In fact, something flickered across his expression, something understanding. "It's not easy to let go of the familiar," he said quietly. "No," she admitted, holding his gaze. "But I'm happy I did." Sophie appeared at her side, beaming. "Landry, you came!" To Landry's surprise, Sophie pulled her in for a quick hug before stepping back. "I appreciate the invitation." She glanced around the yard before gesturing toward the house. "Your home is beautiful." Sophie's eyes softened. "It's been in Joe's family for over a century. It's always felt like home to me." "If the inside is anything like the outside, it has to be spectacular." Sophie grinned. "Would you and Peter like to see the inside?" Before she could protest that they weren't together, Peter gently squeezed her arm. "I see a couple of colleagues over there. I'll catch up with you later." And just like that, he walked into the crowd, leaving her a little breathless. Landry refocused on Sophie, realizing she was still holding the wine. "Here, this is for you." Sophie looked at the label, her smile widening. "Oh, I love mulled wine. I make an incredible charcuterie board. This will pair perfectly." Landry nodded, but her gaze drifted to where Peter talked to a group of what Chad would have called professor types. Even in chinos and a polo, Peter looked... well, he looked ridiculously good. Sophie followed her gaze, and her lips curved. "He's an attractive man." Landry turned back, caught. No argument here. "Would you like to join him, or if the house tour is still on the table?" Sophie's knowing smile didn't falter. It is. Inside, the house was even more breathtaking. The kitchen alone made Landry's heart sigh. Warm wood tones, vintage-inspired appliances, and a gas stove that looked like something out of another era. "It looks old, yet somehow new," Landry observed. "We updated the kitchen, but wanted everything to look vintage," Sophie explained. "Not so different from how it looked in 1907. "You seem to know a lot about the home's early years." Sophie smiled as they stepped into the parlor. This home and the gramophone over by the window once belonged to Josiah Houston. Joe is a direct descendant of Josiah's. "That's cool." The rest of the house was just as stunning. shiny hardwood floors, a grand staircase, a bathroom with hexagon tiles, and a clawfoot tub. The third floor is storage, so there is not much to see there. Sophie informed her once they'd entered the last bedroom. "Thank you for taking the time to show me around." Landry smiled. "I've never been inside a house quite like this before, so elegant but yet with a warm and welcoming feel. It's a special place." "Lots of bedrooms for 2 people," Landry observed when they reached the last bedroom. Sophie leaned against the doorframe, a soft smile playing at her lips. "Joe and I plan to fill this house with the pitter-patter of little feet." Landry blinked. "You mean we're expecting around Christmas?" A rush of genuine joy filled Landry. "Congratulations, I hadn't heard. We've been keeping it quiet until I got further along, but everything's going well, so we're finally sharing the good news." "You must be so excited." "I am. And Joe—" Sophie grinned. "If I had let him, he would have announced it over a loudspeaker the day we found out." Landry laughed. "I want kids someday, just not yet." "Understandable." Sophie's eyes twinkled. "You've got big plans." For the first time, Landry felt it, really felt it. Like those plans weren't just dreams anymore. They were right there, waiting for her. When Landry finally stepped outside, she realized she was ready and eager to meet the other guests. After pouring herself a glass of wine, she strolled through the backyard, taking in the warm glow of string lights twinkling overhead and the soft hum of conversation around her. The night air was crisp but comfortable, carrying the faint scent of freshly cut grass and the smoky richness of grilled appetizers wafting from a nearby table. Everyone she met was friendly, and years of working at the coffee shop had fine-tuned her ability to make small talk with strangers. But that easy confidence wavered when Joe introduced her to Daniel Grace. The Daniel Grace. For a moment, only a fleeting second, her mind went blank, her tongue tangled in knots. "You have words, Landry. Use them." "What's your book about?" Daniel asked, his gaze expectant but kind. She swallowed, trying to will herself to sound halfway intelligent. "It's a murder mystery set in London," she managed, her voice steadier than she felt. "I just finished the first draft." Interest sparked in his eyes. "You've got a first draft? Good for you. That's further than most people who want to write a book get." The compliment settled in her chest, warm and solid. Daniel Grace had just acknowledged her work. It wasn't a book deal or an award, but somehow it meant something. Before she could respond, Daniel's attention shifted to something, or someone, beyond her shoulder. A moment later, he gave an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry, my wife is motioning to me." Landry nodded, trying to mask her disappointment. But before he stepped away, he met her gaze again. "I know it can be daunting to get started as a writer, and it can feel lonely when it's just you and an unforgiving computer screen." His voice held understanding, like he knew what that solitude felt like. "If you ever need advice, I'd be happy to help. Why don't you email me sometime? We can grab coffee and talk more about your work." Landry stared at him, stunned. The sheer generosity of it made her heart swell. "Thank you, I'd love that." As Daniel walked away, her thoughts immediately turned to kindred spirit. He'd been the first person to truly understand her dreams, her fears, and her longing for something more. His encouragement had been like a steadying hand at her back, nudging her toward this moment, toward believing in herself enough to be here. And then there was Peter. She hadn't even meant to look for him, but the moment her gaze drifted across the yard, she found him, watching her. Her breath caught. When their eyes met, his lips curved into a slow, knowing smile. He lifted a hand in an easy wave, and something deep in her chest flipped. She should look away, should keep her cool, but she couldn't. Because Peter wasn't just watching her, he was seeing her real self, the one she'd fought so hard to reclaim. When he started toward her, his long strides confident and sure, the air between them shifted. thick with something unspoken, something that sent heat curling through her stomach. She already knew he was smart, witty, thoughtful, kind, and now she had to go ahead and add sexy as sin to the growing list of things about Peter that completely unraveled her. Chapter 21. The boat landing at Color Lake was alive with movement when Landry arrived on Sunday morning. Colorful flags snapped in the breeze, families and friends gathered along the shore, and rowers prepped their boats in the sparkling sunlight. The energy in the air was electric. Laughter, encouragement, and the steady thuds of oars hitting the water. Today's rowathon was more than just an event. It was a mission. Every stroke she took would mean more money for a local farmer, a beloved fixture at the GraceTown farmers market who was battling cancer. For the past month, Landry had been gathering pledges. Customers, friends, even her family members had chipped in. Now she just had to row her heart out. "Landry Fisher," she said, approaching the check-in station where an older gentleman with a perfectly groomed Van Dyke beard and a clipboard stood. "Good morning, Miss Fisher." He smiled warmly. "I'm Barry Whitehead. It's a pleasure to meet you and, more importantly, thank you for participating." He scanned his list, checked off her name, and handed her a numbered bib. "I was a sculler on my high school crew team." She accepted the bib, unable to keep the excitement from creeping into her voice. "I'm looking forward to having a pair of oars in my hands again." Barry gave her an approving nod. Muscle memory is a powerful thing. Check in with Rosemary. She's the one in the yellow vest. She'll direct you to your boat. "Thank you." Landry turned toward the water's edge, eager to get started. But just as she took a step, a familiar voice cut through the bustle. "Landry!" She whirled instinctively. And there he was. Peter stood beside a sleek road bike, his helmet tucked under one arm, his golden hair catching the sun like some ridiculous advertisement for effortless charm. "Hi," she grinned, unable to hide her delight. "What are you doing here?" "I thought I'd check out the old highway." He gestured behind him with his helmet. "But I got distracted by the flags, the rowboats, and the general spectacle of people trying not to fall into the water." She laughed. "That is part of the entertainment." His gaze roamed over the scene before locking back onto her. "What kind of event is this?" "It's a fundraiser for Eloise Stein. She was recently diagnosed with cancer. She's a favorite at the farmers market. Her berries are amazing." Peter nodded in understanding. "Rowing isn't easy." "I was a sculler on my high school team," she said, a little proud, a little nostalgic. Peter's eyes widened slightly in surprise. "Learn something new every day." Then, with a slow grin, he added, "I was a coxswain." She blinked, then smirked. "It fits." He chuckled. "Hey, be nice." "I am being nice." Her grin widened. "A coxswain steers the boat and gives commands. You're a professor. You steer the class and give orders, assignments." Peter exhaled a laugh, shaking his head. "Walked right into that one. If I'd known about this event sooner, I'd have signed up." "So you could sit in a rowboat and bark orders?" she teased. His lips curved mischievously. "So I could sit in a boat with you." The words landed like a soft punch to the gut. Unexpected, but not unwelcome. She quickly recovered, arching a brow. "Instead, you'll be standing on the sidelines. Cheering me on?" "Absolutely." He leaned casually against his bike, his eyes full of easy amusement. "I'll even do the whole Go Landry routine. Maybe throw in some air punches. Very inspiring." She crossed her arms, pretending to scrutinize him. That's a big commitment." "I'm committed," he shot back without hesitation, and that did something to her, made her heart stutter just a little. She glanced at his biking attire, form-fitting black shorts, a performance tee, and, because life wasn't fair, toned arms that definitely belonged to someone who worked out regularly. "You sure you want to hang around and be my personal cheerleader?" she asked, trying to sound casual. "It looks like you had your day planned." "I did." He met her gaze, his voice quieter now. "But I'm not above pivoting when something better comes along." Then he added, "And it just did." Landry felt her stomach dip in a way that had nothing to do with pre-race jitters. She should say something snarky, tease him, turn the moment into a joke. But instead, she just smiled, and Peter smiled back, and somehow that felt like the beginning of something neither of them had planned for. Standing on the shore with the other spectators, Peter never let his gaze waver from Landry as her slow, rhythmic strokes cut through the glass-like water. The sunlight glinted off the ripples in her wake, casting a golden shimmer around her, making it seem like the lake itself was guiding her forward. She looked strong, determined, free. His chest tightened. Someday, he thought, we'll go out on the water together. He would sit across from her in a rowboat staring into those sea-green eyes, watching as the sunlight danced in their depths. They would drift, the world narrowing to just the two of them, and they would talk about everything, about art and books, about places they wanted to go, about the kind of futures they dreamed of having. He wanted that. He wanted her. And yet a shadow of doubt crept in. How fair would it be to start something with her now, knowing he would be leaving? The idea of walking away before things even began felt unbearable. But would staying and leaving later be even worse? She had dreams, too. Big ones. Wild ones. The kind that didn't include waiting around for someone else's timeline to line up with hers. Hadn't that been part of why she'd left Chad? He replayed her words from the night before. Chad loved the version of me that fit neatly into his world, a version that required me to shrink my dreams to make room for his. Something in that phrasing nagged at him, a sensation like déjà vu scraping against the edges of his thoughts. Then, suddenly, it hit him. A heart unheard. His breath left him in a sharp exhale. No, it couldn't be. Could it? He froze, his mind flipping through past letters with frantic precision. The yearning in her words, the desire to experience life fully, to travel, to write. They had always felt so familiar, so deeply in sync with the woman he had come to admire, because maybe it was her all along. Landry. A surge of disbelief and exhilaration surged through him, crashing into him harder than any wave. His pulse pounded in his ears. It made sense. Too much sense. And yet, what if he was wrong? Peter forced himself to move, clapping, cheering as her boat passed, but his mind remained a storm of uncertainty, excitement, and an ache so deep it startled him. What if it isn't her? What if it is? There was only one way to find out. Tonight he would write another letter accepting her offer to meet, and this time there would be no hesitation. He needed to know the truth. Because if A Heart Unheard was Landry, then somehow, across time and chance, their hearts had already found each other. Well, this is an unexpected pleasure. Mila's eyes danced with curiosity as she grinned at Landry from behind the counter at City Hall Coffee that evening. "Didn't think I'd be seeing you back here so soon." "Yeah, well, here I am." Landry forced a smile, shifting her weight from one foot to the other. Mila arched a brow. "How was the rowing event? Did you crush the competition?" "It was fun," Landry admitted, brushing stray hair behind her ear. She glanced around the seating area, relieved to see only 2 tables occupied. Less chance of anyone overhearing what she was really here for. "I rowed for an hour and raised—" When she quoted the amount, Mila let out a low whistle. "Damn, girl, you rowed your heart out." "Eloise is a sweetheart," Landry said softly. "I was happy to help." Mila nodded, then narrowed her eyes. "Wait, didn't you have your mom's birthday thing tonight? You baked a coconut cake, right?" "Her favorite." Mila pulled a face. "Ugh, the worst of all cakes." Landry smirked. "Hey, it was great. Or at least I assume it was." Mila's brows furrowed. You didn't have a piece? Landry hesitated. Their card group meets every fourth Sunday. This was the night. Mila's face darkened. They picked their card game over you. I'm taking my mom to lunch later this week. She tried to keep her voice casual, but the words felt thin, weak even. Mila exhaled and shook her head, but thankfully she let it go. Fine. Whatever. Now, let's talk about the real reason you're here. Let me guess. Someone interesting was at the lake today? Landry couldn't quite stop the smile tugging at her lips. Mila's grin widened. Peter? How did you guess? I'm psychic. You're annoying. Mila ignored that, leaning over the counter with smug satisfaction. I remember you whining last night after the party at the Wexman's house about how you weren't sure when you'd be seeing him again. I was not whining. You absolutely were. You asked how the party went, and I told you. And what did I say? Landry sighed, already knowing where this was going. That I'd see him again before I knew it. Mila smirked. And? You were right. Again. Mila leaned back with a victorious nod. Of course I was. If he was at the lake, why aren't you with him now? He had a bike ride to finish, and I had a cake to deliver. Mila gave her a long, assessing look. There are a lot of missing pieces to this puzzle. Landry laughed. When can you take a break? Mila scanned the shop, then turned to Martin, the part-time employee manning the counter. I'm taking a break. If you need me, I'll be right over there. She pointed to a table near the letterbox. Martin barely looked up from his phone. Cool. Landry hid a smirk as she followed Mila to the table. They had just sat when Mila tilted her head toward the letterbox. Have you checked it lately? Landry shrugged. It's been a long time since I got anything. Mila narrowed her eyes. Doesn't mean there's nothing there. It's empty, Landry insisted. Mila gave her a deadpan look. Check. But Martin is more invested in whatever's on his screen than in what you're doing, Mila shot back. Go on. Landry sighed but stood, rolling her eyes dramatically. Yes, Mother. Mila chuckled and crossed her arms, watching as Landry walked to the box. Her breath caught in her throat the moment she opened the back. Her pulse kicked up. She stared. Her fingers trembled as she reached inside, brushing against smooth paper. Mila, she whispered, barely able to force the word past the lump in her throat. Mila sat up straighter, immediately alert. What? What is it? With a shaking hand, Landry pulled out the envelope that was unmistakably from kindred spirit. She sank into her chair, heart hammering against her ribs. Mila was practically vibrating with anticipation. Open it! Open it! Landry's fingers fumbled as she tore open the envelope. Her eyes flew over the words, short, to the point. Dear a heart, finally heard. I've been thinking about my previous response, and if I'm being honest, I regret it. I worried that rushing to meet could ruin something good, but after thinking about all the changes and challenges you've faced recently and the courage it takes to do so, I don't want to let my own fears get in the way. If you are still willing to meet me, then I'd like to suggest we meet at the Black Apron Bistro on the Riverwalk this Friday at 7 p.m. The reservation will be under KS. Please let me know if this works for you. My heart is already racing at the thought of seeing you. Yours, a kindred spirit. Landry lifted her head, her breath uneven as she met Mila's questioning gaze. He wants to meet. Chapter 22. The Black Apron Bistro was one of those places Chad had always deemed appropriate only for special occasions, and Landry had never understood why. Yes, the prices were a tad steeper than at Chowtown, one of Chad's favorite haunts, but there wasn't a strict dress code. Though she had to admit it wasn't the kind of place where you'd feel comfortable showing up immediately after pulling weeds in the garden. That was part of what made her love it. There was something timeless about the black and white striped awnings over the windows, the painted white facade and, her favorite detail, the red door. A bold splash of color, a statement, a welcome, a promise. Tonight that door felt like a portal to something she wasn't sure she was ready for. Her palms were damp, so she wiped them against the fabric of her skirt, forcing herself to take a deep breath as she stood just outside the entrance. This was it. No more wondering, no more guessing. She let her gaze sweep over the patio tables, scanning the faces of those already seated. Couples clinked wine glasses. Groups of 3 or 4 laughed easily, lost in conversation. But no man sat alone. He must be inside. Her pulse skipped. Every step toward the host stand felt like crossing a threshold into something unknown. The moment she reached it, an older man with salt and pepper hair greeted her with a warm, professional smile. "Welcome to the Black Apron Bistro. Would you prefer inside or patio seating?" Landry swallowed, forcing her voice to sound steady. Normal, casual. "I'm meeting someone. We have a reservation for 7. His eyes flicked toward the screen in front of him. The name? She exhaled. This was it. It should be under KS. There. Out in the open. The host's brows lifted slightly, but he recovered quickly. "Ah, yes. I believe Felix escorted the gentleman to your table just a moment ago." He looked up and smiled. "A lovely table outside." Her stomach flipped. Outside? Darn. If she'd been just a few minutes earlier, she might have gotten a glimpse of him first. A chance to prepare herself. A young, serious-looking waiter with dark-rimmed glasses appeared at her side. "Felix!" The host greeted him warmly before turning back to Landry. "Please take this lovely lady to table 4 outside." Landry nodded, barely hearing the words, "Enjoy your dinner," before she followed Felix. Each step felt heavy, weighted, irrevocable. As soon as she stepped onto the patio, the golden light of the setting sun bathed everything in a warm glow. Her eyes locked on him immediately, blonde hair catching the light, broad shoulders, a presence that felt familiar. Her breath hitched. Felix stopped beside the table, which was near the railing and overlooked the water. He gestured smoothly with one hand. "Here you are." The man at the table turned. The world tilted. Stopped. Peter. Landry's breath fled her lungs. Peter's hazel eyes found hers, and in them she saw the exact same realization crash into place. Then he smiled, that slow, knowing, heart-stopping smile that made her knees go weak. He stood. "I'm glad it's you." Landry gripped the back of the chair, needing something, anything to hold on to. She had spent so many nights wondering, writing, confiding in kindred spirit, feeling seen in a way she never had before. And all this time, he was Peter. Her Peter. Her voice, when she finally found it, was nothing more than a whisper. "I'm glad it's you too." As far as Landry was concerned, this table was the perfect spot, close enough to admire the glow of the river walk, the lamplights flickering off the rippling water, but with just enough distance from the passing crowds. The raised planters, overflowing with fragrant flowers, offered a barrier, making the moment feel even more intimate. Just the two of them, just her and kindred spirit, or rather Peter. Her heart hadn't stopped pounding since she'd seen him sitting there. Every moment of anticipation, every letter, every secret confession on paper. It had all led to this. Before she could say more, the waiter appeared, setting down 2 glasses of ice water before handing them menus. His voice barely registered with Landry as he recited the specials. She forced herself to focus when he finally asked, "What can I get you to drink?" She cleared her throat, trying to steady her voice. "The cucumber mint cooler special sounds good to me." She cast Peter a glance, as if testing the reality of this moment. "I'll try it too." His voice was smooth, calm, but the way he gripped his glass and took a deep sip of water told her he was feeling every bit of the nerves she was. "Excellent." The young man smiled, oblivious to the tension thickening between them. "I'll give you time to look at the menus. Your drinks should be right out." As soon as the waiter left, Landry's fingers tightened around the condensation slick stem. "I thought you might be kindred spirit." Her voice came out softer than she'd intended, a confession and a realization all wrapped into one. She barely recognized her own breathless tone. Peter's lips curved as he leaned forward slightly, resting his arms on the table. Light flickered in his eyes, golden, intense, knowing. "And I thought, hoped, you might be a heart unheard." The air between them pulsed, a thread of something unspoken, something real and vast and breathtaking, stretched between them, more powerful than words on a page. Landry licked her lips. "What made you think it was a possibility?" "Something you said at Joe's party," he admitted, his voice steady but with a raw edge beneath it. "About Chad wanting you to shrink your dreams so that you would fit neatly into his world." The memory flashed through her. The moment she'd said it, it had felt so true. But now, knowing that kindred spirit had used those words in his letter to her, a shiver passed through her. The waiter returned then, setting their drinks down before taking their orders. After he left, a charged silence stretched between them. Landry finally lifted her glass, the cool, mint-scented drink, a contrast to the warmth gathering in her chest. Peter watched her as she sipped. When he finally spoke, his voice was quieter, more careful. "You're probably wondering why I didn't agree to meet when you first suggested it." Landry swallowed. She nodded slowly, keeping her gaze on his, noticing the way he tensed slightly, as if bracing himself. "I worried you might be a student. So much of what you described is similar to what many of my students face, to what I faced when pursuing my PhD. To mentor a student is one thing, but it would be completely inappropriate to be involved, like—" Landry blinked, momentarily caught off guard. Of all the things she'd imagined he might say, that hadn't even made the list, but it made perfect sense. Her breath caught as she pictured his hesitation, his uncertainty, his careful deliberation. "You may have suspected after the party that I was a heart unheard," she said slowly, putting her glass down, "but you didn't know for sure. Meeting me was still a risk." His gaze softened, something unreadable flickering behind his eyes. "Let's just say that my growing feelings for Landry Fisher were warring with my feelings for a heart unheard." Landry's pulse jumped. There it was, spoken aloud, real, no longer just words on a page. It was happening. She forced herself to breathe, fighting against the rush of emotion pressing against her ribs. "What about you?" Peter asked, his voice like a quiet storm, pulling her back to him. "What made you think I might be kindred spirit?" She let out a soft, shaky laugh, running a hand absently over the tablecloth. "Well, I saw my pink envelope in a cubby in your building." She ticked off the reasons on her fingers, smiling slightly. "You mentioned family expectations, and at the coffee shop, you once said we were kindred spirits." Peter exhaled a laugh, shaking his head. "I really said that, didn't I?" "You did." "So?" He leaned in slightly. "You half expected me to be the one you were meeting tonight." Landry swallowed. "I hoped." The words landed between them, heavier than she'd expected, but there was no taking them back. "Because my growing feelings for Peter Elliott were warring with my feelings for kindred spirit." His smile was slow, deliberate, like a sunrise stretching across the sky. Then he reached across the table. The moment his fingers closed around hers, she sucked in a breath. He lifted her hand, turned it over, and brushed his lips against her knuckles. Landry was glad she was sitting, because her knees had just gone completely useless. The world tilted, steadied, realigned. No more warring. Peter's voice was low, rich, promising. His eyes were molten gold, locked on hers. Sure, steady, unwavering. Grinning, Landry shook her head, her heart pounding in her ears. "I think you and I both," she said, her voice soft, teasing, full of something electric, "can think of better uses for our time together." And she had no doubt they would. After dinner, Peter and Landry walked in unspoken harmony, their fingers interlaced, the soft murmur of the river walk wrapping around them like a cocoon. The world hummed with life, laughter drifting from nearby patios, music spilling out of doorways, but none of it seemed to touch them. Not tonight. Tonight, it was just them. Landry's hand was warm and sure in his, her touch a quiet anchor. Though many might consider this their first date, to Peter it felt as if they had always been together. Every letter, every whispered confession on the page had already bound them in a way he had never experienced before. He knew her, not just in the casual way two people got to know each other over shared meals and small talk. He knew her heart, her fears, her dreams. If walking away had been difficult before, now, with her beside him, with her fingers twined so easily with his, he knew it would be impossible. Without thinking, he tightened his grip. Landry glanced up at him, her sea-green eyes catching the glow of the streetlights, and she squeezed his fingers in return. "This is nice," she murmured, a soft smile playing on her lips. Peter inclined his head, his own voice rougher than he intended. "Yes, it is." She sighed, leaning slightly into him as they walked. "Just being with you like this, walking in the cool night air, your hand in mine. Though we're surrounded by people, it feels as if we're alone." Her voice had turned hushed, dreamy. Peter knew that feeling all too well. He slowed their pace, guiding her toward a more secluded spot, a stretch of the river walk where trees arched overhead, their branches casting shadows that danced in the moonlight. When he finally turned toward her, she didn't hesitate. Her arms slid around his neck, her body pressing just close enough that he could feel the warmth of her against him. Her scent wrapped around him, something light and floral mixed with the faintest trace of vanilla. Irresistible. His hand skimmed her waist, pulling her just a fraction closer. And then, finally, he kissed her. Her lips were soft, softer than he'd imagined, warmer, sweeter. She tasted of cucumbers and chocolate, of wine and something distinctly Landry. She let out a soft, breathy sigh, her fingers sliding into his hair, fisting lightly at the nape of his neck. The feeling sent a slow, delicious heat curling down his spine. When he pulled back just slightly, her lashes fluttered open, her eyes darkened with something that sent a pulse of want straight through him. "Do you know what?" she murmured, her nails scraping lightly against his scalp, making it difficult to think. "What?" His voice was a low rumble, filled with desire that hadn't quite been sated. "If you hadn't kissed me," she whispered, her lips still so achingly close to his, "I'd have kissed you." Peter chuckled softly, though it came out more like a groan. "Kindred spirits," he murmured, before his mouth found hers again. This kiss wasn't soft or searching. It was hungry, knowing, deep. Her body molded to his, her breath catching as she let him in, her lips parting beneath his. He tasted her, savored her, let himself drown in the feel of her pressed against him. By the time he finally, reluctantly, eased back, his pulse was pounding, his breath coming just as unevenly as hers. Landry gazed up at him, her lips parted just slightly. "My apartment isn't far," she said, her voice soft but laced with something unmistakable. His stomach tightened. "Perhaps," she continued, her fingers still teasing at the collar of his shirt, "you'd like to come over, and we could get better acquainted." Peter couldn't stop the slow, devilish grin that spread across his lips. God help him. He was so gone for this woman, and clearly she was just as gone for him. They really were kindred spirits. Landry woke to warmth, to the solid, reassuring weight of Peter's arm draped over her waist. His fingers splayed possessively across her bare stomach. A delicious shiver coursed through her as she stared down at those magical fingers. Fingers that had explored her skin like a whispered promise, had played her body like a melody, coaxing sounds from her she hadn't known she could make. Heat pooled low in her belly at the memory of how he had touched her, how he had looked at her, like she was something rare and exquisite, something to be savored. A lazy smile curved her lips. God, last night, Peter had been everything. Attentive, skilled, devastatingly thorough. And her? She had been more than willing to return the favor, to explore him the way he had explored her, to unravel him, to make him forget anything that wasn't the feel of her beneath him, around him. Mission accomplished. A low, sleepy sound rumbled from his chest, and then his golden eyes blinked open, locking on to hers. His lips, those wonderfully talented lips, tugged into a slow, knowing smile. He hummed, his voice rough with sleep, his hand tightening ever so slightly against her stomach. Good morning. A thrill shot through her at the gravel in his tone, the remnants of last night still laced in his voice. Almost afternoon, she teased, shifting slightly just to feel the heat of him against her. He chuckled, the vibration low and deep, sending a ripple of sensation through her. Maybe that's why I'm so hungry. Something dark flickered in his gaze. Not just hunger, desire, possession, a promise. Landry licked her lips, reveling in the way his pupils dilated. What's on the menu? Peter's grin was pure sin. He rolled her onto her back in one fluid motion, his body pressing into hers, his hands mapping the bare skin they had already learned so well. Everything, he murmured, his lips grazing her jaw, then lower. His breath was warm, his touch was fire. He lifted his head, his golden gaze locking onto hers, heat simmering beneath the surface. And anything. Landry's fingers tangled in his hair, her body already arching into him, wanting more. Exactly what I was hoping for this morning. Peter's phone dinged, and his lips curled into an easy smile before he even looked at the screen. Landry. It had been only a few hours since he'd last seen her, but that didn't seem to matter. Over the past month, they hadn't gone a single day without contact. Texts, quick visits at City Hall coffee, lingering evenings together. A rhythm had formed between them that felt natural, seamless, something he didn't want to disrupt. What's put that smile on your face? Peter glanced up as Joe strolled into his office, looking amused. With an easy familiarity, he dropped into the visitor's chair across from him. Did the contract from Artois come through? Peter set his phone down, but the warmth in his chest lingered. Finally came through this morning. His excitement over the opportunity was real, but so was the knot that formed in his stomach whenever he thought about what it meant. 6 months in France, 6 months away from Landry. Joe's expression sobered. Congratulations. Then after a pause, he added, I have to admit, I'll hate to see you go. Sophie and I have enjoyed spending time with you and Landry. Peter exhaled a small laugh. I didn't even know she enjoyed baseball, but at the game last week she was on her feet and yelling when that player, as she called him, rounded the bases. Joe chuckled. Sophie was right there with her. Then, as if sensing the shift in Peter's mood, Joe adopted a careful tone. Do you and Landry plan to stay in touch? The question was deceptively simple, yet it landed like a punch to Peter's chest. Stay in touch? Peter didn't just want to stay in touch. He wanted her to come with him. Ever since that night, The night they first made love, he'd known. He was falling in love with her. Peter swallowed, staring down at his phone. Landry's unread message still glowing on the screen. Joe must have sensed something in his hesitation. Forget I asked. Not my business. Peter hesitated only a moment before his own truth spilled out, unguarded. I'd like her to come with me. I'm not sure if she will. Joe's brows lifted slightly, but he didn't look surprised. Instead, his gaze turned thoughtful. I don't know if I told you, but when I first met Sophie, she was in love with another man. Peter blinked. No? Were they dating? Engaged? Joe shook his head. They were apart and wouldn't be getting back together. Peter frowned, sensing there was more to the story, but not pushing. She was grieving not being with him, Joe continued, his voice tinged with something softer now, something personal. I was interested in her right away, but she wasn't in the place for a new relationship. What did you do? Joe's lips twitched, but his eyes held sincerity. I stayed in touch. The words struck something deep in Peter's chest. When Joe left his office, Peter sat still, staring down at his phone, Landry's name still glowing on the screen. What if she didn't want to come with him? What if she wasn't ready? The thought sent a sharp pang through his ribs, but he knew one thing for certain. He didn't want to lose her. I stayed in touch. Joe's words echoed in his mind, steady, certain. If Landry wouldn't go to France with him, he would respect that. But he wouldn't forget her. He would stay in touch. And when his 6 months were up, he would return to GraceTown, to her. Because love, like what they shared, didn't fade. It endured. It grew. And when the time was right, it found a way. Chapter 23. That evening, Landry knocked on Peter's apartment door. When he opened it, she held out the box in her hands. I come bearing gifts. His gaze darkened with pleasure at the sight of her, sending a delicious shiver up her spine. Pizza and you? I must have done something right. He leaned in to brush a slow, lingering kiss against her cheek. The spicy scent of pepperoni wafted between them as he lifted the box from her hands. Smells great, he said, then shot her a teasing glance. Tell me you didn't steal a slice on the way over. I had to stop myself. She sighed dramatically. It was a real test of willpower. He chuckled, stepping back to let her in. Such admirable restraint. Then he held out his hand. Come here. She followed him into the kitchen, but before he could set the box down, she slipped her arms around his neck. The warmth of him seeped through her shirt, igniting a low burn beneath her skin. I can resist pizza, she murmured, pressing her body against his. But I can't resist you. Good to know, he said, his voice a deep rasp that sent her pulse skittering. His fingers slid into her hair, tilting her head up, and then his lips were on hers, coaxing, tasting, consuming. The kiss was thorough, so devastatingly thorough that she melted against him, trembling, wanting. Could he hear the frantic pounding of her heart? He pulled back slightly, searching her face, and in that moment something inside her locked into place, as if this, he, was inevitable. Heat smoldered in his golden eyes, and she felt the answering flicker deep inside her, the slow, steady flare of desire. How hungry are you? She whispered. His lips quirked. For pizza. A teasing smile curved her lips as she ran a deliberate finger up the warm skin of his arm. Beneath her touch, his muscles tensed. She wanted to explore every inch of him, to map the taut, coiled strength sliding beneath her fingertips. Landry moistened her lips with the tip of her tongue, catching the way his gaze darkened. I was thinking, she murmured, tracing a slow circle over his bicep. Maybe you could give me a tour of your bedroom before we eat. You've seen it before. His voice had dropped to a husky growl. "But I'd be happy to show it to you again." She tilted her head, her lips brushing along the sharp edge of his jaw. "Yes, please." An hour later, they returned to the living room. The pizza was cold, but wasn't that what an oven was for? "I'll heat up the pizza," Landry offered, a lazy, satisfied smile playing on her lips. Peter leaned against the counter, watching her with an intensity that sent another wave of heat through her. "I kind of like the rumpled professor look," she teased, eyeing the way his usually neat shirt was askew, the top few buttons undone. "I like the way you look in that shirt," he countered, eyes flashing with wicked amusement. "Even better without it." She arched a brow, her fingers toying with the fabric of the shirt, the only thing she was wearing. She'd left the top few buttons undone, just enough to keep things interesting. "Careful, bud," she said, shooting him a wink. "At this rate, the pizza will get cold all over again before we eat it." He laughed, the rich, deep sound vibrating through her. "You call that a threat?" "Just keeping it real." His hands found her waist, pulling her flush against him, his breath warm against her ear. "I like real." The air between them thickened, the pull of him intoxicating. Her fingers slid up his chest, savoring the heat of his skin beneath her touch. The love-making had been real. The chemistry between them was real. But it wasn't just about passion. The realization hit her hard, knocking the breath from her lungs. This was more than desire, more than just an incredible night. Love for him surged through her, sudden and undeniable, like a tidal wave crashing over her, and with it, the terrifying certainty. If she ever lost him, it would break her. The next morning, Landry's eyes darted around Peter's apartment, her stomach twisting with urgency she hadn't felt a moment ago. "What are you looking for?" His voice was low, roughened by sleep and something softer, something that made her pulse stutter. Before she could answer, he stepped behind her, his arms winding around her waist, pulling her against the solid warmth of his chest. His breath traced the sensitive skin at her nape, and she felt herself melt into him, just for a second. She tipped her head back, allowing herself that small indulgence. "My phone." The words came out half-hearted. When she was in his arms, the need to leave to get to work on time felt distant. "I put it on the charger," he murmured against her skin, pressing a kiss beneath her jaw, a slow, lingering touch that sent a shiver racing down her spine. "On the desk." She exhaled sharply, trying to steady herself to shake off the pull of him. "I should grab it, then head home to freshen up." "Should?" He turned her gently in his arms, his hazel eyes dancing with amusement. He tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, fingertips grazing the shell of it. "Do you always do everything you should?" A laugh escaped her, but it was breathless, unsteady. Most of the time. She forced herself to step away, knowing full well that if she didn't, she'd be back in his bed before she could stop herself. As tempting as that was, she had responsibilities. Landry walked to the desk, plucking her phone from the charger and dropping it into her bag. But just as she was about to turn back to him, something on the desk caught her eye. A stack of papers and the logo for the University of Artois. She froze. "Are you planning a trip to France too?" Her voice sounded casual, but something sharp and uneasy curled in her chest. For a moment, confusion flickered in his expression. Then understanding dawned. His gaze grew watchful. "I am. My next job is there." The world beneath her shifted, tilting dangerously. "What do you mean? I thought you liked Collister." He stepped toward her, his voice calm, steady. "I do, of course, but I'm a visiting professor." He shook his head. "I'm sorry. I thought you understood. My position here is temporary. A visiting professor is always only temporary." She hadn't known. Landry raised a hand as if to brush her hair back, but when she saw the faint tremble in her fingers, she let it drop. "I didn't realize," she admitted, her throat tightening. "When do you leave?" 2 weeks. The breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding escaped her in a slow exhale. 2 weeks. The words echoed in her head, a relentless drumbeat. Peter moved closer, his voice low, urgent. "I've been thinking." He took her hands in his. "Come with me to France." Her heart stuttered. "You've been wanting to travel, Landry. This would be the perfect opportunity." Her lips parted, but no words came out, because in the chaos of her swirling emotions, she wasn't sure what to say. "Why are you going there?" she finally asked. "What's there for you?" She thought of all he had here, his students, his friends, her. The area where George's B-17 went down is called Pas de Calais. It was a major target for Allied bombing raids. His gaze never left her face. "The university I'll be teaching at is in Arras, right in the heart of it all. It's the perfect location for my research." She was struggling to process his words, the ache in her chest making it hard to focus. "Research?" she repeated, her voice hollow. "Caroline designed a government building while she was living there. She stayed in that region for nearly 2 years, he explained. "As far as I can tell, it's where she finally accepted that George was never coming back." Landry swallowed hard, something tightening in her throat. "I can't imagine loving someone so much and then losing them." The words barely made it past her lips. The truth was she could imagine it, because in 2 weeks she was going to lose Peter. Peter nodded, his eyes warm but filled with something deeper, something that made her breath catch. "Then I tell myself that she and George shared something in their short time together that most people never find in a lifetime," he murmured. "When you find that kind of love, you hold on to it with both hands." He looked at her then, really looked at her, and she felt it like a pull, a tether wrapped tight around her heart. Her head spun. She knew what he was saying, what he was asking. 2 weeks, 14 days. Then he'd be gone. The man she loved would be thousands of miles away. "Unless I go with him." The thought both excited and terrified her. Peter reached for her, his hands framing her face, his touch gentle but firm. "You don't have to give me your answer now," he whispered. "Just promise you'll think about it." It was all she could do to nod. She had the sinking feeling it would be the only thing she'd be thinking about. "I gave Peter my answer last night." Landry's voice was steady, but inside, her heart still felt like it was trying to hammer its way out of her chest. For the past week, the decision had consumed her, shadowing every waking thought, invading her dreams. And Peter. True to his word, he hadn't pressured her, but she'd seen the question in his eyes every time they'd been together, the hope. "I told him I wouldn't be going with him." Mila's eyes widened. "I thought you were leaning toward saying yes." "I was." Landry blew out a breath, running a restless hand through her hair. But something just didn't feel right. What didn't feel right? The deep voice belonged to Vern, who had just walked up behind the counter, his sharp gaze flicking between them. His attention lingered on the espresso machine for a second, as if deciding whether it was the source of the problem. Is that acting up again? "Landry has decided not to go to France," Mila blurted before Landry had a chance to answer. "She told Peter last night." Vern's eyebrows lifted. Huh. Now that Peter was coming in so frequently, even Vern had noticed what was going on between them. He'd seemed pleased that his coffee shop had brought them together. Landry forced a small, half-hearted smile. "Yep, you're stuck with me." She aimed for light-hearted, but the words fell flat. Vern wasn't buying it. His head tilted slightly. Why not go? It was a fair question. She'd asked herself that very thing 100 times. Mila crossed her arms. Yeah, why? You've always talked about wanting to travel. This is your shot. Landry hesitated, struggling to put the swirling mess of emotions into words. How could she explain something she barely understood herself? I do want to go to Paris. I want to travel, explore, experience it all. She sighed, frustration tightening her chest. But I want to do it for me, not because I'm following someone there. The words felt true as they left her lips, yet the ache in her chest didn't lessen. Does that make sense? Vern rubbed his chin, his expression unreadable. Then, after a beat, he shook his head. Not to me. Mila exhaled, her brow furrowing with concern. Is it because your mother freaked when you told her you were thinking about it? Her voice lowered slightly, as if Donna Fisher might materialize out of thin air and hear her. Because you know she'd never be on board with it no matter what. Landry's stomach twisted. She glanced at Vern, who, for once, wasn't hurrying them back to work. No customers in line probably had something to do with that. I haven't heard any of this. Vern leaned back against the counter, his arms crossing over his chest, eyes sharp behind his glasses. What did Donna say? It was easy to forget sometimes that Vern and her mother had gone to high school together. Landry let out a heavy sigh. What you'd expect? That I'd be crazy to run off with someone I barely know. Oh, and she threw in how irresponsible it would be to blow all my savings on a trip to France. The lump forming in her throat had nothing to do with her mother's words. It had everything to do with Peter. What her mother didn't understand, what neither of her parents could truly understand, was that Landry did know Peter. She knew him in ways that went deeper than time, deeper than logic. She knew his heart, his soul, and yet she still hadn't been able to say yes. Vern and Mila exchanged glances. Landry straightened, shoulders stiffening. None of that had anything to do with my decision. Mila lifted a skeptical brow. Vern made a non-committal noise. I've known your mother a long time. She's always been a smart woman and a good person. But fun? Not so much. She was never really interested in things the way some people are. Books, music, sports, movies. It just wasn't in her nature. Mila and Landry exchanged wide-eyed glances. Finally, Mila broke the silence. Okay. So Donna has always been a bit of a buzzkill. Why are we talking about this? I'm not saying she was a buzzkill, Vern protested, then caught himself. His expression softened. All right, maybe I am, but that's not my point. He glanced around the shop, his gaze skimming over the antiques, finally landing on the letterbox. His voice grew quieter, more thoughtful. What I'm saying is, your mother is giving you advice that would make sense for her, but that doesn't mean it's right for you. She found happiness here in GraceTown, and that's a good thing. I've found happiness here, too. So did Caroline. But you know what? That didn't stop her from finding it elsewhere as well. He turned back to Landry, his gaze steady, filled with quiet conviction. Caroline traveled. She trailblazed. She found love and heartbreak. That's life, kid. You don't find happiness by staying where it's safe. You find it by living. The bell over the door rang, signaling a new customer. Vern straightened and reached for a clean coffee cup. Time to get to work. But as Landry turned toward the espresso machine, her mind wasn't on the order she was about to take. It was on Peter, on the life she might have just let slip through her fingers. Chapter 24. The next morning, Landry and Peter rode their bikes to the trail along the Monocacy River. The early sun bathed the trees in golden light, and the gentle breeze carried the scent of earth and river water. These kinds of days make me glad for a flexible schedule, Landry said, tilting her face toward the sun, letting it warm her skin. Peter glanced at her, the soft morning light catching in her hair. The trail was still quiet, with only the occasional jogger or dog walker passing by, allowing them to ride side by side. What time do you go in? Not until 4, but I'm meeting my mother at Vital Yoga for the 1 p.m. Silver Stretch class. Peter's lips twitched in amusement. Silver Stretch? That sounds like a class for older people. Your mother isn't that old, and you certainly aren't. Landry laughed, adjusting her grip on the handlebars. Think of it as a class for mature adults who don't do yoga regularly. She glanced at him, amusement dancing in her eyes. And don't be fooled. Tibby, the instructor, makes sure we get a real workout. I'll take your word for it, Peter said, a teasing glint in his eyes. 7 days. That was all they had left before he flew to France. Every hour together felt both precious and fleeting, and neither of them was wasting a moment. I'm glad this time worked out, she said softly. Peter's gaze met hers, something warm and unspoken passing between them. Me too. She barely noticed the miles slipping by because she and Peter never stopped talking. It was effortless, the way they could leap from one subject to the next, never running out of things to say. How did you figure out what poison to use? Peter asked from behind her as he was forced to drop back as they met a pair of older walkers. His voice carried through the crisp morning air, loud enough that the couple passing by jerked their heads around, eyes wide with alarm. Landry bit back a laugh, her heart lifting at the moment of shared amusement. She waited until they were past to respond. The internet is my best friend, she said, still grinning. Plus, I have a contact, a woman I met at a mystery writers conference in Baltimore last year, who's an expert in poisons and has been an invaluable resource. Peter let out a low whistle. That is both impressive and mildly terrifying. She shot him a look over her shoulder. I also have a book that's exclusively about different poisons and how they kill. He shook his head, laughing. You get more intriguing by the day. I need to see this book. Next time you're at my apartment, I'll show it to you. When? His question was casual, but something in his tone, something just beneath the surface, made her grip the handlebars a little tighter. When what? She asked, glancing at him. When do you want to get together again? It was such a simple question, and yet, beneath it, there was something deeper, a quiet urgency, a reminder of how little time they had left. Her throat tightened. Every time they parted, the days until he left GraceTown seemed to shrink, slipping through her fingers like sand. I'm free tomorrow night, she said, her voice softer now. His gaze locked onto hers, something unspoken passing between them, a promise. A silent plea not to waste what time they had left. I want to be with you every chance I get, he said, and the way he said it made her breath catch. The warmth in his gaze sent a shiver down her spine. She wanted to bottle this moment, to press pause on time. Instead, she simply nodded. Tomorrow, then. But deep down, she wished today would never end. Landry met her mother outside Vital Yoga 10 minutes before the class began. I was beginning to wonder if you'd make it. Her mother reached out and touched her cheek, studying her closely. Looks like you got some sun. Peter and I went biking along the river trail this morning, Landry said, brushing stray hair from her face. Her mother's expression sharpened slightly. You and Peter seem to be spending a lot of time together. You think so? Landry asked innocently, though the truth was undeniable. Well, you seem to be with him every time I call. Landry chuckled and pushed open the door to the studio. We enjoy being together. He'll be gone soon, Donna commented. Landry's jaw tightened as she stepped inside, unrolling her mat with a little too much force. Don't, Mom, she said, trying to keep her voice light, but the ache in her chest was already spreading. She knew Peter was leaving. She just wasn't ready to face what that really meant. Her mother waved to a few women she knew, but kept her attention fixed on Landry. I ran into Chad yesterday while I was shopping. He was very polite and asked about you. I hope he's doing well. She meant it. Chad was a good man, and she sincerely wished him happiness. He just wasn't her man. Not like Peter. The thought sent a sharp pang through her chest. Her mother's voice pulled her back. He was with another girl. I warned you this would happen, that you would miss your chance. I think deep down he still cares about you. Maybe after this Peter has left you, you can call Chad again. A hopeful gleam filled her mother's eyes. A small ache settled in Landry's stomach, but she didn't hesitate. No, she said firmly, that's not happening. She needed her mother to understand that that part of her life was over. Before her mother could press the issue, Tibby stepped to the front and began the class. As Landry settled into her first stretch, she wasn't thinking about Chad. She was thinking about Peter, about the way he made her laugh, the way his touch sent shivers down her spine, the way he saw her in a way no one else ever had. And Landry wondered, not for the first time, if she was making a mistake by not going with him. The yoga stretches worked their magic, unwinding the tension that had coiled inside her all morning. As the class ended, Landry stole a glance at her mother, half expecting another comment about Chad, another subtle push towards something she had no intention of reviving. But Donna only smiled, reaching for her water bottle. Maybe she'd finally accepted the truth, or maybe she'd decided it was no longer worth the fight. Either way, Landry was grateful. They stopped at GraceTown Juice, where she bought her mom a protein smoothie, chocolate peanut butter, her favorite, and they settled at one of the small round tables, the hum of the blender and quiet chatter creating a comfortable backdrop. It was nice this time together, just mother and daughter, no expectations, no veiled criticisms, just an easy conversation about books, a new farmer's market stand, the latest antics of their neighbor's cat. By the time Landry headed into work that evening, she felt wrung out, not physically, but emotionally. The kind of tired that came from giving so much of herself all day. Between the morning ride with Peter, the hours with her mom, and the steady buzz of the coffee shop, she should have been ready to crash the moment she walked through her apartment door. But she wasn't. Her body was still, but her mind wasn't. It circled, restless, always landing back in the same place. Back on the warmth of Peter's touch, the way his eyes darkened when she teased him, the way she felt every time they said goodbye. She pulled out her phone before she could talk herself out of it, fingers moving over the screen. "Can I come over?" Her heart knocked against her ribs as she waited for his response. She didn't have to wait long. "I'll be waiting." A slow smile curved her lips as she set her phone down. The exhaustion she'd felt a moment ago disappeared completely, replaced by something else entirely. Anticipation. Chapter 25. The day before Peter left for France, Landry took him with her to the farmer's market in the town square. She figured staying busy was the best way to keep the inevitable from swallowing her whole. Wallowing in sadness, tempting as it might be, wasn't her style. Peter was leaving, but not yet. Today they had one more day to soak up the late summer sunshine, to pretend there was no expiration date stamped on their time together. One more day to memorize the way his fingers curled around hers, the way his golden eyes crinkled when he smiled. One more day before everything changed. They parked several blocks away and walked hand in hand toward the square, the scent of freshly baked bread, roasted coffee beans, and ripe fruit mingling with the sounds of laughter and conversation drifting on the breeze. The familiar hum of GraceTown felt bittersweet, because for her, this was home. For him, it was just another place he would leave. She glanced up at Peter, her heart squeezing tight. Even in something as simple as a button-down shirt and shorts, he was effortlessly striking, the kind of man who drew second glances without even trying. "I can't believe this is your first time here," she said, squeezing his hand. He smiled. "I'm glad it's with you." Before she could respond, a booming voice cut through the crowd. "Well, well, look who we have here!" She turned as Barry Whitehead approached, his grin wide, his hands outstretched like they were long-lost friends. Barry. The name popped into her head just as he reached them. It's nice to see you again. Barry's attention shifted to Peter. And you are Peter Elliott. Good to make your acquaintance. Landry gestured to the bustling market. It just keeps growing every year, she said, to which he nodded approvingly. We're lucky to have such a strong community. He sobered slightly. I wanted to thank you again for participating in the row-a-thon. Your pledges brought in much-needed funds for Eloise and her family. I was happy to do it. She glanced toward the berries stand. Is Eloise here today? Barry's expression softened. Not today, but we're hoping she'll be well enough to make an appearance before the end of the season. Before Landry could reply, a woman in a wide-brimmed hat called Barry's name from across the market, waving him over. He gave them a quick farewell before weaving through the crowd with the grace of a seasoned receiver dodging tackles. Landry exhaled slowly, pushing aside the pang of sadness that curled inside her. This time, next week, Peter wouldn't be here. Not today, she reminded herself. Today was theirs. She forced a bright smile. What shall we look at first? They wandered through the stalls, fingers laced together, sampling juicy peaches, sniffing bundles of fresh herbs, lingering at a stand selling hand-poured candles. Eventually, they stopped for a late lunch, tamales with rice and beans, that they ate at a wobbly picnic table beneath the shade of an old oak tree. Landry stood with a satisfied sigh. That was so good. She pressed a hand to her stomach. I should be too full to even think about dessert, but those crumb cookies we passed earlier are calling my name. Peter grinned. Then we need to answer the call. But first... He reached out and gently swiped his thumb along the corner of her mouth. Sauce. The simple touch sent a ripple of heat through her. Her voice came out softer, lower, hungrier. You could have just kissed it off. His gaze darkened. He took a step closer, his fingers skimming the small of her back. If we weren't in the middle of a crowd, he murmured, I would have. His breath brushed her skin, warm, teasing. But here. He exhaled, his lips quirking as his arms slipped around her waist. I don't think I'd be able to stop once I started. She swallowed hard, desire curling low in her belly. He'd spent the night, they'd made love just this morning, and yet it already felt like forever ago, like it was never enough, like it would never be enough. She wanted to hold him, cling to him, pretend the world beyond this moment didn't exist. Let's... Landry. The voice hit her like a splash of cold water. She tensed, but didn't pull away from Peter's arms as she turned. Chad. Her stomach twisted as she took in the stiff set of his shoulders, the way his mouth flattened into something that wasn't quite a frown but wasn't at all friendly either. Chad. She forced her voice to remain even. Peter's arm remained around her waist. He didn't step away, didn't retreat. She gestured between them. You remember Peter Elliott? Chad gave a tight nod. I hear you're leaving for France tomorrow. Landry's spine stiffened. Where did you hear that? Chad's expression was all faux innocence as he shrugged. Your mom. I ran into her at the store. Landry tried not to let her frustration show at the news that her mother was telling him Landry's business. Chad turned his attention back to Peter. So, what's in France? Peter held his gaze, his expression unreadable. I've accepted a position at a university there. Well, good for you. Chad's tone was light, easy, too easy. Safe travels. He turned to go, then hesitated, throwing one last glance over his shoulder. See you around, Landry. Peter let out a low breath, shaking his head. He thinks with me out of the picture, he has another chance with you. With a slow inhale, she turned, her heart hammering as she met his eyes. his warm, hazel, gold-flecked eyes that she never wanted to stop looking into. Lifting a hand, she cupped his cheek, her thumb brushing along the sharp line of his jaw. "Chad isn't the one for me," she whispered, trying to will him to hear the truth in every syllable. "You not being here won't change that." On Sunday morning, Landry drove Peter to the airport in Baltimore, gripping the wheel a little too tightly, as if sheer willpower could slow down time. The closer they got, the harder it became to keep the conversation light. She wanted to talk about anything except what was really on her mind, that this was goodbye. 30 minutes passed before the silence between them became too heavy, too charged with everything they weren't saying. "You'll write and come visit me?" His voice was steady, but his fingers, which had been tracing slow circles over her knuckles, tightened around her hand. His hazel eyes were dark, serious. "I know you said you don't want to follow me, but when you make it to Paris—" Landry swallowed against the lump forming in her throat and forced a smile. "The second I land in Paris, you'll be my first call." His lips curved slightly, but his eyes betrayed him. There was longing there, and something else. Hope. A hope she couldn't let herself lean into because she had to stand on her own. "I hope that's soon," he said quietly. "In the meantime, write, call, whatever. Just stay in touch." She nodded quickly, afraid her voice would break. "You as well." His answering nod was slow, deliberate. "You can count on me." They had made no promises to each other. No "I'll wait for you." No "I'll come back for you." No declarations of love, though Landry swore she had felt it in his touch when they made love for the last time, in the way he held her afterward, as if memorizing her shape beneath his hands. She had wanted to say the words, had felt them burning on the tip of her tongue. But what good would it do? He was still leaving. She was still staying. And love, even love, wasn't enough to change that. Peter exhaled and forced a smile. "I can't wait to hear how you like the editor you've chosen for your book." His voice was lighter, but there was an edge to it, like he was trying just as hard as she was to keep things normal. "I want to know everything." Landry managed a teasing tone, though it didn't feel quite right in her mouth. "Your updates are bound to be more interesting. You'll be disappointed when you get mine." His gaze softened, the corners of his lips tilting just slightly. "I'll be living for your updates." She opened her mouth to respond, but before she could, he hesitated, just for a second, like he was about to say something important, maybe even ask her one more time to come with him. If he had, she wasn't sure what she would have said. "I wonder if this is how Caroline felt when she said goodbye to George for the last time," she murmured, staring at the road as the airport signs came into view. Peter reached over and laced his fingers through hers, bringing her hand to his lips. He kissed it softly, lingering just a second too long, as if he wanted to tell her something in the silence between them. "I'm not going to be flying bombing missions over Europe." "True, but I'll miss you just as much." The words swirled in her head, but she couldn't say them. If she did, she wasn't sure she'd be able to let him go. Her vision blurred, her throat tight with the tears she refused to shed. Not yet. Not here. Not where he would see. "I'll miss you, Peter." Her voice cracked, barely above a whisper. He squeezed her hand, his grip strong and warm, grounding her even as her heart threatened to splinter. "We're going to stay in touch." The way he said it, like a vow, like a promise carved in stone, made her chest ache. She nodded quickly. "I promise." "And you'll come visit." "I will." She meant it. She just had no idea when. The second she pulled into the departures area, reality slammed into her with the force of a freight train. This was it, the moment she'd been dreading. Peter opened his door, but before he grabbed his bag, he turned back to her, like he was trying to memorize her, like he wasn't ready to let go either. Neither of them spoke. What was there left to say? She barely got out of the car before he pulled her into his arms, holding her so tightly she could feel the steady thrum of his heartbeat against her own. One long embrace, one last kiss against her hair, and then he was gone, striding away, taking her heart with him. Chapter 26. The month after Peter left was harder than Landry had ever imagined. She had known she would miss him, had braced herself for the quiet ache that would settle in her chest, but she hadn't expected this constant, inescapable sense of his absence. Everything around her felt like an echo of what had been. His pillow on her bed still held the faint scent of his shampoo, and though she'd washed the rest of the sheets, she'd left that pillowcase untouched. A foolish, heart-clutching attempt to hold on to a piece of him. At work, every time the bell over the door jingled, her head would snap up, her pulse giving a traitorous leap, only for reality to crash down when it wasn't him. She ran into Sophie at yoga, and when Sophie casually brought up the ball game they'd gone to, the memories hit like a punch to the ribs. She could still picture Peter standing beside her, laughing, shouting at the umpire's bad call, his arm warm against hers, the way he had looked at her when he'd thought she wasn't watching. Landry had barely held it together long enough to finish the class. She needed a distraction, something, anything to pull her out of the sadness that had wrapped itself around her like a second skin. Dinner with her parents was a start. It had to be. After work, she changed into a pretty summer dress, forcing herself to care about the details. A swipe of blush, a touch of gloss, a spritz of perfume at her wrists. It wasn't just about looking nice. It was about convincing herself that she was okay, because they had noticed. Of course they had. Her mother's worried glances, the unspoken questions in her father's eyes. They wanted her to be happy. She wanted that too. So tonight she would smile, she would talk, she would pretend, if only for a little while, that she wasn't missing Peter so badly it hurt to breathe. Landry. Sweetie. Her mother's hug when she stepped through the front door comforted and soothed her. I'm so glad you could make it. Thanks for asking. Her mother held her out at arm's length and nodded approval. You look so pretty this evening. I was in the mood to dress up a bit. I know it was hard for you to let Peter go, but things will improve. In time, you'll see that it was for the best. For the best? Landry froze in mid-step, watching as her mother continued toward the kitchen. Her tone had been casual, too casual, like she hadn't just dropped a bomb in passing. Her mother barely spared her a glance. He isn't the man for you, is he? I mean, flying all over the world, never settling in one place for long. A sharp pang shot through Landry's chest. He's flying all over the world doing research, she corrected, her voice cool. Her mother shrugged, opening a cabinet to retrieve serving plates. Yes, but he's not like us. Not like us. Landry's nails bit into her palms. What was that supposed to mean? I thought you liked him. Her mother sighed, setting the plates down with a soft clatter. I'm not saying anything against him, honey. He seems like a very nice man. A pause then, her gaze soft but probing. But he's gone now, and you need to move on. You made the right choice in not going with him. Trust me, your infatuation will be a distant memory in a few weeks. Infatuation. The word landed like a slap. Infatuation. It burst from Landry's lips, her tone incredulous, her pulse hammering in her ears. Is that what you think it is? Her mother gave her a knowing look. Well, he did leave without you, without any promise of returning. Mom. Landry scrubbed a hand over her face, frustration clawing at her ribs. You don't. Oh, honey, you'll mess up your makeup if you rub your face like that. What does it matter? Her mother hesitated, a flicker of guilt passing over her face, and that's when Landry knew. Her stomach clenched. Something was off. Well, we have a guest. Her mother's voice was too light, her hands fluttering like trapped birds. Your dad, he invited Chad to join us." Landry's breath stalled. He thought seeing an old friend might cheer you up. The moment her mother pushed open the back door to the patio, Landry's stomach dropped. There he was, Chad, chatting easily with her father next to the grill, looking perfectly at home, like he belonged here. Landry barely registered the bouquet of flowers he held as he turned toward her, his blue eyes bright with confidence. "Hello, Landry. I hope it's okay that I came for dinner." She swallowed against the sharp anger rising in her throat, forcing her expression into something neutral. "Hello, Chad." Her voice was calm, measured. "My parents have the right to invite whoever they choose to dinner, so in that respect, of course it's okay that you came." His broad smile widened as he extended the flowers. "I assume those are for my mom?" Her mother let out a nervous laugh as if Landry had made a joke. "No, silly, they're for you." A cold weight settled in her chest. Well then, that's not okay. The tension in the air thickened. "I don't want flowers from you, Chad." Landry's voice was unapologetic, firm. "I've told you repeatedly that we are over. I'm sorry if my parents are misleading you, making you believe you've still got a chance, but you don't." Silence. A muscle in Chad's jaw ticked. "Landry," her father's voice was sharp, "you're being rude." She turned to him slowly, pulse thudding, fury burning low in her stomach. "No," she said evenly, "you and Mom are being rude." Her father's expression hardened. "It's rude to toy with Chad's feelings the way you are when I've made my decision clear. It's rude to ignore my feelings and try to force me into a relationship you know I don't want. You are my parents, but I am not a child." A charged silence fell over the patio. "Don't be disrespectful to your parents," Chad interjected, his voice taking on a familiar, condescending edge. Landry turned on him, her voice cutting like steel. "No, I will not be disrespected." Chad's mouth snapped shut. "My relationship with my parents has nothing to do with you." Her tone was measured but steely. "Have I ever admonished you for not patching things up with your own family? No, but you never offered me the same respect." Her gaze shifted back to her father. "And Dad, you talk about respect. But what you really mean is obedience. You say you care about me, but you only care as long as I do what you say." Her mother flinched. "I'm not going to be controlled. Not by you, not by Mom, not by Chad." She exhaled, the weight finally lifting from her chest. "This is my life, and I will do what is right for me." Then, with one last look at the stunned faces before her, Landry turned and walked out. She didn't look back. Once she got home, Landry drifted her fingers over the unopened envelope on her kitchen counter, the latest letter from Peter. It had arrived like clockwork, like a tether still holding them together across the miles. Yesterday, she hadn't been ready to read it. But now, after tonight, after standing up for herself in a way she never had before, she needed to read his words. Taking a slow breath, she picked up the letter, her pulse quickening as she broke the seal. "My dearest Landry, I've been thinking about you constantly, imagining how much you'd love it here. This region has a beauty and charm that begs to be shared. If you were here, we could spend our days hiking through rolling hills, cycling down winding paths, and exploring ancient castles and art-filled museums. Evenings would be for savoring local specialties like moule frite, and you could try piquant bière, a beer cocktail with orange bitters I had last night. It was unexpectedly delightful, like so many things here that I wish I could share with you. Lately, I've found myself thinking about Caroline and George, their story, their loss, and all the hopes and dreams left unfulfilled weigh heavily on my mind. It's made me realize how fragile and precious time is, and how important it is to hold on tightly to the things that truly matter. I've come to realize that Caroline's legacy wasn't just in the buildings she designed or the places where she left her mark. It was in the way she lived unapologetically, embracing every city, every moment, as if it were home. She didn't wait for life to happen. She stepped into it fully, bringing her whole self wherever she went. That kind of authenticity, the courage to be exactly who you are no matter where you are, is something I admire deeply, and it makes me think of you. You have that same fire, that same refusal to be anyone but yourself. Tears stung the backs of Landry's eyes, blurring the familiar handwriting before her. Peter's words wrapped around her like a steady, undeniable force, pulling, urging, whispering of possibilities too strong to ignore. Caroline had lived boldly, authentically, without hesitation, and Landry realized, with startling clarity, that she wanted the same for herself. No more waiting, no more hesitating. A breath shuddered from her chest as she reached for the stationery box on her nightstand. Pulling out a crisp sheet of pink paper, she smoothed it against the desk with trembling fingers. This letter would change everything. She picked up her pen and, with a heart thrumming in anticipation, began to write. Chapter 27. Peter stared out the window and had to resist the urge to sigh. He knew some of his low spirits had to do with being in the place where Caroline had finally accepted that George was gone. No matter how much she had held on to hope, the man she loved would never be coming back to her. Caroline's profound sadness was evident in the municipal building she'd designed while living here. Architecture, Peter knew, like many creative fields, often drew from the emotional and psychological state of its creator. The building in Arras was a prime example of Caroline channeling her emotions in the design. For this civic building, she'd favored stone, often associated with raw emotions, and what appeared to be the deliberate use of dramatic contrasts between light and shadows. Unlike with some of her previous designs, she'd limited her use of ornamentation. He wondered if that was her way of stripping away unnecessary distractions during such an intensely emotional period. Over the past 3 days, he had pored over her design, analyzing everything from the use of light and shadows and choice of material to searching for any monumental or memorial qualities in her work. Perhaps he was reading more into the design than was there, but he felt her sorrow, and it settled around his shoulders like a heavy coat whose weight he couldn't shrug off. It didn't help that he'd been unable to find anything personal of hers in any archives. Her trail had run cold, with nothing to point him to where she'd gone next. Of course, he'd given himself 6 months to find out everything he could, and it hadn't even been 2. Right now, it felt like he could be here for 100 more years and not know more than he knew at this second. He wished Landry was here with him. The Pas-de-Calais area in northern France was rich in history, culture, and natural beauty, and he knew she'd love it here. Last week, he'd visited the Louvre-Lens Museum, a satellite of the Louvre in Paris, and envisioned the two of them strolling through the building and viewing the art together. When he'd cycled one of the trails along the Opal coast, he'd thought of her, likely because it had made him think of the bike ride they'd taken together back in GraceTown. Heck, who was he kidding? Everything he did here made him think of her and miss her desperately. He was in love with Landry. Each passing day only made him miss her more. Right now, he couldn't imagine how he would make it another 4 months without her. A knock at his open office door had him looking up. Alain, his teaching assistant for this term, stood in the doorway. "Please," Peter motioned to him. "Come in." "I didn't mean to disturb you, but this came for you today." The studious young man with the thick, dark-framed glasses stepped to the desk. Only when he drew close did Peter see the twinkle behind the thick lenses. "It's not often one sees a pink envelope. I thought it might be important and something you would want to see immediately." Peter couldn't stop the grin. "How did it arrive?" "Arrive?" Alain cocked his head. "Did it come through the mail?" "Oui." Puzzlement still blanketed Alain's face. How else? No way else. For a second, just a fleeting second, Peter's thoughts drifted back to the way he had once received letters from Landry. The magic of those first exchanges, the mystery, the anticipation. It had all led him here, to this moment, holding a pink envelope that bore her name in familiar, flowing script. His pulse kicked up. "Thank you, Alain," Peter said, his voice steady despite the storm of emotion rising in his chest. "My pleasure. If you could shut the door behind you." "Certainly." The soft click of the door barely registered. Peter's world had narrowed to the envelope in his hands, the weight of it impossibly significant. His fingers moved with reverence, breaking the seal, slipping the letter free. He unfolded the delicate paper, heart pounding as he drank in her words. By the time he reached the end, something inside him, some lingering doubt, some silent fear, had dissolved completely. He exhaled slow and deep. Then he sat back and smiled. The terrace of Café Belle Journée spilled onto a quiet cobblestone street, its small round tables draped in crisp white linens, each adorned with a single bud vase holding a pale pink rose. The chairs, woven with rattan in classic Parisian bistro style, were arranged facing outward, as if inviting patrons to linger, to watch, to dream. Waiters in black aprons and crisp white shirts moved with effortless grace, balancing trays of steaming café au lait, flaky croissants, and ruby-hued carafes of Bordeaux. The air hummed with the gentle murmur of conversation, the occasional clink of wine glasses punctuating the laughter. The scent of freshly baked pastries and strong espresso mingled with the crisp autumn air, carrying with it the quiet promise of new beginnings. Landry stirred sugar into her cappuccino, absent-mindedly tracing the rim of her cup with the tip of her finger, her thoughts drifting like leaves on the Seine. Yesterday she had arrived in Paris. Last night she'd wandered the winding streets until she'd found this café, instantly knowing it was perfect. It reminded her of the Black Apron Bistro, where the words kindred spirits had taken on a meaning far greater than she had ever imagined. She could still see the way Peter had looked at her that day, as though seeing something he'd never expected but had always hoped for. Her heart skipped. She had texted him that she'd arrived. He had replied immediately. He was coming. A deep, familiar voice cut through the air, threading through the hum of conversation, wrapping around her like a long-awaited embrace. Landry. She turned, and there he was. For a single breath, the world held still. Then she surged to her feet, heart pounding, and in an instant she was in his arms. Peter caught her, his warmth, his strength, so achingly familiar, yet somehow brand new. She closed her eyes, breathed him in, her fingers clutching the fabric of his shirt, as if she could somehow hold this moment in her hands and never let go. "Thanks for meeting me," she murmured against his shoulder, her voice barely above a whisper. He let out a deep, unguarded laugh, the kind she had missed so much it hurt. "Thanks for coming to France." She exhaled a quiet laugh, her throat tight with emotion. "I said I would," she reminded him. Peter pulled back just enough to look at her, a teasing glint in his hazel eyes. "Because you wanted to see Paris." She smiled softly. "Yes," she admitted. Then more quietly, more truthfully. "And because of you." Something flickered in his gaze, a slow burning heat, a longing, a deep knowing. He settled into the chair beside hers, but his fingers brushed against hers before they fully let go. Landry smiled, her heart steady now. "I'm registered for a writing workshop here. It starts in 2 weeks." A slow smile spread across his lips. "So it's not like you followed me here." She laughed, the sound light teasing. "No, it's not like that at all, yet here I am." His gaze softened, darkened. "What are your plans?" She traced the rim of her cup again, but this time her lips curved. "I thought maybe, while you're here this weekend, you'd like to go to the Louvre with me." "And if I have more time than that?" She exhaled slowly, bracing herself. "After my workshop, I thought I could take the train to Arras. You could show me all the things you wrote about." His answer was immediate, certain. "I would love nothing more." Then he lowered his voice, his fingers finding hers again, twining them together. "I hope you'll consider staying, with me, for as long as you want." Her breath hitched. The offer, the unspoken promise beneath it. She nodded, heart full, overflowing. "I'd like that." He let out a breath, as if he had been holding it for too long. "How long will you stay?" "In France?" Her eyes held his. "My tourist visa is good for 90 days. Something darkened in his gaze, something unspoken, and then, slowly, he cupped her face in his warm, steady hands. His thumbs brushed over her cheekbones, reverent as if memorizing her. "You'll stay the entire 3 months?" She nodded. No doubts, no hesitation. "I didn't come with you at first because there were some things I needed to get clear in my head." She met his gaze. "Now I understand that while I'm forging my own path, there's no reason not to travel that path with my own kindred spirit by my side." His jaw tightened, his eyes burning into hers, something raw and unguarded passing between them. "I love you, Landry," he said, his voice thick, unsteady, true. Then softer, as if tasting the words for the first time, committing them to memory. "I've never said it before, and now I wonder why." A slow, tremulous smile spread across her lips. "Everything in its time," she whispered. Then, her voice strong, steady, full of all the love in her heart, she added, "For the record, I love you too, very much." She saw the unspoken promise in his eyes, the future waiting in the spaces between them. He cupped her face again and kissed her. Soft, slow, certain. When they finally parted, he rested his forehead lightly against hers. "And to think," he murmured, "we were brought together by a magical letterbox." She let out a soft sigh, her heart light, her path clear. "A letterbox that led my heart to a kindred spirit and a wonderful world of possibilities." This has been The Letterbox, a GraceTown series novel, written by Cindy Kirk. If you have enjoyed this story, please remember to hit the like button and subscribe to be notified of each new audiobook release. Thank you for listening.